Fleet, Archdeacon for the Royal Navy, who had extraordinary honour of taking part in her late Majesty's funeral and His Majesty's coronation. More recently, he led the chaplaincy team at the largest industrial complex in Europe. Andrew, of course, takes over in Canon Mark Birch, who is returning to Westminster Abbey to lead its public engagement programme, while also continuing to oversee the ministry of St Margaret's Church. I want to put on record our thanks to Mark for all his service, and I am sure the House won't join me in wishing him well as we continue our close relationship with the Abbey. Order, order. Clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for consideration.
Cheltenham Borough Council Markets Bill, second reading.
Now. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As many are of that opinion, say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have just have it. Well done. Right, thanks, Caroline. OK, we now come to questions. Secretary of State for Justice, Helen Morgan.
Number one, please, sir.
Justice Secretary.
Mr Speaker, the Government inherited an emergency in our criminal courts with a record and rising open caseload to nearly 80,000 criminal cases waiting to be heard in the Crown Court. In Shropshire, Shrewsbury Crown Court is currently sitting at a maximum capacity, including on additional court based at Telford Justice Centre. We have added an additional 15 sitting days to sit the fourth court at Telford Justice Centre.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In my constituency of North Shropshire, residents have to travel to Shrewsbury to have their cases heard. As of last September, there was a backlog of over 730 open cases at Shrewsbury Crown Court, a 7% increase compared to 2024. The wider West Mercia area ranks 43rd out of 44 areas for the time it takes cases to get through the Crown Court, often taking more than 2 years to be heard. Does the Secretary of State agree with me with the Shrewsbury Crown Court's resident judge Anthony Lowe when he said that this is not a proper justice system, and can he outline what steps he'll be taking to improve?
She is right, and that's why the Courts Minister visited Telford to pull all levers if we are to seriously see this backlog come down by the next general election. That, of course, means investments and more sitting days, and she'll be pleased with the sitting days that we've invested in her area. It does mean modernisation and dealing with the efficiency problems that we inherited in the system, and Sir Brian will be publishing his report tomorrow, but it also means reform, and I would urge the Liberal Democrats to support us in our court reform.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And since the election, Telford and Shropshire Justice System has seen a massive increase in capacity. First, by returning a magistrates' court back into use following years of that courtroom being closed because of a broken roof, and also news this week of the Nightingale Court becoming a permanent court, which is great. But in order to increase capacity, we also need to recruit and retain magistrates. To my great surprise, the Court Service are not recruiting currently for magistrates in my area. Will the Justice Secretary ever look at that and work with me to recruit, retain as many magistrates as possible to work in our justice system?
Mr Secretary.
Well, very much looking forward to working with my honourable friend. Pleased to see the recognition that the Nightingale Court will continue, because that is obviously very important. And good news, we are recruiting more magistrates across the system, and that will include in his area. We made that announcement just 2 weeks ago.
Damon Lee-Stodds.
Number two, please, Mr Speaker.
Well, with permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 2 and 5 together. We are accelerating magistrate recruitment to meet future demand. Trailblazing reforms in 3 regions are streamlining the process, reducing the time from application to appointment and improving candidate experience. These reforms will shape a 2026 national rollout supported by the work with the judiciary to speed up onboarding and ensuring new magistrates sit sooner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After many years of Oxford Magistrates' Court being in a terrible state, I'm relieved that the leaks and other faults are finally now being repaired. It's obviously harder to recruit and retain magistrates if they're serving in unacceptable conditions, so I'm grateful this is getting sorted out, and I'm grateful for the measures that he announced around recruitment. Could he also let the House know, please, what he's doing around retention, because surely that's very important as well. Thank you.
Secretary.
Well, she's right. There was historic underfunding, and sadly, it left our courts with a 1.3 billion maintenance backlog, which is why we increased the capital maintenance budget this year to ensure that we're dealing with the problems that we inherited in our courts. But she's right. Magistrates are key. They are the cornerstone of our lay system. 90% of criminal cases passing through the Magistrates' Court. We will be recruiting more, but streamlining the system, supporting magistrates with training is key also to retention, and we'll be investing in that area as well.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2004, I became a magistrate, a position that I held for 20 years. When I first walked into the magistrate's retirement room, I thought everybody in there had retired, because I brought the average age down by about 30 years when I walked in. But what that says, though, Mr. Speaker, is it's a commitment to those who serve for years, but it also shows how hard it can be to get younger people involved. What is the department doing first to properly recognise and reward long-serving magistrates who keep the system going? And secondly, what's being done to bring in more young justices of the peace so that magistrates better reflect the communities that they serve?
Justice Secretary.
Well, can I congratulate honourable friend on his service as a magistrate? And he's right. We want to see people from all walks of life, all backgrounds, all ages, feel able to serve in their local community and be a magistrate. He will be pleased to see that 41% of newly appointed magistrates last year were under 50, as opposed to getting towards pension age. There's more we can do. Some of it's around simplifying the procedures and actually people just understanding how to become a magistrate, because the complexity of the system previously was unbelievable and actually put people off applying.
And if you have local magistrates courts like Chorley would help as well. John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I visited my local court just a few days ago. Now, in Horsham, we're actually lucky enough to have sufficient magistrates, but we still can't maximise throughput because of a lack of support staff. In July last year, the Justice Committee reported that shortages of support staff were having a significant impact on delays and court capacity. So can the Minister set out what the government is doing to attract younger people into the justice system as a whole so that we can finally get to grips with this horrible court backlog?
Justice Secretary.
The Honourable Gentleman, please know we are investing in more trainee legal advisors, 108 in the last announcement, but he's right, and there are issues, particularly in the South East, with support staff being able to compete with the sorts of salaries that they might get beyond the court says. This is something that we're looking at very closely.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his very positive answer. Minister, in relation to recruiting magistrates, it's welcome news and thank you for that. And the timescale has been set. I think the Minister referred to 70% of cases are looked after and by magistrates in the courts. That means that there's a lot of delays in relation to the victims. The victims who have waited ages and years for their cases to be held. Can the Minister give us an assurance new magistrates recruit more will mean that the backlog that is very clearly there for those victims will be addressed as well? It needs to be addressed. Victims need the answers.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Gentleman first off for raising victims. For too long in this place, we tend to focus either on the perpetrators and the prosecution side, if you like, or the defendants. And it is important that we centre victims. That's why we're coming forward with more magistrates, because we do need to see that 90% dealt with more swiftly, of course. But actually, the court reform package is what gets us the entire package. And I hope that the Honourable Gentleman will be able to support us in our court reforms over the coming months.
Sir John Hayes.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Justice Secretary.
Well, with permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 3, 13 and 19 together. Our focus, as I've said, is on victims being left to wait 3, 4, 5 years for their day in court. That's why I'll bring forward bold change to fix the rotting courts service that we inherited, record investment in our courts so they can sit for days, more days than ever before, modernisation to deal with inefficiencies we inherited, and reform to the system so that we can triage which trials get a jury and stop criminals gaming the system.
Sir John.
Speaker, as you know, the age-old jury system connects the public to the exercise of law and therefore is the heart of popular consent for criminal justice. So in abandoning this link, is it the government are careless of the accountability that brings, or is it they're driven wholly by thoughtless expediency? Are ministers careless or thoughtless?
Justice Secretary.
I've got to say to the honourable gentleman, we are not abandoning the jury system. But as Sir Brian Leveson said in his Sunday Times article this weekend, the threshold needs to be rebalanced. I'm not sure if he was in Parliament in 1988, but when Margaret Thatcher rebalanced the threshold, moved criminal damage, moved driving a vehicle without authority towards the Magistrates' Court, I'm sure he didn't object to that.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's clear evidence up and down the country of Serco failing to serve the court service appropriately, and that includes for my constituents in Torbay. Does the Secretary of State accept that by driving a more impactful way of Serco, making sure that they're able to get people more rapidly to the courts, will give people better access to justice and allow people to have access to jury trials?
Very well linked to the end. Go on.
Well, the Courts Minister and the Prison Minister are working together on this. Sir Brian Leveson
by Conservative and Reform politicians. However, one of the most troubling aspects of the proposals on jury trials is the suggestion that these changes would be permanent, regardless of whether the backlog persists. Will he therefore consider making these measures explicitly temporary and subject to review so that their impact, if any, on reducing the court backlog can be properly assessed?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, but can I also refer him to Sir Brian's report and Sir Brian's article in the Sunday Times this weekend, because he does talk about trials being longer. He talks about DNA evidence. He talks about more legislation that we are passing in this place. He talks about the police arresting more. And for all of those reasons, if we're serious about the backlog, if we're serious actually about getting to a system that was properly established so that you did not wait much longer, have to be permanent.
Andy Slaughter, Chair of the Select Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of focus on replacing juries with a single judge in some criminal trials. But the government's also intending to increase magistrate sentencing powers beyond what Sir Brian Leveson says to 18 or 24 months. So is it also the government's intention that district judges sitting alone will be able to sentence up to 24 months?
Justice Secretary.
Well, he knows because we threshold for magistrates, and obviously how that coordinates with the new Swift bench will be essential once we get royal assent towards the end of this year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir Brian Leveson's review didn't contain any specific modelling to support his view that limiting jury trials would reduce the time taken for such trials by 20%. When the government undertakes its own modelling, if it doesn't support and validate Sir Brian's assessment, will it U-turn on the policy?
Justice Secretary.
Well, of course we support Brian's assessment of 20%. Sir Brian also relied on international comparator. And it would be more likely to be 50%. But as he would expect, of course, we will be publishing our modelling alongside introduction of the bill.
Turner.
Mr. Speaker, as the Deputy Prime Minister speaks, 56 of the 516 Crown courtrooms are not sitting. That's because he and his department caps the sitting days for those courts. It is, in my view, a dereliction of duty to be planning to do away with some jury trials when courts are not sitting. The Institute for Government have said that Sir Brian's 20%, which was pulled from thin air, is more like 2%. What on earth is the system?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he still is my honourable friend, who I know has a principal objection. But let me just say to him that it is important to recognise that Sir Brian has emphasised that we need to do all of it. We need to deal with the efficiencies, and we'll have more to say tomorrow, of course, when Sir Brian publishes, I think, part 2 of his report and looks at those issues of courtrooms and how you get prisoners and how the criminal justice system works as a whole. We are increasing the sitting days. More investment than ever before. I'm negotiating with the Lady Chief Justice. There will be more sitting days to come, but we also need reform and to ensure that we continue to support the jury system, which is what we're doing.
Nick Timothy, and welcome as Shadow Justice Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been reading the Labour Party manifesto, but without much luck. Can the Justice Secretary tell the House on which page appears the promise to restrict jury trials? Was it on the same page as digital IDs and all the tax rises?
Justice Secretary.
Well, can I first of all welcome the honourable member to his place and congratulate him on his recent promotion. And we will judge him, of course, on his record, and we note that he was responsible for cutting 20,000 police officers across the country. We note his hostile environment policy. He was the author of that, the Windrush tax, and, of course, that wonderful election-winning dementia tax. He will also note that our obligation, as was his obligation in government, was to ensure a fair trial. What we are bringing forward is a threshold change, very similar to the change that Margaret Thatcher brought forward in 1988.
Nick Timothy.
Not waving but drowning, Mr. Speaker. 40 of his colleagues, and the number is rising, say restricting jury trials is, quote, madness. He says he won't listen to them, or to judges, lawyers, or the victims of crime. So perhaps he will listen to these esteemed voices. Jury trials, this is a quote, will always be a cornerstone of British justice. That was the Courts Minister. There must be a right of trial by jury in all criminal cases. That was the Sentencing Minister. And trials without juries are a bad idea. You don't fix the backlog with trials perceived as unfair. That was the Justice Secretary himself. If even he knows this is a bad idea, how long must we wait for the 14th U-turn from this miserable government?
Justice Secretary.
It is a bit rich raising what my colleagues are up to on the back benches when his colleagues are actually going to other benches in this House. He knows that Article 40 of the Magna Carta makes clear that justice delayed is justice denied. And that's why That's why it's our judgment and the judgment of Sir Brian Leveson that, for example, if you've shoplifted an iPhone, you should not be entitled to elect for a jury. That should be something that could be dealt with by a magistrate or a single judge.
Jess Brown for the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Justice Secretary is right to say that justice delayed is justice denied. But the Institute for Government's report into jury trials showed that the Justice Secretary's plans to erode jury trials will make very little difference to the court's backlog. So it's no surprise that there is wide-ranging opposition to the proposals from within the legal profession and across these benches. If the Deputy Prime Minister does decide to press ahead with these unpopular reforms, he stated it would not be retrospective, but the Courts Minister said it would be retrospective in the Justice Select Committee. Who is telling the truth?
Justice Secretary.
Let me just say to the Honourable Lady, the IFG said 10%. If this were 10% on waiting lists for a hospital in her constituency, she'd have it. They estimated a 10% contribution. Brian estimated a 20% contribution. I said we would bring forward the modelling. Of course, it is right that there is no substantive criminal liability change in the proposals that we're coming forward with, so in that sense it's not retrospective. But in terms of caseload, then of course they will be subject to the new mode of trial once this bill gets royal assent.
Leicesterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will be increasing funding for victim support services year on year from 2026 to 2029, recognising the need to meet that rising cost pressure of delivery and the need for long-term funding for our support services. In total, the MOJ will be investing over £550 million in victim support services over the next 3 years, the biggest ever investment in victim support services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for her commitment. Sefton Women and Children's Aid do a brilliant job advocating for victims of domestic abuse, but they have seen a worrying increase in the level of psychological abuse alongside historical challenges with violence. Can the Minister confirm that Sefton Women's and Children's Aid, along with other organisations doing such good work, will get the support that she has just outlined to enable them to look after the victims that they advocate for so brilliantly?
Victims of heinous crimes such as child abuse is paramount, and aside from support services, clear communication and transparency is key. Yet the parents of the 21 babies abused by Roxana Lecker at Twickenham Green Nursery were given less than a week's notice that she would be deported to Poland this Thursday. They have been given no information about whether Lecker will continue to serve the rest of her 8-year sentence, or whether she will walk free after just 4 months in a UK prison. They fear if left unsupervised, she will harm many more children. So can the Minister tell the House what the release terms are for Lecker, because those parents deserve answers?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this very important case, and I think that the whole House wants to send our thoughts and sympathies with all of the victims of these most heinous crimes. Child abuse is one of the most heinous crimes, and it is right that we have the correct support services available for child victims. The Sentencing Minister is meeting with colleagues in the Home Office today to discuss the needs of this case, and I will ensure that she gets a full update as requested on the specifics.
Nick Timothy, Shadow Justice Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said passing the Hillsborough Law would be one of his first acts in office. But last month, the government arranged to bring the bill to the House for its remaining stages twice, only to pull it at the last moment on both occasions. The Prime Minister has made a promise to the Hillsborough Law campaigners that he cannot keep without breaking the assurances he gave to the intelligence agencies. It is another fine mess from Mr. Forensic. So can the Minister guarantee that the bill will complete its passage through both Houses of Parliament before the end of this session? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, as I said in the statement to the Honourable Gentleman, he must have a short memory, because we were brought to this House to discuss this. The Hillsborough Law will be a landmark moment for this government. It will be a bill for the victims, written by the victims of those heinous experiences that they have been through. We will ensure that national security is, of course, upheld, and we will bring this bill forward when it has the full backing and when it is ready by everyone.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prison education builds skills for life, including reading and numeracy, alongside work-focused training. We are expanding prison apprenticeships and prison industries, providing work-ready skills to support rehabilitation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer and the work that he's doing in prisons to improve literacy. But last week, the government confirmed to the Justice Committee that core prison education provision has been cut by a quarter nationally under retendered contracts. The Independent Monitoring Board recently raised concerns about the impact this will have in prisons, including Rochester Prison in my constituency, on prisoner rehabilitation. We know that stable work is one of the top factors in preventing male prisoners from reoffending, so education and training is therefore key to reducing our prison population in the long term. Can the Minister outline how he will ensure this will remain a priority?
Minister.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for her question, and it was fantastic to visit her constituency just last week with her to visit a facility in the youth custody service, and I look forward to visiting Rochester Prison with her in future. She's right to raise this issue. There are real fiscal pressures when the two twin strategic objectives for this department are dealing with a prison capacity crisis inherited from the previous government, and pressures in our courts too. But that doesn't mean that we are going to overlook the importance of educational work in the prison system. We are looking at working with the third sector, the private sector, to ensure that we can provide adequate provision whilst also maintaining our two strategic aims of stabilising the prison system and solving the backlog.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next year, the government will spend more money on education in prisons, yet it will actually commission 25% less by way of quantity of service. Why is it doing such a poor job of commissioning education on behalf of the taxpayer?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman who raised this question as well last week. We are raising the quality of the provision of the education, but he is also right to identify some issues with the contracts which the last Conservative government entered into, which we are having to look at and having to deal with. As I said to him last week, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look at alternatives to those contracts as well. That includes, as I've just said, working with the third sector, looking at how we can get more private sector provision in, and as he said last week, working with governors individually to ensure they have more autonomy and power to bring in educational facilities from local colleges, universities, where possible, where safe, and I'm getting to work to do that this week.
MacDonald.
7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 7, 12 and 17 together. This government inherited a criminal justice system on the brink of collapse, with record and rising backlogs now touching 80,000, and behind each and every one of those cases, a real victim. That's why we asked Sir Brian Leveson to undertake an independent review of criminal courts. It's why we're making investment in sitting days, investment in our workforce. It's why we're grasping the nettle in terms of modernisation. But it's why, too, we must have fundamental reform of our criminal courts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister was previously asked, but didn't clarify, whether the Ministry of Justice conducted modelling on how much reducing jury trials would actually reduce the backlog. The Bar Council and the Criminal Bar Association have repeatedly asserted that there is no evidence that limiting jury trials will meaningfully reduce court delays. So can the Minister now publish the evidence on which these reforms are based and explain why no pilot schemes were undertaken?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for his question, and as I've said repeatedly to the House, we will be publishing the modelling and evidence base in the usual way alongside bill introduction, but it's simply incorrect to say that there is no evidence that adjusting the threshold will reduce court delays, because of course we have the evidence base of the independent review, we have international comparators which show that decisive action will reduce the court delays.
Bills.
Mr. Speaker, I was recently contacted by a constituent whose daughter was the victim of an abusive and violent relationship for many years. There were continual delays in this case coming to court, and then again at the sentencing stage. And this included a 5-month delay in sentencing due to mental health assessment being delayed, and then barrister annual leave and other staff availability issues. This led to repeated cancellations of sentencing dates, which meant the victim constantly reliving deeply traumatic events over and over again. So I'd like to ask the Minister what steps she is taking to address these preventable issues which are causing delays and misery for victims such as my constituent. Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the case he raises. It is a graphic illustration of the crisis that we are grappling with and the impact that it is having. Those delays cause trauma and make it impossible for victims to move on with their lives. What are we doing about it? The fact that over 1,000 trials were cancelled last year because of lack of barrister availability illustrates one of the problems highlighted by the Institute for Government. And that is why we are investing in our workforce, increased money for legal aid for solicitors and barristers, match funding for pupilages. But let's think about it. Of course, that will take time to rebuild the workforce, and it's why we must be pulling every lever, investment and structural reform. Only that will do.
Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, a victim of domestic abuse, has seen her case listed and relisted multiple times since 2023, with delays repeatedly granted due to medical claims by the defendant. Does the Minister accept that repeated adjournments risk denying justice to victims, and will she meet with me to discuss how cases like this can be progressed without further re-traumatisation?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to him for raising the case, and of course I would be happy to meet with him. Again, this is a graphic illustration of the ways in which the delays are re-traumatising victims through the process. It's why we must do everything within our power to bring down the delays. That's investment, that's modernisation and structural reform. And those who are against these plans are happy for his constituent and others to wait longer. Well, I'm not prepared to do that.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, one of the areas that's causing the delays is the lack of defence barristers. Clearly, it's going to take time to train new barristers. What incentives, however, can the Minister offer to those qualifying in law to actually become defence barristers rather than seeking other avenues in the law?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful for that question because he's absolutely right. The workforce has been depleted by repeated numbers of legal aid cuts and people choosing more lucrative and more attractive areas of work. So what are we doing? We have said that we would invest an additional £34 million in legal aid for criminal advocates, and we're also providing match funding for criminal law pupilages to incentivise training, create those opportunities for people from all backgrounds to enter criminal law. But as he said, that will take time, and in the meantime, victims can't wait, and it's why the reforms are necessary alongside the investment.
Shocker Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One major reason for court backlogs is the repeated outsourcing of private contracts to companies like Serco for prisoner transportation, which has caused a loss of a whole court day every single week. Now, given that there is a lack of penalty clauses for late prisoner transportation and Serco continues to be awarded procurement contracts, can the Minister commit that he will review this and the associated costs instead of removing our juries and our civil liberties?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful for the question that he raises, and of course this is one of the contributory factors, not the only one, in our courts. And again, we must look at all these things. We await part 2 of Sir Brian Levison's report, but in the meantime I can assure him that the Prisons Minister and I are looking at these contracts, performance managing them and pulling every lever. As the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned a moment ago, asking local authorities to open up bus lanes in order that we can increase the efficiency of prisoner transportation. But again, let us be absolutely clear. Addressing this issue alone will not begin to touch the sides of the problem. It's why we need investment and reform.
And Luce Midgley.
Question number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognise that parole hearings can be traumatic for victims, and victim liaison officers can support them throughout the process. We are launching a victim code consultation, which will also give victims the opportunity to provide input into what more can be done.
And Luce Midgley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of James Bulger's family are my constituents, and they are yet again facing the agony of another parole hearing of John Venables, an ordeal that continues to re-traumatise them more than 30 years after James's horrific murder. While parole board decisions are rightly independent, the system must command public confidence. So can I ask the Minister to give the parole board an overarching assessment of Venable's current risk and tell the House what reviews are being considered on the automatic 2-year parole hearing cycle?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's a fine champion for her constituency and has raised this case both with me and other ministers on numerous occasions. This afternoon, Baroness Levitt, who is responsible for parole board hearings, is meeting with Ralph Bolger and his legal advisers to discuss this very issue. I'm sure she'll be able to offer some more substantive answers to her constituent's question. I would like to put, Mr. Speaker, on record my thanks to Ralph for his campaign, and I look forward and I'm very happy to meet with him and anyone else on this issue in due course.
Desmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware there's an 82-year-old man who's been in prisons here for 38 years. He was convicted of murder, and the trial judge in 1989 said this was not a violent process and gave him a life sentence with a 15-year tariff. This expired over 22 years ago. He's repeatedly described as an exemplary prisoner. Because he's maintained his innocence throughout the last 38 years, he has not attended the prerequisite courses that would require an acceptance of guilt, so the parole board assesses his risk to the public if he's released as, quote, unmanageable, which seems ludicrous. I wonder whether the Secretary of State would agree to meet with me to discuss the Parole Board's repeated response to this situation and whether, in fact, there should be some sort of system for those who maintain their innocence for a great number of years.
Minister.
I'm very grateful. As the honourable member will no doubt be aware, I'm unable to talk about specifics of that case. If she writes to me, I will make sure that I get back to her with any details I'm able to.
Lord Lawrence.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Justice, as I have stated, is investing over £550 million in victim support services, the biggest investment in this service to date. In December, we published our Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, setting out how we will achieve our mission to halve these terrible crimes, including domestic abuse, by rolling out domestic abuse protection orders, which are life-saving, and looking at how we can maximise specialist domestic abuse courts.
Lord Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response there. A number of constituents have shared with me the terror of waiting in line to get to court and then waiting in the waiting room before court with their accused abuser or perpetrator. In some occasions, special arrangements have been put in place, but this has been very hit and miss. Will the Minister look at how these arrangements in supporting and protecting survivors get to court and not seeing their abuser as a standard, getting from the street to the courtroom safely?
No, I thank her for raising this really, really important issue, because ensuring that witnesses, that victims can give their best evidence in court is vital if we are to achieve prosecution of these awful crimes. We are introducing legislation to improve access to special measures for witnesses and victims, including permitting victims to be accompanied by a companion while giving evidence, to have separate entrances and exits, to provide pre-recorded cross-examination, and I'd be happy to write with her about more information as the legislation progresses.
We're our boss.
I recently brought together domestic abuse charities in Bath, such as Developing Health and Independence, Voices, and the Nelson Trust. They all provide services, including how to navigate the complicated justice system. They all agree it's critical that they all work together, that there's joined up local services, but what can be done nationally to bring organisations and charities together rather than pitting them against each other in a field sort of limited resources?
No, the Honourable Lady is totally right to raise this point, and we talk a lot about something called multi-agency working, but it is difficult to put into practice. She will be aware that we published the Free From Fear and Violence strategy just before Christmas on how we can tackle violence against women and girls, with multi-agency working on a national level and practices and applications at the heart of that strategy. I am meeting with our Victims Sector Advisory Board later this afternoon, and I will make sure to raise this with them as well, so we bring them in, because they're the people on the ground delivering this work. We should learn from them directly.
Just.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the action that this government is taking to reduce the court backlogs, especially for cases involving violence against women and girls. Can the Minister please outline what consultation has taken place with victims' organisations and charities regarding the plans to restrict jury trials to ensure that these victims are kept at the heart of any reforms to the court system and so that they can be satisfied that timely justice will be delivered?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for this very important question, because it is right that victims are put back at the heart of our criminal justice system. For far too long, their views, their voices have been ignored, but not by this government. The Courts Minister and I have met with many victims of some horrific crimes to hear about how court delays have impacted them. The Victims Commissioner is supportive of our reforms as outlined in Sir Brian Levison's report, and we look forward to Part 2 being published imminently so we can discuss how better we can support victims of these crimes going forward, to ensure that they do get their day in court and they do see justice being done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Deputy Prime Minister join me in congratulating Cheshire Police, led by their exceptional Chief Constable Mark Roberts, on their very well executed Operation Crossbow, which I witnessed yesterday when over 40 perpetrators of domestic violence wanted by the police and the courts were arrested and detained by a police force committed to the safety of women. But would he agree that operations such as this in Cheshire will be put at risk by the government's desire to merge 43 forces into 12 and therefore increase the risk to victims of domestic violence?
Minister.
I commend the work of brilliant police forces up and down the country doing work to tackle domestic abuse. She will know that it was a Labour Party manifesto commitment to halve the levels of violence against women and girls, and exactly what she's talking about is happening in practice in Cheshire. Is this Labour government delivering for Cheshire and her constituency? She will know that the Home Office are consulting on proposals to ensure that we maximise police efficiency and boots on the ground to ensure that everyone is kept safe, that we have got safer streets, and the Home Office will update on those plans shortly.
Andrew Snowden.
Question number 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, assaults on our staff are unacceptable. We're enhancing security measures and easing crowding to curb violence and improve safety. We're investing around £15 million in protective equipment. I announced that shortly in taking office to help keep frontline staff working in prisons safe.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. We know that drugs on the prison estate is a perennial problem when it comes to the safety of both officers and other prisoners, something that governments of all colours have been trying to tackle for many times. This is particularly acute in the open prison estate due to the different resourcing nature and the different layout of those prisons. So would the Secretary of State consider a policy, now that we have potentially in some places over 40% of prisoners arriving in the open estate failing drug tests on arrival, a policy that says if you fail a drug test on arrival, you get sent straight back to the closed prison you came from?
Justice Secretary.
Well, he would know we did inherit a prison capacity crisis with violence up, with drugs up in our prisons, and of course, because of that, we've invested particularly in X-ray machines and extra prison officers to try and bear down on the problem. We're looking right across the estate at what more we could do to reduce drug use, and I was speaking to prison officers about this when I was visiting Franklin Prison last week, and I am looking closely at how the lowest categories of prisons deal with the issue of drugs.
That's Lively.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I use this powerful chamber to speak about crimes like rape is because I am so desperate to encourage women across the country watching us here to use their voice and speak out and report. And the reason I'm so determined to support the government in their changes is that when these women, these brave women come forward, I am desperate for them to have a system where they are supported every step of the way to get to the swift justice that they deserve. I am determined to do everything I can to play my part, and I ask the government, when we make these changes, when we make it easier for victims to get justice, how will we make sure that there is capacity in our prisons to take these criminals?
Just to say, it's not relevant to the question, but I'm sure the Justice Secretary would like to answer.
Well, she's absolutely right. We've got to have capacity in our prisons to deal with this crisis, and alongside the Courts Bill, that's why we introduced, and I'm glad it's become law, the Sentencing Bill, which is now a Sentencing Act, ensuring that we've got the capacity to deal with the crisis that we inherited, but also ensuring that that waiting list that's ticking upwards for victims of crime, particularly women who find themselves often at the most vulnerable end of criminals, that we are bearing down on that by the next general election.
Excellent. Welcoming him to his new role, Ben Ambassador Jekti, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The use of drones to bring contraband into prisons has become a significant issue. Last year, there was an intra-year increase of 43% in the use of drones for illegal activity on the prison estate. As an MP of the prison in my constituency, HMP Littlehay, this surge in their use is alarming. Last month, the Justice Secretary announced that he has tasked British prisons with learning from Ukraine's drone expertise with a £6.5 million funding stream, but there was no tenders currently out to develop this capability. The only Ministry of Justice-specific competition has been November's £60,000 counter-drone challenge. So can the Justice Secretary confirm what the current counter-drone strategy is for HMPPS, given the current delays to installing physical UAS countermeasures, what specific projects are actually in flight to develop the counter-UAS capability across our prison estate, and by when will that capability be available?
Justice Secretary.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman raising this issue. It's a very serious issue, which is why I announced that partnership with our Ukrainian colleagues. He will recognise, I know, because of his own background, the substantial expertise that lies in Ukraine. And I announced as part of that package, perhaps he missed it, it was £6 million for that research innovation. He will also recognise that much of what we do to counter the drones that are flying across our prisons is classified, but I want to assure him that this is a priority for the government.
John Barry.
That's number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Decisions on remand and sentence left are made by judges independently of government. It would be wholly wrong for government to intervene in a judicial matter.
John Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed the Minister is not acknowledging that there is real harm and suffering going on. It's an obvious consequence of the escalation by ministers of the kinds of crimes for which people taking protest action are now being charged. So would he not agree that incarcerating people for long months and years without trial for offences which are in essence political has no, in principle, place in a democracy like ours?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do accept there are issues with remand, and that is caused by the huge backlog in our court system, which this government is trying to fix. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to her and her colleagues in the Green Party supporting our proposals when the Courts Minister brings them forward next month.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members across this House share my deep concern regarding the government's amendment to the Crime and Policing Bill already taken in committee, which would restrict the right to protest on the basis of cumulative disruption. Does the Minister not agree that, given the significance of this proposal and the serious implications it has for our fundamental right to protest, it is essential that this House has sufficient time to scrutinise, debate and vote on it? Can you give me that assurance?
Minister.
Well, that piece of legislation is going through the House as it should. Of course, there's always a balance to be struck between the important right to protest and also the protections for communities and groups to go about their lives without doing so with trepidation or any stifling of that, and I believe that amendment strikes that balance.
Right, we come to topicals. Martin Vickers.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Justice Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, since the last Justice Orals, this government has delivered the landmark Sentencing Act to deliver punishment that works to cut crime and make our streets safer. It will ensure we have enough prison cells for the most serious criminals, incentivise good behaviour in prison and deliver tough, credible community punishments to drive down reoffending. Our second annual statement on prison capacity shows the impact of our reform. For the first time in years, we no longer forecast a chronic shortage of prison places. This sits alongside the most ambitious prison building programme since the Victorians, aiming to build 14,000 new places by 2030, backed by £7 billion worth of investment.
Martin Vickers.
Could I return the Secretary of State to the issue of jury trials? I've received an email from a constituent who is a practising barrister who points out that the issues that have already been mentioned, poor prisoner transport, the cap on sitting days, the condition of many courtrooms. Could the Secretary of State actually focus on delivering improvements in those areas and abandon the proposals to actually limit jury trials?
Justice Secretary.
I've got to tell the honourable gentleman that he really should read Sir Brian Levison's report. We have to do all of it. Sir Brian will be publishing the second part of his report that deals with the issues that he talks about. But if we just did that, we would not see the backlog fall in his constituency. We have to invest in more sitting days, as we are, and as I will continue to do, but we also need reform, and that's why we're bringing forward those reforms on threshold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a survivor of rape, the time it takes to get to court, if you even get that far, was one of the things that put me off reporting what happened to me. When people talk about changes to jury trials being justice denied, I understand their concerns, but what I don't think is always appreciated is that for victims of horrendous crimes, backlogs mean justice is already being denied, slowly and painfully. Could the Minister assure me that whilst hard decisions are made on the speed and rigour of justice, the Ministry will keep in mind those brave survivors who have come forward and are being let down by the system as it is?
Hear, hear. Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I think I speak for all of this House when I say that he's spoken on a number of occasions about his horrific experience, and I know that takes a lot of courage. But I think what he says about the impacts that people have of the knowledge of delays in our courts and the way that that is putting off people from reporting or continuing with their cases. We know that witnesses and victims pull out of their own cases. And that is not only a torment for them, but it means that justice is not even being served and there are people walking away. That is why we must pull every lever. That is why we are bringing forward these reforms.
Shadow Minister Dr. Courtroom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a world where so many people walk on by or look the other way, I believe it's vital to the rule of law that our whole society gets behind people who are willing to stand up and be counted. Mr. Speaker, we're joined in the gallery today by one such person. Mark Hare here, a bus driver. Mark leapt to the aid of a passenger that was robbed, and the police said everything he did was entirely lawful. But his employer, Metroline, sacked him. More than 120,000 people have signed my petition giving their full support to Mark. Does the Justice Secretary agree with me that Mark is a hero who deserves our support?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful. Mark is, of course, a hero and deserves our report, and I'm following this case very closely.
Dr. Mullen.
Thank you. I welcome those remarks. I'm sure the public will want to see us work cross-party on these issues. This isn't an isolated case. I've heard from employers themselves, from shop workers, from other bus drivers, that they want to do the right thing, but the law inhibits them from doing so. The Conservatives will be bringing forward proposals to introduce Good Samaritan protections in civil law for both employers and employees. Will you work with us to get that onto the statute books?
Justice Secretary.
These are issues that have a bearing on the Department for Business and Trade, so necessarily we have to work across government, but in a bipartisan manner. Of course, I'm happy to work with the Honourable Gentleman and Ministers to work with the Honourable Gentleman on this issue.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 10 years since the Jogi ruling on joint enterprise, and I'd like to pay tribute to the joint enterprise not guilty by association campaigners who are in the gallery today for their amazing work they've done in this area. But new CBS data identifies continued racial disproportionality with more black defendants swept into group convictions. So can the Justice Secretary confirm that meaningful law reform remains a priority, and can he assure that campaigners that this is not going to be a broken promise?
Justice Secretary.
Well, can I first pay tribute to the work of my honourable friend for continuing to champion this issue, and can I also pay tribute to the work of Jane Burt. I met with the chair of the CRCC, who I know have referred, I think, 3 cases to appeal to look closely at the issue, and of course I am taking an interest in this issue and look forward to meeting campaigners in the coming months to discuss what more we might be able to do.
Good time. Just Brownfellow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear as more evidence comes to light that Peter Mandelson abused his position while in government, and the Liberal Democrats are calling for a public inquiry. The Hillsborough law cannot come soon enough to ensure that public inquiries hear all of the relevant evidence. So when it does finally come back to the House, will the government seriously consider my amendment that would ensure that duty of candour applies to all those leaving public office, including those that retire, resign or are removed?
I'm grateful to the lady for raising this issue. I'm quite confident that it does now, but I will look closely again at her amendment.
Mr Liz McAllister.
The rotten culture of secrecy and cover-up at the heart of the SNP government is laid bare by the Glasgow Queen Elizabeth Hospital scandal. Grieving families were lied to and dismissed, whistleblowers bullied and threatened. Can I ask the Minister if the Public Office Accountability Bill will protect Scottish families from government dishonesty and corruption?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this very important issue on the floor of the House. All of my thoughts are with the victims and survivors of this horrific situation in Scotland at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital. The Bill's duty of candour will create a powerful new obligation on all public bodies and officials to help investigations and inquiries find that needed truth, placing them under a legal obligation to provide information with evidence of candour, and this duty will apply UK-wide, including in Scotland.
Mr Speaker, one of my constituents is the director of a small property company which commenced the eviction process of a tenant nearly a year ago who hadn't been paying their rent. But due to court errors, enforcement has not yet taken place, and these delays have cost my constituent over £6,000. During a housing crisis, we should be freeing up housing for reliable tenants. So I ask the Minister, does she recognise that lengthy court delays are stifling our rental market?
Minister.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the case that she raises. County Court rules require that possession claims be listed for hearing within 8 weeks of receipt. And in the main, we are hitting that target. With the Renters' Rights Act coming into force, readiness for that will be important, as will the modernising introduction of end-to-end digital possession claim service, which will improve the situation for constituents like hers.
Go around.
Mr Speaker, for too long, victims in Altrincham and Sale West and across the country have been treated as secondary thoughts in the criminal justice system, being left in limbo, not knowing their rights and feeling voiceless when decisions are made on bail and sentencing. What reassurances can the Minister give that victims will be at the heart of the justice system under the government's reforms?
No, I thank my honourable friend for that vitally important question about putting victims back at the heart of our criminal justice system. That is exactly what this government is doing, whether that is through providing free court transcripts for criminal cases, through introducing new restriction zones in the Sentencing Act, by consulting on a brand new victims code to ensure that victims' rights are enshrined, to ensure that they have the ability to request information on parole and on offender management, and I'd be happy to write to him with more information about how this government is delivering for victims.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In order to discourage ex-offenders from reoffending, it's absolutely crucial that on leaving prison, they've got a stable home, an opportunity for a job and a stable network around them to stop them reoffending. But with the advent of early release, there is a risk that those leaving prison are not given that support before they leave the prison gates. So what action is the Minister going to take to make sure that those leaving prison after completing their sentences actually don't reoffend?
Minister. He's absolutely right to raise this issue about reoffending. It's why this government is making record investment in our probation service, £700 million, a 45% increase, trying to fix the probation service that the last Conservative government completely broke. That is the only and best way in which we're going to deal with the prison capacity crisis and clamp down on reoffending.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Prison officers every day face appalling levels of violence at work, but their hands are tied because of the Tory ban on any kind of industrial action. They cannot resist this. Does the Minister agree that prison officers should have the legal right to withdraw their labour and to take industrial action to protect themselves and others whilst at work in what is an extremely dangerous workplace?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I recognise the seriousness of the issue that honourable friend raises, and I met with prison officer unions just 2 weeks ago to discuss these very same issues. My own judgment is that with the prison capacity crisis as what it is, with the pay increases that we've been able to make to prison officers over this last time, this would not be the right time to explore changes in the practices that he underlined.
Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been reported that lawyers, some of whom now sit in this House and the other place, have relied on the ECHR to support the prosecution of patriotic Brits who have fought for their country. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is yet another example of activist lawyers and unaccountable judges in Strasbourg shamefully pursuing veterans doing their duty? And will he, like us on these benches, commit to withdrawing from the ECHR?
Mr Speaker, utter nonsense and completely misunderstanding how our legal system works. We on this side of the House understand that lawyers have to represent all sorts of people all the time, and we will stand by that. I would just gently say to the honourable gentleman that the Shadow Attorney General, while serving on the Tory front bench, is currently representing Roman Abramovich, a sanctioned Russian oligarch. There's no word from the other side on that issue at all.
Very much indeed, Mr Speaker. Well, I very much welcome the fact that Llanelli, along with the rest of Wales, will be in the pilot expansion of the Victims' Right to Review scheme. But, as the Minister will know, it's often very difficult for children or adults who have suffered neglect and abuse as children to report such incidents. So would the Minister agree to meet with me to look again at extending the 6-month time limit for summary offences, which leaves survivors with no redress and leaves abuse and neglect go unpunished?
I welcome this from my right honourable friend. She's right to highlight the expansion of the Victims' Right to Review through all of Wales so that Welsh victims have this right to review their cases. I would be delighted to meet with her to discuss what more we can do for Welsh victims across the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have a case where a transparency campaigner who has availed of legal aid to take a case against government back in 17 years ago and has appealed and reviewed attempts by me to have the total cost of legal aid to be made publicly and ironically transparent. That is still ongoing 6.5 years later. Will the Deputy Prime Minister have discussions with the Justice Minister in Northern Ireland to stop this attempt to prevent transparency?
Well, he will know that justice is a devolved matter. I'm content for him to write to me and I can look into the specific case, but of course it is a devolved matter.
Mr Speaker, violence against prison staff is at intolerable levels, with over double the number of assaults now than a decade ago, all at the same time that prison officers are expected to work until they're 68 years of age. Does the Minister agree with me that this is unfair, unrealistic, and if so, what are the government going to do about it?
My honourable friend is right. We're expecting a lot of our prison officers, and I was staggered at the state that we inherited from the party opposite. I met with unions just a couple of weeks ago to discuss these issues. We're in a good dialogue with them about pay, work and conditions, and of course they did raise the issue of their retirement age.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Secretary of State instruct his officials putting construction plans together for a new mega prison adjacent to HMP Grendon to actually listen to local voices rather than insisting from a distance on traffic management plans that will put thousands of HGVs down totally inappropriate rural roads?
He's absolutely right. Of course, whenever we're building new prisons, we have to think about the local area and make sure that we listen to local people's views. I would gently say that under the Conservative government, they had a promise of 20,000 new prison places, and they managed just 2% of them. I think we're starting to see why.
Rachel Maskell.
Mr Speaker, the government were making great strides on IPP sentences, yet my constituent, held for nearly 2 decades, had a minor infringement, he missed an appointment, and then ended up back inside. That cannot be right. We need to ensure people get proper support outside. So will the government review what happens post-release to IPP prisoners?
I was looking at these issues just yesterday with one of the leading campaigners on IPP. We are making progress with the action plan, but I'm happy to arrange for a meeting with her and the Prisons Minister to discuss these issues in a bit more detail.
Mr Speaker, given that the MOJ is responsible for granting exhumation licences, does the Secretary of State agree that historical significant pauper burial sites such as Horton Cemetery in my constituency require stronger safeguards? And will he meet with me to discuss how licensing decisions can better protect them?
I would be honoured to meet with the Honourable Lady to discuss the case she mentions.
Ewan Steinbank.
Mr Speaker, the Scottish Parliament this week are considering a bill by the fantastic Scottish Labour MSP Monica Lennon which would enable the prosecution of climate criminals who cause widespread, long-term or irreversible damage to our environment. What consideration have ministers made of consulting on making Ecocide a criminal offence across the United Kingdom?
Minister.
I thank him for raising this issue. I have had positive conversations with colleagues across government, including in DEFRA, as to how we can progress with this, and I'd be delighted to meet with him to discuss what more work we can do.
Charlie Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker,
I welcome the sale of government land around HMP Wheelston, but may I ask the Minister whether neighbouring residents were given advance notice of the auction details so they may express an interest?
Minister.
If he writes to me, I'll get back to him on those details, Mr. Speaker.
State Committee under Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will shortly make a statement on violence in separation centres. Can I apologise? I won't be here for that, as the Select Committee has a long-planned court visit. I will, of course, read Jonathan Hall Casey's report carefully, but will he also look at violence on the youth estate and the 44% year-on-year increase in assaults on staff by children? What is the government doing about that?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to centre the youth justice system, and we will be bringing forward an action plan in this area very, very shortly.
Sir Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. His Majesty's Inspector of Probation found that weaknesses in risk assessment, information sharing and planning in domestic abuse cases are leaving victims at greater risk of harm and without consistent safeguarding across Kent, Surrey and Sussex. Can the Secretary of State set out what steps his department are going to take to ensure the changes identified in the report are implemented and the victims of domestic abuse receive effective support through the criminal justice system?
Bill Minister.
I'm not Bill Esterson. I thank the honourable member for her question. I will look at that report and make sure personally that we look at what the recommendations are and how we can be implemented. I would say this government has put record investment into our probation services. We're also harnessing technology to ensure that probation officers can do what they are trained and want to do, which is work with offenders to rehabilitate rather than be bogged down in paperwork. But I will look at that specific case and come back to her.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend from Knowsley asked about the 2-year parole cycle when she raised the appalling case of James Bolger. James's dad, Ralph, is now a constituent of mine, which is why I'm following up. Will he consider changing the rules on the 2-year system, given the re-traumatisation that happens every time the family have to relive what happened to James every 2 years?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue on behalf of Ralph Bolger, and I know that he's meeting with the Minister today, but can I indicate to him that I'm very happy to meet to discuss these issues in the coming weeks, notwithstanding my important role within this context.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In its manifesto at the last election, the now government promised to set up specialist rape courts in every Crown Court location. Can the Minister update the House on how many have been set up to date?
I thank the honourable gentleman for highlighting the brilliant Labour Party manifesto, which we are delivering in government. He is right to highlight the need for specialist rape courts. It's something that we are working with the Courts Minister on, looking to see how we can push this forward to ensure that rape victims who have been languishing, waiting for justice, aren't waiting too long. And it's why we are implementing Sir Brian Levison's reviews to ensure that swifter justice for victims is introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new judicial finding of domestic abuse in the Sentencing Act will help us better identify domestic abusers in the criminal justice system. Can the Minister explain when this element of the bill or the Act will be commenced, and what additional training will be given to judges and magistrates to make sure that they can implement it effectively?
Well, who wants it? Which Minister?
Well, we will obviously update the House when it's ready for implementation, but he's right to highlight the importance of training when it comes to domestic abuse cases. Judicial training is an independent function run by the Judicial College, but domestic abuse training, and particularly that trauma-informed approach to evidence, is a mandatory part of that training, as it must be.
Right, that completes questions. Let the front benches change over. To the urgent question, Dame Priti Patel, Shadow Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for FCDO if she'll make a statement regarding the situation on Iran.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Iran's horrific attacks on protesters have shocked the world.
In recent days, the scale of the violence and brutality has become clearer. Reports suggest many thousands of people across Iran have been killed, and many more arrested, in what has been a brutal and bloody repression against those exercising their right to public protest. There have been a range of estimates for casualties and detentions. However, the internet blackout imposed by the authorities, which we've also condemned, and which has only recently started to relax, makes it impossible at the moment to reach a reliable figure. As one young Iranian woman chillingly told the BBC, we all know someone who has been killed. What is clear from the reports is the scale of the killing, the brutality of the crackdown, and the bravery of the protesters. As the Foreign Secretary said, the Iranian people have shown extreme courage in the face of brutality and repression. We condemn these horrific attacks on those exercising the right to peaceful protests in the strongest possible terms. The government committed to this House that we would hold the Iranian authorities accountable, and that is exactly what we are doing. Yesterday, we announced a sweeping package of sanctions against the Iranian authorities for a number of serious human rights violations. This included designations of the Minister of the Interior, police chiefs, and prolific IRGC members for their role in recent brutality against protesters. We continue to work with our international partners to tackle the threat posed by Iran and to hold the Iranian regime to account via a range of means. Most recently, we led the call for a special session of the Human Rights Council on the 23rd of January. We are pleased that the Council has voted to extend the independent fact-finding mission to collect the evidence of the authorities' human rights violations, and we will continue to support those efforts. We continue to monitor developments closely and will not cease in our demands to Iran to protect fundamental freedoms, including access to information and communications. We are also continuing to take robust action to protect UK interests from Iranian state threats. Those threats are unacceptable. They must and will be defended against at every turn. We will continue to work with our allies and partners to improve regional stability and prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Mr. Speaker, the UK will continue to challenge the actions of the Iranian regime, and we stand proudly on the side of freedom and human rights.
Mr. Speaker, the brutal crackdown on brave Iranians fighting for their basic rights and freedom continues. The reports are shocking, Mr. Speaker. We have now seen that tens of thousands have been killed, hundreds of thousands have been injured. Some are even saying 30,000 people have died. These are warlike casualty rates. Yet the condemnation and response is weak. And I ask the Minister, what is the British government doing with our allies to neutralise the regime's tools of repression? The government has announced new sanctions. The Minister has spoken about that. But what is being done to crack down on sanctions evasion, which is fueling the Iranian regime's repression, including oil sales and cryptocurrency usage? What steps are being taken to weaken the regime's terrorist proxies? Is the government tracking the regime's illegal funding sources to ensure that UK financial systems and institutions are not facilitating or hosting funds used to target Iranian citizens in Britain with hostile attacks? On the IRGC, the EU has chosen to prescribe them. What is the government's response? We know that the Jonathan Hall review concluded nearly 9 months ago. So when will emergency and essential measures to take action against the IRGC come to Parliament? We cannot wait, and this side of the House will support emergency legislation. Mr. Speaker, the US build-up of naval and air force assets in the Middle East is well documented and reported, and has prompted some reported contacts between the US and Iran. So will the Minister say what discussions have been held with the US government about their intentions, and is the UK involved in any contacts between the US and Iran? What plans are the Minister making for British assets and the protection of personnel and British nationals in the region should the US decide to strike? Is there a scenario in which the UK might be involved in potential action? How will ministers ensure that they are at the table? And what planning and cooperation is underway to assess any commercial disruption within the region should action materialise? This is not the time to be silent, and Britain must stand up for the Iranian people and confront this vile, despotic regime with strength and resolve.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for the questions. Going through them in turn, we have taken a series of steps in order to ensure that anyone wishing to support the Iranian government in this country must meet a much higher threshold to do so. We have done that through introducing 550 sanctions, some of those introduced by the last government, some of which we have built on, and I'll come to the sanctions that we announced yesterday in due course. In relation to the FERS scheme, where we have now put Iran at the very top of the measures, that implies additional reporting requirements on those who would seek to act here. That provides new options to our services and our police force should those seeking to act for Iran attempt to do so in the UK. This House has heard from me, and I know she knows from her time as Home Secretary, about the extent of threat Iran poses to the UK. I want to reassure the House that we continue to treat that with the utmost seriousness that it requires, and we believe that the legislative steps that we have taken already in relation to FERS, we believe the increase in sanctions, and we believe implementing the Hall review will all further increase our defences against such action. She asks about discussions in recent days. We have been in regular discussions with all of our regional partners. She will be aware, I'm sure, of commentary over the last few days about further conversations between the Iranians and the United States. I don't wish to get ahead of the direct participants from the dispatch box, but as you would expect, we are in regular discussions with all those with an interest. We want to see, as I said in my response to her, we want to see Iran having no prospect of achieving a nuclear weapon. A diplomatic process to that effect is necessary, and we support all efforts by both the United States and our other partners to seek to assure that. She asks for plans on assets and what scenarios may entail. She'll appreciate why I won't be drawn into speculation in any great detail, but these are clearly very, very delicate moments for Iran. There has been, as she rightly says, very widespread loss of life on the streets of Iran. I will take this opportunity also to say, Mr. Speaker, I know that for many British Iranians, there is great anguish about the lack of contact they have been able to have with their families in Iran. I feel that most acutely for British people still detained by the Iranian regime, but it is obviously an experience felt quite widely across the country. The British Iranian community make an important contribution to this country, and I understand the anguish they feel over these recent days.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn to the threat that Iran poses to people here in Britain. The Intelligence and Security Committee has said that since 2022, the risk appetite of the Iranian regime to attempt assassinations of dissidents and journalists in the UK has increased significantly. We need effective collaboration between the police and the intelligence services in order to protect ourselves, but also particularly those of Iranian heritage, against the Iranian regime's use of wide-ranging and persistent threats, including physical threats, harassment and intimidation. So what is being done to prevent attacks on media freedom in the UK by the Iranian regime, like the stabbing of Parole Zarati in March 2024?
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat to the House the message I gave the Iranian ambassador on one of our first interactions. Any violence on the streets of the UK which is linked back to Iran, whatever they may think about the origin of those individuals or the press coverage that they might supply, will be treated in the very most serious terms by the British government, and I have left the Iranian ambassador and indeed all of our Iranian contacts in no doubt about the strength of our feeling on these questions.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been watching developments in Iran with anger and disgust. By some accounts, as many as 30,000 Iranians may now have been killed during the regime's brutal crackdown on peaceful protests, leaving relatives to sift through piles of body bags. There can be no doubt that Iran's leaders have perpetrated crimes against humanity on a catastrophic scale. It is utterly intolerable. The UK has a responsibility to hold Iran's leaders to account. The government must take concrete steps to ensure that those responsible will one day face justice. including sanctioning the senior leadership, which the government has already taken very welcome steps in the right direction on, using British satellites to collect evidence, pursuing action through the United Nations, opening a case at the ICC, and proscribing the IRGC. So will the Minister tell me how the government will hold Iran's leaders to account, and will the Minister commit today to those concrete measures I just outlined? And what is being done working multilaterally with our partners to apply sustained pressure to make Iran drop its nuclear ambitions and ensure it never acquires a nuclear weapon?
Mr. Speaker, I set out to the Shadow Foreign Secretary some of the steps we're taking. I'm grateful for the support with the Liberal Democrats on the sanctions package that we announced yesterday, and I can confirm to the Honourable Member that we continue to be in very urgent talks indeed with a whole range of our partners about developments in Iran. We must see the fundamental rights of Iranians respected.
Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And could I commend the Minister for coming to the House and his excellent work and that of his officials in bringing forward further sanctions yesterday and last week. And could I also commend the position of discussions and talks with European partners, Canadians and all others who are involved in the current very, very sensitive discussions. And could I ask him, could he speak with Home Office officials or his counterparts at ministerial level regarding the sophistication required for certain asylum applications which might come forward in the coming months, so that we can ensure that we send a loud message that there will not be any asylum for those who have been part of this recent crackdown?
As the House would expect, my honourable friend asks important questions, and I will take that up with my ministerial colleagues, and I thank her for the attention.
Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within hours of the Hamas massacres, protesters and marchers were organising against Israel. Yes. And yet here we are, weeks later, when the Iranian regime is murdering and torturing its citizens by the tens of thousands. Still no marches, still no protests. What does the Minister think that says about the prejudices of such activists?
Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable gentleman, the former Deputy Prime Minister, pays great attention to developments in the region. He'll know that there have been protests outside the Iranian embassy and very disturbing counter-protests in support of the crackdown of the regime. I find anyone expressing that view on the streets of Britain absolutely staggering in the face of the horrors that we're seeing.
Dan Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an evil regime that is murdering and torturing tens of thousands of its own people, and I'm pleased that this chamber is giving it regular attention. President Trump promised that help was on the way to these protesters, and I want to add my voice to ask that the British government hears the calls of the protesters and that we think very carefully about how we can give genuine support to these remarkable, brave people.
As the Foreign Secretary has already said, these are incredibly courageous protesters. One can hardly bear to hear the accounts from within Iran, such as those that have been able to circumvent the internet ban. And our thoughts are with them, and the actions that we are taking, including those we announced yesterday, are a demonstration of Britain's continued commitment to them.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Foreign Affairs Committee were told by the Iranian ambassador that 80% of the deaths were the responsibility of ISIS-style terrorists. Will the Minister continue to give every support to journalists, human rights activists, and all those seeking to uncover the evidence to demonstrate those who are truly responsible in the Iranian regime, and to refer them potentially for prosecution to the International Criminal Court?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. It's one of the reasons why it was so important to us to ensure that the independent fact-finding mission is voted through by the United Nations to continue its work, and then we will see who really was responsible for these deaths.
James Frith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his work and his statement on this. I want to raise the testimony of
constituent in Bury North, a British Iranian woman who fled Iran after being arrested 3 times for campaigning for women's and children's rights, and she was raped and tortured in detention. Since the latest events, she has received only brief calls from family before all communications have been cut. Her relatives report people being shot in the streets, women and children killed, bodies withheld unless families pay large sums based on the amount of bullets used to kill, and almost no access to food, water, medicine, power or cash for those living in fear. Can the Minister say what the government is doing to document and preserve this evidence and testimony, whether the status of the Iranian embassy and regime-linked assets in the UK is under active review, and how we are supporting British Iranian families who fear the worst for those that they love back home?
I thank my honourable friend for sharing the testimony of his constituent, and I know there are others across the country with similar experiences. We are aware of a range of reports along the lines that he describes. I've set out some of the steps that we will be taking in relation to the evidence collection that he described. We see the role of the independent fact-finding mission as absolutely vital, provide a United Nations-backed method by which the evidence can be preserved and accountability can be seen.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the unilateral US action in Venezuela, the government merely said that it was waiting to establish all the facts. This while President Trump said that he doesn't need international law and that he's only constrained by his own morality or his own conscience. In advance of any US unilateral action against Iran, can the Minister reassure the House that this time the government will speak up for the use of force when it is in compliance with international law?
Mr. Speaker, as the House knows, this government is a strong supporter of international law. Everything that we do is consistent with that principle, but for reasons set out to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, I won't be commenting on hypothetical scenarios.
Pluto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the sanctions that have been announced, including to prolific IRGC members? On the weekend, residents in Huddersfield took part in demonstrations to highlight the brutal repression, particularly of the Kurdish community in Iran and Syria. And as my constituents have said to me, many of the UK Iranian community are concerned for their safety and safety of members of their family in Iran. So what assurances can the Minister give to me for my residents? And also, what else can he say about making sure that we prescribe the IRGC? Thank you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friends for raising the concerns of her constituents in Huddersfield. I know she referred to her Kurdish community in Huddersfield, and I know that there was a great deal of concern amongst Kurdish communities across the region, and we've discussed events in northeast Syria recently in this House, so I hope Mr. Speaker will forgive me if I pass brief comments. Since that discussion, I'm very glad that there has been a ceasefire in relation to northeast Syria, which is a source of considerable reassurance to those living there. On her important question about the prescription of the IRGC, we're committed to the findings of the Hall Review, which set out the need to have a state analogous process for prescription, and we're committed to bringing forward legislation to achieve that.
Well, will he please get on with doing that? The fact is that the Independent Reviewer of Terrorism has signalled a way in which something analogous to prescription can be done to the IRGC, even though it is a state body. Does the Minister accept that there is an analogy between the IRGC and the Gestapo and Hitler's SS, both of which were designated as criminal organisations by the Nuremberg Tribunal? Would he be as slow to act if we were operating in that context? For goodness sake, get on with it and implement the findings and recommendations of Jonathan Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I want the House to be in absolutely no doubt. The IRGC is already sanctioned in its entirety in the UK. The sanctions that we announced on Monday included the Minister of Interior. There is no pulling of punctures by the British government in response to the sanctions. And I would say gently to him and the other side of the House that we're moving with considerably more alacrity on these questions than the other benches did in their period in government.
Still a crease.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is right when he says that our constituents who have relatives in Iran, who are also British Iranians themselves, are looking to us for clear action. I must press him on this point about prescription, though. He is aware, as has already been raised, that the European Union has added the IRGC to its terrorist list, as has Australia, Canada and America in prescription. Now, 3 weeks ago, when I raised this with the Foreign Secretary, she talked about the importance of us taking action in concert with our allies. Given that our allies have already prescribed the IRGC, can you at least give us some comfort that that legislation will come forward forthwith, and this is an urgent priority for the government?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for the question. I want to see this legislation as soon as possible. It is Home Office legislation and it will need to go through the House in the usual way, but we're treating it as a matter of urgency. The reason why, as I know this House has heard before, Mr. Speaker, we think the Jonathan Hall review is important, is it addresses itself precisely to this question of the difference between a state actor and a terrorist. I was the head of the terrorism response team in the Foreign Office. I know the difference in threat profile between a state-based actor and one which is not, and that's important why we get this legislation right.
Mr. Blackman.
Human cost to the Iranian authorities' violence. As many as 6,000 protesters, people like me and you, have been killed, been murdered, with over 10,000 arrested, and there's a real risk of extrajudicial execution. Political prisoners, including children, are being tortured in prison. Can the government give us a reassurance that they're having conversation with the US authorities ahead of the US-Iran talks, and making clear to them that the lives and safety of these protesters, particularly the ones who are currently in prison, is of immense importance in the negotiations as they go forward?
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm we're in regular contact with our US and other counterparts on all of these questions.
David Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to associate myself with the remarks that have been made by a number of members of this House, particularly the remarks by the member for Liverpool, Walton. I continue to advocate ways in which we can degrade, we being the West, degrade the ability of the IRGC's ability to kill protesters, such as targeted strikes on arms depots. But I wish to turn my remarks to the question of prescription, and I'm grateful the government's moving forward with ways to look at prescribing the IRGC. But there is also another organisation called the Islamic Human Rights Commission, which is linked to the Iranian regime, according to the Times and others. And just this weekend, they were seen on the streets of London with placards in support of the Ayatollah, with chants in support of the Ayatollah. But even more depressing than that, I've heard reports from Iranian freedom protesters that they have been beaten up, including women, when they have attempted to hold these people to account outside their own centre. So I would ask ministers, when they're looking at this question of prescription, to look at other groups like that, which go under the guise of standing up for human rights, but doing anything but.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his advocacy on Iran and for his question. We are aware of some of these reports of pro-regime protests in the UK. I can't comment, as he would expect, on the process of sanction or indeed prescription review, but I've taken his remarks to heart.
Mr. Speaker, I join with others in expressing horror at the stories that are coming out of Iran and the enormous death toll, and I hope the Minister will take advantage of the international institutions, which he has in this dispatch box expressed confidence in the past, to bring a case at the ICC, particularly against the leaders in Iran. But I have a secondary question, which is this. If the Iranian people, through their courage, are able to throw off their oppressors, are we able to say that there is a plan to support whatever may emerge after that event?
Mr. Speaker, for reasons I'm sure the honourable gentleman will appreciate, I don't want to be drawn into speculating about regime change in Iran. The question at the moment is the rights of the Iranian protesters. That is what we want to see protected. That is what we are so horrified to see violated in the way that the reports suggest it is being violated. And that is where I want to focus my remarks today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last few weeks, I've had heartbreaking conversations with Iranian and British Iranian
constituents and letters from many more, they have fragments of information about what is coming out of Iran, and what those fragments show is many first-hand examples of horrific violence, killing, and relatives unaccounted for. I'm glad to hear about the step up in sanctions and the commitment around the IGRC. I would welcome any reassurances the Minister can give on what we're doing with our allies to break the internet blackout, so we can actually get information out of Iran about what is really happening, both for evidence purposes in future, but also to help the families that I represent find out what's happened to their loved ones.
I know there is a large British Iranian community in Kensington. I join with him in sharing in their anguish. The most important step that needs to be taken to lift this internet blockade is for the Iranian authorities to take that decision, to allow the Iranian people access to information which is their right. I won't comment any further on some of the operational elements that he touches on, but it is absolutely vital, and I repeat my call today from the dispatch box as I made when last we discussed it. The Iranians must allow their people access to the internet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In answer to questions from members on both sides of the House in relation to the prescription of the IRGC, the Minister has rightly said he wants to see that legislation come forward, but we still don't have a fixed timetable. Given the EU have prescribed them, the United States, Canada, Australia, doesn't he think that it shows Iran incredible weakness from the United Kingdom not to be following suit? And furthermore, given Hezbollah were part of the government of Lebanon when the previous government prescribed them, that there's plenty of precedent to just get on and do it.
I don't think that the Iranian government's interpretation of the actions of the British government in recent weeks is one of weakness. This is a far-ranging sanctions package announced on Monday, and it follows a whole range of actions, some of which I described to the Shadow Foreign Secretary in response. The point that the Honourable Gentleman makes, which is a fair one, is given the urgency of this situation, are we taking all of the steps that we need to? We think the whole review is a substantial contribution to this question around the risks of the IRGC. We want to follow it carefully and make sure we do this properly. That does not mean that we cannot act swiftly through our sanctions regime in the way that we announced yesterday.
Alex Ballinger.
Can I join the Minister in condemning Iran's brutal crackdown on peaceful protesters in recent weeks? But it's also important that those that do Iran's bidding on the streets of the UK, particularly targeting those peaceful protesters, are held to account. So I welcomed last year the decision for the UK to put Iran on the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme. Can the Minister update us on the impact that is having on that crackdown Iran is trying to do on our own streets?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the question. Mr. Speaker, the way that that hostile states have sought to take advantage of the freedoms in this country is by failing to register when they have agents on our soil seeking to act on their behalf in whatever way. The Foreign Influence Registration Scheme means that it's now an offence not to declare if you are acting as an agent for another country. It may well be that Iran does not, or those seeking to act for Iran, do not register under FERS. If they do not, they are committing an offence, and I have every confidence in our services and police force that such people will be found.
Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share in the huge concern and outrage that's been expressed across the House for the brave Iranian citizens who've been so brutally repressed by the regime. It's essential that the UK does everything possible within the framework of international law to support their struggle for freedom, and I welcome the new sanctions that the Minister has announced on the Iranian leadership. On those principles of international law, will the Minister confirm that the UK will not support or enable in any way, including intelligence sharing, any violation of international law by the United States or any other power in Iran?
Mr. Speaker, I've set out our commitments to international law, and I won't provide hypotheticals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's announcements today about new sanctions on individuals responsible for the brutal treatment of protesters and the vile murder of 30,000 people. But human rights abuses on this scale are never the responsibility of a handful of individuals. They're systemic, they're statewide actions. And that's why I'd like to press the Minister again about the decision to prescribe the IRGC. And I note that legislation needs to be carefully drawn up. But this House has rapidly passed emergency legislation to save British steel, to update medical training regulations more recently. Can the Minister confirm that we are moving at pace to introduce emergency legislation to fully prescribe the IRGC? And can he also update us about the UK's efforts to bring this matter to the UN Security Council?
Mr. Speaker, as I set out in my statement, we brought this to the United Nations Human Rights Council. We will continue to raise this in the United Nations in the way that you would expect. I just want to reassure the House, I understand this point that gentlemen across the House are making, and ladies of course, but we are already in a position where we have sanctioned the entirety of the IRGC. The sanctions that we have announced are far-reaching, as indeed are the first steps. We will be bringing forward legislation. I wouldn't wish to get ahead of the Leader of the House in setting out what the timetable would be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IRGC and the so-called morality police have murdered 30,000 people on the streets of Iran. If people are wounded, they pursued them to their homes and hospitals and murdered them. Now, it's not clear to me why, given the length of time we've had to consider the prescription of the IRGC in its entirety, now, where we have clear evidence of our allies prescribing the IRGC in its entirety, why is it that the government are not bringing this forward? But just before the weekend, I assisted a cross-party letter to go to the Prime Minister offering support to fast-track the legislation through both houses. The will is there on both sides. So will the Minister, obviously he can't answer this from the dispatch book now, go back to the Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary and get this done?
I hear the passion in the Honourable Gentleman's voice. We are taking this issue incredibly seriously. This is a far-reaching sanctions package. We will come back to the House, obviously, once the Leader of the House is in a position to set out what the timetable of the legislation might be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the brutal, violent, illegal repression of Iranian civilians by this regime shows just how difficult it is for civilian populations to rise up against their oppressors, as is so often demanded by people around the world? And would he further pay tribute to the young women who have been protesting on the streets with great courage at this incredibly difficult time for their country?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I'm sure many members of the House will have seen the pictures of female protesters on the streets of Iran, not just in Tehran, but across the country. It's impossible not to be moved by their bravery, and I'm grateful for my honourable friend giving me a chance to reflect on that.
Mark Pritchard.
Speaker, thankfully the Iranian influence in the South Caucasus and Central Asia is in decline, but one country where it seems to be in the ascendancy is in Georgia. So does the Minister share my concern of allegations that there are up to 13,000 Iranian companies registered in Georgia, 700 in one small building in one small village, and there is potential sanctions busting and sanctions evasion? That money feeds into the Iranian regime. It funds their malign and malevolent activity across the world. So would he take it up with the Foreign Secretary to investigate whether it's true that Iran is funding its regime using the back door into the Black Sea of Georgia?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman speaks with considerable expertise. He'll know that I won't comment on further sanctions from the dispatch box. I would comment that Iran's influence in its near abroad and beyond has usually proven to be malign. We can see the long scars of Iran's influence in Lebanon, in Gaza, in a whole range of contexts. And so I warn all of our allies to be very careful about the relationship with Iran.
John Monk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've to my register of interest. The Minister will be aware of my trip with colleagues from across this House as part of a parliamentary delegation to Jordan last year. And it was very clear from talking to members of the Jordanian legislatures that Iran's malign impact on the region in terms of regional security and stability is an issue of great concern to Jordan. Can he provide me with reassurance that the government are working with regional partners like Jordan in order to make sure that Iran's malign and malevolent influence on the region is withstood and held back?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I was very interested to hear of his visit to Amman. Of course, the Kingdom of Jordan is about one of our closest allies in the region. We discuss these issues with them regularly, and indeed with other regional powers affected, and I was conducting that business this week.
Dr. Andrew Merson.
Speaker, the IRGC Navy is busy practicing the rapid deployment of sea mines, presumably with a view to closing the Straits of Hormuz, like it did between 1980 and 1988. What assessment has the government made of the threat that poses to our critical national interests, and has he considered the prepositioning of our autonomous mine hunting capability, which entered into service at the beginning of last year?
I thank my predecessor for the questions. For reasons he'll understand, I won't comment too much on the precise laydown of our defence assets. I think he refers to the regular exercises that Iran has conducted in the Straits. We are a maritime nation, as indeed are many of the nations of the Gulf, and we view questions of the free passage of trade with the seriousness that they require.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As well as funding and fueling violence across the world, the Iranian regime is once again showing its brutality on the streets. And like many honourable members, I've had constituents in my surgery appointments in tears, living in constant distress and fear of what might have happened to their families. Can the Minister outline how this government is truly doing all it can to bring pressure to bear on the Iranian regime, including with regards to embassy arrangements? And does he agree that a united message and coordinated action from us and our allies must go out, that the regime will pay a price for this horrendous violence?
I thank my honourable friend. I think he reflects the feelings of the whole House on the issues that we're describing. He asked me to comment on embassy arrangements. I can confirm to the House that while we did withdraw staff from our embassy in Tehran temporarily, we have now returned them and our embassy is functioning. Our embassy, of course, operates under the same restrictions that the rest of Iran currently operates under. I know it is a source of real anguish to British Iranians, as we've heard throughout the course of this afternoon. We cannot provide consular assistance in Iran in the way that we can in other nations, particularly at a moment of such acute restriction. But our ambassador is back in Tehran alongside his team, and we will do everything we can.
Sir Alex Shelby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, China has no regards for human rights whatsoever and is known to be trading with Iran, which is enabling them to slaughter their own citizens. So may I ask the Minister what assessment the Foreign Office is making of the details of that trade and what action it is taking?
I won't speculate on further sanctions from the dispatch box, but of course we have kept a close eye on Iran's interactions with other states, both China and Russia. This government imposed sanctions on Iran for trading with Russia for the use of weapons in Ukraine. Clearly, with Iran conducting such a brutal crackdown on its own people, all members of the Security Council will wish to consider the nature of their relationships.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his tone and what is a very grave and incredibly grave situation, and thank him for that. Some 6,500 killed, seems headshots, blinded and murdered, thousands injured, and it is estimated some 60,000 in prison. Whilst it is positive news that there may be talks between our closest allies, the USA, and the despotic regime in Iran, we can never be complacent about the present situation. So will the Minister press to secure the release of political prisoners and detain protesters, and further ensure that there is access granted to assess the prisons and meet with the victims of the protest response so far? Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his care on these issues. We have been focused with the Iranian authorities, as he would expect, on the questions of consular access to our own nationals detained, but he raises important basic rights questions about the rights to a fair trial, the rights to access to a lawyer, the rights for access for families, and we do call on the Iranians to show those basic courtesies to their own people.
That completes the UQ. We'll let the front benches change over. Secretary David Lammy.
Well, with permission, Mr. Speaker, I will make a statement on Jonathan Hall KC's independent review of separation centres and the government's response to it. On the 12th of April 2025, convicted terrorist Hashim Abedi brutally attacked 3 prison officers in the separation centre at HMP Frankland. I've seen the CCTV footage of what happened, Mr. Speaker, and it's truly horrifying. And I want to pay tribute to the officers, who I know will continue to be deeply affected by the appalling attack that they suffered simply for doing their jobs and keeping all of us safe. As the House will know, separation centres are specialist, high-secure units within prisons containing the most pernicious, extremist and terrorist offenders, determined to spread hate and inspire violence. And extremism in the prison estate takes, of course, many forms. But to date, these units have only been used to contain Islamic extremists, and they protect other prisoners, staff and the public. Before responding to Jonathan Hall's review, I visited HMP Franklin Separation Centre. I met the brave officers who serve there, dedicated professionals doing an incredible and essential job. A public service carried out far from the public view. And as the Abedi attack made devastatingly clear, extremism and violence in our prisons are real, present threats, and they must be dealt with decisively for the safety of the British public, and that is why the government appointed Jonathan Hall KC to lead an independent review into separation centres to learn lessons, strengthen our defences and reduce the risk of such an attack happening again. Madam Deputy Speaker, following this incident, the government acted immediately to strengthen protections for frontline staff. One of my first acts as Deputy Prime Minister was to invest £15 million in prison security, increasing the number of stab-proof vests available for frontline officers from 750 to 10,000, with 5,000 specifically for officers working in long-term and high-security prisons, as well as providing training for up to 500 staff in the use of tasers. I believe the members opposite welcomed these moves, but couldn't explain why they had never done so themselves when they were in government. Staff also have access to a range of protective equipment, helmets, arm and leg protection, gloves, batons and shields, as well as body-worn cameras and Parva pepper spray, all to help them keep safe. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is grateful for Mr Hall for his forensic and thorough work. His findings are clear. The core principle behind separation centres remains sound. Small, specialist units are crucial for managing the most dangerous and influential offenders, not just because of the violent nature of the offending, but also the risk of radicalisation they pose to other prisoners. They must be kept away from the general prison population, but the system must improve. The report makes 13 recommendations to strengthen safety, sharpen accountability and modernise how separation centres operate. The government accepts all 13 in full and in some areas will go further. Full details are in today's government's response, but I will now set out the key themes. The first focuses on managing risks. When it comes to staff safety, Mr Hall finds that the most dangerous offenders actively seek out weaknesses to exploit, and the underlying risk posed by certain terrorist prisoners can never be entirely removed. The government is clear that prison staff must be properly equipped to spot those risks and tackle them. Alongside our immediate protective measures, we will continue to invest in tools, training, the support staff need to manage terrorist risks safely and confidently, and including a comprehensive expert-led review of the training for separation centre staff, ensuring it's tailored to the uniquely dangerous environments in which they work. Madam Deputy Speaker, the second theme addresses how separation centres work in practice and how they are led. Mr Hall identifies a clear need to transform the way separation centres are governed and operated. That is why we will explore all available options to overhaul the system, including at the next spending review the creation of new, tougher, Supermax-style units for the most violent, disruptive prisoners. This will be a tiered system with movement between tiers only permitted following rigorous new risk assessments. And we will begin designing this system immediately. We will also improve the quality of referrals into separation centres through a single specialist team with expertise to produce high-quality, defensible referrals. The third theme focuses on reform of current policy and law. Mr Hall finds that outdated procedures and legally complexity constrain operational flexibility. They undermine prison officers' professional judgment and they expose the system to unnecessary litigation. Members opposite should pause to consider that they did nothing to fix this mess to support frontline staff to do their job with certainty, and this government is clear that process and policy must support effective risk management, not obstruct it. We have already improved the defensibility of our separation centre policy framework, and we will go further to ensure it's robust and grounded in operational reality. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government remains committed to the European Convention of Human Rights, but commitment does not mean complacency. We recognise the challenges of Article 8, composed for separation centre decision-making, as highlighted by Mr Hall, and the impact that litigation has on the ability to manage terrorists and other dangerous offenders. Again, unlike the party opposite, we think that this is wholly unacceptable, and that is why we are strengthening internal processes so they are clear and resilient to challenge, allowing staff to focus on managing risks and protecting the public. We will also consider whether new legislation is needed to protect decisions taken by experienced staff in separation centres from litigation on Article 8 grounds, exploring the full range of options to deliver this. While being clear, we will remain compliant with our obligations under the ECHR. The fourth theme focuses on intelligence. Mr Hall finds the current intelligence practices are too bureaucratic and insufficiently focused. The government has already improved how intelligence is used across the prison estate. The new counter-terrorism training package launched last year supports staff to identify and act on terrorist risk behaviour. It's another example of how this government supports frontline workers in the way that they were not supported previously, and we will go further, improving collection practices so that higher quality and more relevant intelligence is gathered, and this will be supported by further training of specialist staff, working with the security service, of course, to ensure that the most serious risks are managed using the full range of available tools, and high-quality intelligence directly informs operational decisions. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the attack on HMP Franklin was a stark reminder of the dangerous prison staff face every day. Our response will be decisive and determined. We will strengthen security, better protect staff, reinforce the resilience of our counter-terrorism infrastructure. We cannot accept the situation we inherited, with frontline staff dealing with the most dangerous offenders having to second-guess their actions. This government will always stand behind those who stand between the public and danger. We will not shy away from reform in this area. We will never lose sight of our first duty, and that is to keep the British public safe. I commend this statement to the House.
Before I call the opposition spokesperson and other members, I would just like to note that the Hashim Abedi case, to which passing reference was made, the Hashim Abedi case is sub judice. Members should avoid reference to the specifics of such cases. And I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Justice Secretary for advance sight of his statement, and I welcome the publication of this important review. The Government commissioned Jonathan Hall to produce his report following the very violent attack on 3 prison officers by Hashim Abedi. He was the man behind the Manchester Arena atrocity last April, and I want to pay tribute to the vital work done by the brave men and women of the prison service. We should be frank about why separation centres are needed. They house the most dangerous and radicalised terrorist offenders in the country. As Charlie Taylor wrote in 2022 after inspecting these centres, they were designed to be used for prisoners from any political or religious viewpoint, but so far they've only been used for Muslim men. That should not be a surprise, because Islamist extremism is by far the gravest threat we face, and attempts to pretend otherwise are not only cowardly, but enormously counterproductive. Yeah. MI5 says 75% of its counterterrorism work is focused on Islamists. 61% of terrorist prisoners are Islamists, yet the figures show only 10% of prevent referrals are Islamists. Even today, and I know the Justice Secretary was clear about the Islamist threat, even then he had to caveat his comments by saying extremism in the prison estate takes many forms. Of course it does, but time after time we hear people in positions of authority refer to acts of terrorism, anti-Semitic violence, and the poison of intolerance and hatred without the bravery or honesty to name the ideology behind it all. Its name is Islamism, and it has no place in our country. But if we're afraid to be honest about it, we will never defeat it. In prisons, Mr. Hall has previously said that the impact of Islamist groups has been underappreciated for too long by the authorities. He's reported that Islamist gangs in prisons are too often viewed through the lens of good order and discipline, with governors believing they can sometimes provide a degree of calm and stability. He's revealed that prison officers sometimes appeal to the wing emir for their assistance in maintaining good order. So when will prison inspectors be directed to investigate Islamist extremism? Will the Justice Secretary ensure known problems like gang-enforced Sharia courts in prisons are investigated and reported upon? Will he publish information on the number of religiously and ideologically motivated incidents in prison? The problems for prisons caused by our human rights laws are well documented, and the Justice Secretary said he would, quote, consider if new laws are needed to limit litigation based on Article 8 of the European Convention. Making full use of the Sir Humphrey lexicon, he said he was exploring the full range of options, but promised nothing concrete and is obligatory in this government of human rights lawyers pledged fealty to the European Convention. But consider the recent case of Sohaib Abu, an ISIS terrorist serving a life sentence who plans to shoot up a crowd, in his words, of civilians. He was held in a separation centre and made subject to greater restrictions following the Abadi attack. He used Article 3 of the Convention, not mentioned by the Justice Secretary, to argue successfully that his prison, Wood Hill, didn't take into account his mental health. So can the Justice Secretary tell us how many prisoners are in the process of suing the government under the prison rules and the European Convention to escape separation centres and close supervision centres? What is he doing to prevent them being awarded compensation? When will he decide if he needs to legislate to try to limit the application of Article 8? And what is he going to do about Article 3 claims, like the one made by Sohaib Abu? And shouldn't the Justice Secretary be open about the reality of his commitment, repeated today, to the ECHR? It means rights for criminals and terrorists like Sohaib Abu and Hashim Abedi, but danger for prison officers and the wider public. The Justice Secretary can say what he likes about, perhaps after careful consideration and in the fullness of time, legislating on Article 8. But the simple truth is, as long as we remain in the ECHR, he can't guarantee a thing, and that is why we must leave.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Shadow Justice Secretary on the dangerous, radicalised offenders that we are talking about, and I sensed some cross-party agreement on that and the importance of the work that is being done here. He rightly talks about Islamic extremism in our prisons being the main context here, and I would agree with him. 254 prisoners in custody for terrorism and terrorism-connected offences in England and Wales, looking at the latest figures. 60% of those held have an Islamic ideology, 30% held have an extreme right-wing ideology, and 10% were categorised as holding other ideologies. And he's right that in these separation centres, as I conveyed, we are dealing with Islamic extremism, and it's pernicious and it's challenging. He talks about gangs. Most prisons show no evidence of extremism based on gang activity. Where it does exist, we have got a zero tolerance and encourage staff to clamp down on it swiftly with any threatening behaviour. Jonathan Hall talks about the important training that is necessary in this area, and that is why we will be investing in training counter-terrorism specialists and intelligence officers to identify and disrupt gang activity particularly. And our internal assessment, because he talks also of the previous work that was done in this area, our internal assessment is that 208 out of 230 recommendations have been completed when we look at the entirety of other reviews that have looked at counter-terrorism in prison, and some of them he will have commissioned in his time in the Home Office. Only 7 of those recommendations rejected, 15 remain open. All of the open recommendations are from more recent reviews and are being actively worked on. Some of them require legislative changes. Look, we recognise, of course, the use of Article 8 and Article 3 in relation to this group of prisoners, but we are absolutely clear that talk about leaving the European Convention of Human Rights, in the end, a convention that was championed by Winston Churchill, would leave children, the elderly, and many vulnerable victims like those of John Worldboy, the 97 killed in the Hillsborough disaster, British troops who died in Iraq, in the most vulnerable of positions. So we cannot and must not do that. So first, we're looking closely at the guidance, as I indicated, and 2, we will explore legislative obligations. That's the sensitive and detailed work that we must do, because we do it within our existing obligations to the ECHR. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by paying tribute to those officers who suffered an appalling assault simply for doing their job. They and their loved ones will continue to feel the effects of that day for years to come. They deserve not only our thanks, but the assurance that everything possible is being done to prevent anything like this from ever happening again. And that attack exposed serious weaknesses in how separation centres are run and made clear the need for urgent change. The Liberal Democrats therefore welcome the independent review conducted by Jonathan Hall KC and the work he has done to examine how these centres operate and what steps are needed to strengthen safety and security so that something like this never happens again. Getting separation centres right is crucial for the integrity of our prison system and for the staff who should never have to put their health or lives at risk simply to do their job. These facilities must be fit for purpose and capable of securely managing the most dangerous extremists and terrorists. The Ministry of Justice has been left firefighting crisis after crisis, and if we are serious about restoring confidence in the justice system, we cannot afford complacency, especially when dealing with the most dangerous offenders. It is right that the government is taking action, and I would ask the Secretary of State today to set out a clear timeline for the implementation of those 13 recommendations and when the House will receive an update on the progress. And will he commit to a follow-up report to assess whether these changes have genuinely improved safety and effectiveness? And a recent Chief Inspectorate of Prisons report on separation centres found that staff support and mandatory training were applied really inconsistently across the prison estate. At one site, almost half of officers said insufficient attention had been paid to their mental health, and at both centres, more than a third said they needed additional training to feel confident in their role. So will the Secretary of State update the House on whether conditions have improved since that report? And if not, what concrete steps is he taking to address those gaps in training?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and we continue, of course, to place individuals in separation centres. We'll do that, and Mr Hall's review confirmed that they do remain a vital part of our strategy to manage the most significant terrorist risks in our prisons, and I'm pleased that there is cross-party support in relation to that. She asked if I would update the House on the progress as we move to implement Jonathan Hall's review, and I will seek to find ways to update the House as we move through that. But I have indicated that some of those recommendations will have some bearing on the next spending review and indeed on legislative timeframes, so I suspect they will go beyond this particular Parliament. She's also quite rightly mentioned the mental health of the officers involved. And what, you know, to be attacked in the way that we saw does involve tremendous trauma for those officers. Officers who are putting their lives at risk on a day-to-day basis, not just the officers but their families, but those who remain to deal with the aftermath of those attacks, the other officers in the building. So the training is vital, which is why she's right, it can't be inconsistent, and it's why it's the underpinning of the government response today that we also ensure that the intelligence agencies and counter-terrorism are working hand in hand with our experts in prisons to get this right, and that we approach this with we approach these offenders with a degree of cynicism and scepticism as to their ability to refrain from the ideological conviction that clearly persists.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I agree with everything the Justice Secretary says about making these places safer, but I've been reading the report from the Prisons Inspectorate, which said that whilst separation centres were generally safe, there wasn't enough skilled focus on de-radicalisation. This is a highly complex area. Now, I don't want to sound like a sort of weak and washy liberal, but you know, we do believe in the prisons are not just about punishment, they're also about redemption. So the Secretary of State may not be able to reply now, but I'd be interested if he could write to me in saying what skilled psychological pressures are we using on these people to try and change their behaviour. There are many good Muslims who totally abhor violence, who we could perhaps involve in this process. Maybe I'm being naive, but I think it's a question that needs to be asked.
Well, I recognise in the question the power of the Honourable Gentleman's Catholicism in redemptive capacity, and it's important that we have the best psychiatrists and those with the necessary psychosocial skills in this area working with this group of offenders. But I am convinced that we do have to remain cynical and cautious in relation to this particular group, recognising that you can present for years as effectively a passive, compliant prisoner and then down the line suddenly attack prison officers in the way that we saw.
I entirely agree with what the Justice Secretary has just said about the dangers of deception, and it's also concerning to note that people are now trying to use a mental health argument to get out of separation centres, given that anyone who holds a fanatical Islamist, Nazi or revolutionary view from some other doctrine by definition has a mental health question mark over their personalities. But can he give an indication, and I appreciate he may have to write to me afterwards, can he give any indication about what proportion of people who have been imprisoned for terrorist offences related to Islamism are in separation centres and are in the rest of the prison estate? And what is known about the numbers of other people in the rest of the prison estate who have been radicalised by Islamist extremist prisoners within those parts of the prison estate that are not separated out like the units with which is primarily concerned today?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to Right Honourable Gentleman. I'm happy to write to him with the detail because it's a very good question. With 254 prisoners in custody for terrorism related, and 60% of those having Islamic ideology, and all of the prisoners in our separation centres coming from that cohort, he will recognise that with a rising population of people in prison who present or say that they are of the Muslim faith, this is a tiny, tiny proportion. And it's important to emphasise that. However, radicalisation is a bigger thematic area than just the work of those extremists in separation centres. He's absolutely right. We've got to continue bearing down on it. And I've discussed this at committee stages of bills under the last government. It remains a long-standing issue and it will continue to be, I suspect, for decades to come.
Ben Obsijekti.
Deputy Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree that our most dangerous prisoners should be dealt with appropriately, but I want to touch on an adjacent point around prison capacity. We're obviously aware that the government is in the process of rolling out more prison places, around 14,000, but we're also aware that none of those prison places are currently designated as Category A. Now, looking at the most recent statistics for the beginning of the year, of the available capacity within the prison system, only 12% of it is actually Category A. Is the Justice Secretary confident that there is enough remaining capacity in the prison system at Category A level, given that the remaining prison places planned are Category B to D? And what is the number of available prison places remaining that will trigger a need for us to build out that capacity?
Well, I was very pleased to say that in the orals just previously that we now are turning the tide on the prison capacity crisis that we inherited. Within the context of my statement, I talked about a tiered approach, yes, a supermax approach, but on more than one site. And by definition, as we enter a spending review, and I make that case, and the case that Jonathan Hall makes, by necessity, they will have to be Category A at the highest tier for this group of prisoners. It's important, as we saw after the incident at Franklin, we were able to move prisoners to other high security sites. We've got Belmarsh here in London that I visited early in post. So he's absolutely right, we will need to have those places. I'm happy to write to him with more detail.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and for his careful words. In Northern Ireland, we have operated segregation within our prison during the Troubles and found that it is essential to keep those who were able to turn moderates around into fanatics away from the general populace. However, for most of that time, we didn't have to wrestle against the ECHR. In matters of national security, we have the right to restrict privileges such as privacy and right of assembly. So will the Minister not exercise these powers and to keep in isolation those whose very presence is dangerous?
Well, I recognise that the Honourable Gentleman has great experience in staring at the face and the consequences of terrorist and extremist behaviour. I think it's important that we remain within the ECHR framework, but it is also important that we bear down on excessive litigation, that the guidance is clear for the staff that have to work within this framework, and where we can, we look at capping, compensation payments, for example, and other areas. So we will continue to review how staying within the law, we're not creating an excessive and unbearable environment for those who have to work and protect us all.
That is the end of the statement on separation centres review. Point of order, Kirsty Blackman.
A number of news outlets, Madam Deputy Speaker, are reporting, alongside comment from Downing Street, that the Cabinet Office has sent unredacted correspondence to the police regarding Peter Mandelson's leaks of market-sensitive information to the sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein. Has the Deputy Speaker or Mr Speaker's office received any notification from the Prime Minister that he intends to give a statement to update the House on this? And if she has, will she ensure that time is made for the Prime Minister to give that statement today?
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of this point of order. I have not received any notice that any minister intends to make a statement on this matter. Ministers on the front bench will, however, have heard the honourable member's point of order and no doubt passing that on. Right, that's the end of the statement. If the front benches wish to shuffle over. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion, British-made bricks. Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the Secretary of State to publish proposals for measures to increase the use of British-made bricks in construction projects in the United Kingdom, including specific measures relating to the building of new homes
and for connected purposes. This bill is a big deal for my community back home in Newcastle-on-Lyme. Our people are smart and skilled. For generations, they powered our nation, they made, they designed, and they thrived. My bill is about ensuring that communities in our industrial heartlands are not forgotten, Madam Deputy Speaker, or left behind, and are given the opportunity once again to show what they're made of. We all know that there's a housing crisis in our country, and so I welcome the commitment to build 1.5 million new homes by the end of this Parliament. That means we build in the right places with respect for our green spaces and our natural world, and doing it with our people, not to them. Yeah. And as we do that, we must remain resolutely focused on building good quality homes and building communities too. That's how we end overcrowding. That's how we stop the struggle facing families across the United Kingdom to find affordable, long-term and secure housing. And importantly, that's how we give young people and first-time buyers a place to call their own. I've only ever owned one home, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's in Newcastle-on-Lyme. I want all families to have the security that their own home can and will provide. But it isn't just about homes. It's about new schools. It's about the community centres that bring people together. It's about the new hospitals. It's about the restoration of this place. It's about buying British, building with British, and it's about backing British workers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the manufacturing base for bricks here in the United Kingdom is ready to meet the demand for our building needs of all types. With that readiness, you should and would expect to see a thriving building material industry in our country. But we don't. Instead, we see manufacturers up and down the country on the brink, thanks to a lack of domestic demand. Our United Kingdom can produce around 2 billion bricks a year, yet most manufacturers are currently operating at around a 70% utilisation. That's because in recent years, this country has started to rely on second-rate imports, often of a lower quality than the bricks made to the highest of British standards. We must start giving the British brick industry the backing it deserves, and we'll do that with this bill. The British brick industry started to decline when brick kilns were shut across the country following the economic crash of the late noughties, and brick imports to the United Kingdom began to make up for this decrease in domestic production. Around 20% of the brick market is now made up of imported bricks. That impacts our workers, it hits British manufacturing, and it needs to change. Imported bricks are being shipped over longer distances, including from far across the seas, with each brick used resulting in a greater carbon release. British-made bricks from Newcastle-on-Lyme and across the country will typically travel shorter distances to building sites, helping lower transport-related emissions and keeping their value in our local communities. It's bonkers, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are relying on second-rate imports when British-made bricks are of the highest quality and build resilient, long-lasting homes and buildings. This is important too in the context of building safety reforms required after the disgraceful Grenfell disaster, the cost of energy and, of course, how we preserve our planet and protect our environment. Madam Deputy Speaker, a typical clay brick building has a lifespan of around 150 years, and at the end of that life can be refurbished, recycled and reused. They are strong and they are weather and fire resistant. They provide longevity, durability and adaptability, and they sit a cut above the rest. The lack of domestic demand for British-made bricks hits our economy and it damages local businesses. Newcastle-on-Lyme, Madam Deputy Speaker, the centre, as I've said before, of our collective universe, is home to one of 15 Ibstock factories. Ibstock is a leading British brickmaker with a proud history of supplying bricks to British businesses, builders and the wider construction industry for more than 200 years. At their factory in Cheston and Newcastle-on-Lyme, they employ local people, they boost our local economy, and they rightly make the case for what we must do whatever we can to reduce the risks of undermining the competitiveness of British-made bricks, and I agree with them. North Staffordshire is the ceramic centre not just of our country but our world, and the industry is hurting. My constituency neighbours, a couple I see here today, over the A500 and colleagues on this side of the House will continue standing up for the ceramics industry and keep pushing government to go further and do more in standing up for and protecting the industry in our communities and this country. This bill is part of doing just that, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite being best known for producing tableware, the ceramics industry plays a crucial role in our ability to build anything in Britain. You can't manufacture steel, glass, or as my bill draws attention to, bricks without it. The sector and its supply chain is concentrated in our part of the world, but over the last few years the industry has suffered huge losses due to rising energy costs, trade disruptions and the ongoing impact of the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. The ceramics industry is hard to decarbonise, let's get real about it, Madam Deputy Speaker, but let's also not forget that our businesses are willing to engage and make their contribution to that effort. Progress can and is being made. Recent initiatives such as pilot hydrogen-fired kilns demonstrate that the industry is committed to modernising itself with low-carbon manufacturing. Hydrogen production is vital to manufacturers having the confidence to move away from natural gas kilns to modern electric and hydrogen-fired manufacturing processes that will future-proof the industry. The ceramics industry cannot deliver this transition without sustained support, and my bill is one part of the jigsaw. Another key part of the jigsaw, Madam Speaker, is skills, and I'm so proud that Newcastle College, based on Notting Lane and Newcastle and Lyme, offer a full-time Level 1 diploma in brickwork. We're upskilling our people in Newcastle and Lyme, but you don't, and we can't, without the sustained and future British brick industry, ensure that those young people have something to do with their smarts, their skills and their qualifications. The cost to the livelihoods of people in my community, to the strength of our local economy and our businesses are too great for us not to get this right. My bill that will see a local first approach will help support our ceramics industry, and I look forward to working with His Majesty's Government to do more in the weeks and months ahead. Madam Speaker, as I move my bill today, I think of the many men and women over generations who worked in the ceramics industry in Newcastle, Lyme and North Staffordshire. I think of the potential untapped, the opportunities yet to be taken, and the future that we can build together. And I'm grateful to colleagues from all 4 nations of our United Kingdom and from both sides of the House for putting their names to my bill. The Government must invest in further support so we can safeguard jobs in communities like mine, in our industrial heartlands, support our local economies and ensure that the British brick industry is fighting fit. My bill is simple, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's common sense and its time is now. Our workers deserve it, our economy needs it. My bill will help shape and build the future of our United Kingdom, so let's get on with it.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of the opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Henry Tufnell, Elaine Stewart, Dr Alison Gardner, Gareth Snell, Jacob Collier, Lee Ingham, Samantha Niblett, Amanda Hack, Martin Vickers, Rachel Gilmore, Robin Swan and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Adam Jogi. Keep it straight now.
British-made bricks proposals bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 27th of February.
Friday the 27th of February. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. If colleagues are settled, we can continue with business. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Universal credit removal of 2-child limit bill. Second reading.
No. The reasoned amendment on the order paper has not been selected. Minister to move the second reading. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, core to our belief is that no one, no matter what their background, should be trapped by their circumstances. People should have the chance to make the best life they possibly can. Poverty is a barrier to that ambition, and it makes it much harder for people to achieve their full potential. This legislation has its roots in the change made during the Conservative years to introduce the 2-child limit of support for families on universal credit. Now let's be clear at the start about what this was always about. It was never really about welfare reform, nor was it even about saving money. No, this was always first and foremost a political exercise. An attempt to set a trap for opponents, with children used as the pawns in the exercise. This was all about the politics of dividing lines. Dividing lines between so-called shirkers and strivers, between the old distinction of the deserving and undeserving poor. Politics first and policy second every time. I'm very happy to get there.
Well, the Braddon gentleman has provoked me into responding because I served under that last government and was involved in all of those decisions. And there was a clear principle. There was a principle behind this, which is, will people take responsibility for their own actions? Because there are thousands, millions of people who choose not to have more children because they want to take responsibility for their lives and they don't want the state to take responsibility. And yet now with this change, the government is saying to those people, not only will the state take responsibility, you, as the individual, will have to pay for it through higher taxes. This is the principle at stake here, and the government is reversing a clear principle position the last government took.
State, before the Secretary of State responds, there are many colleagues in the chamber, and I can understand how passionate this debate is, but let's try and keep the noise down when colleagues are contributing. Secretary of State.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman has set out the justification, and I'm about to come on as to why that didn't stack up at the time, and it certainly doesn't stack up after the experience of the policy. And we should begin by considering why none of our neighbouring countries has this two-child limit. And given that it was always primarily about politics, it is no surprise that it did not achieve the policy objectives that the Right Honourable Friend just tried to set out. The Tories claimed that this would lead to people making different choices about the number of children they would have, but that didn't happen. And the family size premise was itself based on the fundamental misconception that there is a static group of people who are always on universal credit. But this is not a static group, not at the moment. People's circumstances change, marriages break up, spouses die, jobs can be lost. In fact, around half of the families who will benefit from the lifting of the two-child limit were not on universal credit when they had any of their children. This is not a static group of people, which strives directly to the heart of the argument that the Right Honourable Gentleman tried to make. I'm happy to give way.
Well, to the Minister for giving way. 12 months ago, not only did this government support the two-child cap, but it was busy suspending Labour backbenchers who voted against it. Could he tell the House what was it about the Prime Minister's weak position that caused him to change his mind?
Child poverty, unlike you.
Well, I am going to come on to the timing of this and exactly why the timing of this is right in the way that we took the decision. So as I said, not at the moment, as I said, around half the families who will benefit were not on universal credit when they had any of their children. These are people who found themselves in need of help long after any decisions about family size had been taken. And when it came to costs, no account was taken of the costs further down the line. Lower educational attainment, worse mental health, lower earnings, perhaps for the whole of people's working lives. I'm happy to give way to it.
Secretary of State regrets saying that whether the two-child cap on benefits causes harm is open to debate.
I don't regret anything I've ever said on this debate, so no, I do not regret that. So all along in this debate, there's been an attempt to divide workers from non-workers. But around 60% of families affected, if she shows a little patience, around 60% of families affected by the current policy are in work. And of those who aren't working, a significant number are affected by serious health conditions or caring responsibilities, circumstances in which any of us could find ourselves. But as I've said, this was never really about work or decisions about family size or saving money. It was political through and through. And it was children who paid the price, with 300,000 more of them going into poverty as a result. Now, the honourable member is very keen, so I'm going to give way to him.
But those 300,000 were in poverty a year ago, and he's allowed it to persist till now. What has changed? It's not the fiscal situation. It's not any room in the benefits budget. This is the Labour equivalent of Project Save Big Dog, isn't it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, timing does matter, and if he shows a little patience, I'll tell him exactly why we've done this in the timing that we have. So all the policy did was force more children into poverty, and indeed, alongside their other key welfare measure, trapping the sick out of work. Now, even some voices on the right recognise the damage that this policy did. Former Tory Welfare Minister Lord Freud described it as vicious, said it had been forced on the DWP by the Treasury at the time. And the new Recruit for Reform, the former Conservative Home Secretary said, let's abolish the two-child limit and eradicate child poverty for good. I don't know if that's still her position. We will find out in the vote. But it seems that the new party she's joined wants to restore the two-child limit. They're not just importing failed Tory politicians, they are importing failed Tory policies too. Between 2010, when the Conservatives came into office, and the summer of 2024 when they left it, child poverty had risen by some 900,000. And that is something to ponder as they have their debate on the benches opposite about whether Britain is broken or not. And if it is, who was responsible? Who designed the welfare system that they tell us is broken on a daily basis? They did. Who broke the prison system that we've had to rescue? They did. Who shook international confidence in our economy and its key institutions? They did. And this is the inescapable problem that they have with their current position. An attack line that says, we trashed the country and we left you with a terrible inheritance might just not be the winning argument that they think it is. So let them have their debate about whether Britain is broken while we get on with the task of fixing what they left behind. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this is a crucial policy because it is exactly as he has described. But it's a down payment on tackling other failures of the former government, the poor quality and overcrowded housing that puts too many children in poverty of situation. And is he not proud like me that we've now got a Labour government that's tackling these issues and getting our children where they should be?
My friend is right, and the point she makes is we also tackle them piece by piece and over time. And I want to turn now to this question that people have asked of why not do this right away? And here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the difference between government and opposition. In opposition, the truth is it's easy to tally up everything that's wrong with the country and promise to reverse it. But a winning manifesto has to be more than a list of what is wrong. We spent plenty of time, not at the moment, we spent plenty of time in opposition writing those lists. We had many years to do it, only to see them turn to dust on the morning of an election defeat. Good intentions, written off by the voters, because the hard yards of winning their trust on the essentials of exercising power had not been done. Change only comes by earning the trust that is essential to victory. And it's because we did that that we are able to sit on this side of the House and change anything at all, whether that's for children, low-paid workers, or anyone else. And our first job when we came into office was to stabilise the economy after the irresponsibility and chaos of the Tory years. And even after my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, had done that, change still has to be paid for. And that is why she was right to spell out at the budget that this policy can only be done now and can only be funded through a combination of savings from fraud and error in the benefit system, changes to the Motability Scheme, and reform of online gambling taxation. I give way to the honourable lady.
Right honourable gentleman, for giving way, and I have tried my best to be patient, as I think as he indicated I should be. But surely does he not agree there's only one way that is going to pay for these increases? Taxes.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, spelled out at the budget how it was going to be paid for, and if she didn't hear me the first time, I'm happy to repeat. Savings from fraud and error in the benefit system, changes to the Motability Scheme that they didn't carry out when they were in power, and reform of online gambling taxation. It was also right that we did the work and took the time to do the work on the child poverty strategy that was so ably co-chaired by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education. Which means that the strategy included wider policies on childcare, school holidays help, and a number of other measures, as well as those in the bill before us today. Now, the bill is about ensuring that children have the chance of a better life. It will mean 450,000 fewer children in poverty in the last year of this Parliament. And taken together with the other measures in the child poverty strategy, it will lift an estimated 550,000 children out of poverty. Just as the last Labour government reduced child poverty, this Labour government will reduce child poverty.
Secretary of State, and I'm glad that the UK government is finally taking action on child poverty and removing the two-child cap on universal credit through this bill today, a policy that Plaid, of course, has opposed from the start. But more than 1 in 5 households affected by the two-child limit will not benefit because of the cap in benefits. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that the government should now lift the benefit cap so that every eligible household and every eligible child receive the full support this bill sets out to provide?
Hear, hear.
Well, I would remind her that the benefit cap doesn't apply to families who are in work or who have a disabled child. It is in place, and that approach balances support and fairness without undermining incentives to work. Now, the bill will also remove the need for the vile policy known as the rape clause. That is a feature of the current Conservative regime that we inherited. Women will no longer have to relive terrible experiences to get support for their child. And for the families who benefit from this measure, it will help all children, regardless of the circumstances of their birth. My understanding is that it's the position of the party opposite to bring back the limit and therefore to bring back this provision. Perhaps the Shadow Secretary of State can clarify that when she comes to speak, and perhaps Reform can clarify that when they contribute to the debate too. Madam Deputy Speaker, the policy change in this bill is not just about the redistribution of money. It's not just about placing children on the right side of an income line in a spreadsheet. It is about changing the story of children's lives. And that's an investment worth making for the whole country. It's about giving children a genuine shot at life so that they can do well at school, stay healthy, and contribute to the country and their community as an adult. That is harder when children grow up poor. They are less likely to do well at school, with less than a quarter of children in the lowest income households getting 5 good GCSEs. Poor children are likely to be earning about 25% less than their peers by the age of 30. They are 4 times more likely to experience mental health problems, with growing consequences for worklessness and indeed for the benefits bill later in life that we are seeing in the system today. They are more likely not to be in education, employment or training, numbers which grew rapidly in the final years of the party opposite's time in power and about which they did nothing. That is why we are reforming the system through changing the incentives in universal credit, ending the situation where the sick were signed off and written off, and increasing support to get disabled people into work. As Sir Charlie Mayfield estimated in his recent Keep Britain Working report, someone leaving the workforce in their 20s can lose out on over £1 million in lifetime earnings, with the state incurring a similar cost to support them. These are the kinds of consequences that were not thought through when this policy was introduced, but it is essential that they are part of our debate about changing it today. Investing in children's potential today is about changing lives through better educational attainment, improved health, a better chance of a decent job. The most radical thing that a government can do is enable people to change their own story. Our ambitions should go well beyond providing financially for people. They should be about providing the platform for that change. So there's a direct link between this bill and the other things we're doing. More help for childcare, for working parents, to make work pay and ease the choice between looking after children and taking up a job. That is in their interest and in the national interest. Because why should we lose the talents of parents who have children? The Youth Guarantee to help the young unemployed with training, work experience and ultimately a subsidised job so that they know the pride and purpose that comes with having work. That's in their interest and in the national interest. More apprenticeships for young people. Stopping the 40% decline in youth apprenticeship starts over the last decade in their interest and in the national interest. Better life chances are part of the battle against the human and social cost of more and more young people being signed off sick and declared unfit for work. And all of this becomes more urgent as the population ages and we need more young workers to support the country in the future. A better start in life is a bond between the generations. A good childhood is in all our interests and in the national interest. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate is part of a wider one in politics, because we've seen in this debate and on other issues, there is in our country a politics of division that wants to set person against person and group against group. And I believe we're only in the foothills of this. We will see more of it, homegrown and imported from overseas, becoming ever harsher as it seeks to use rage to fuel itself and to win support. This is the battle to come, not just on this issue, but in a much wider way. And I want to make clear today that we set ourselves against that politics. We make a clear and explicit choice to reject it. Anger and division are not the fuel upon which this country's future must be built. They will produce nothing, they will solve nothing. Indeed, they will only perpetuate the country, the chaos in the country, which people are so tired of. So instead, we embrace the mantle of hope to offer a chance and not a grievance. A society where we help each other up rather than trying to tear each other down. Where we say to those born into poor circumstances, we will help you be the best you can be. Not through altruism, but because we need you, we believe in you, and we want your contribution. This is in our interest and in the national interest, and this is the fight to come between these two kinds of politics, and that's what the change in this bill is all about, and that's why I commend it to the House.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every week, millions of people up and down the country sit at their kitchen table and do the sums. What's coming in, what's going out, and what simply isn't affordable. Sometimes the conversation may take a more serious turn to one of life's biggest decisions. Shall we start a family? Or can we afford another child? And though romantics might love this to be a decision about whether you want the joy of bringing new life into this world, the reality is many people ask themselves, can we afford it? They're not looking to someone else to help them make ends meet or pick up the bill. They're just doing the maths. Now that's a difficult conversation, but it's a simple question members should ask themselves today before we vote. Why should people on benefits get to avoid the hard choices faced by everyone else? Now let's be clear about what the two-child cap is and what it isn't. The two-child cap restricts the additional universal credit a household can get to the amount for 2 children, with carefully considered exceptions such as twins or non-consensual conception. It does not apply to child benefit. What it does is say there's a limit. There's a point at which it's simply not fair to make taxpayers fund choices they themselves cannot afford to make. I'll give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. So what has she got to say to my constituent who found herself single with 3 children, in temporary accommodation, then moved into a 1-bedroom flat with 3 children? Her youngest, in the overcrowding conditions, got ill. She had to give up her good job to look after that child. This is a lifeline for her. She wants to go back to work, but it's difficult. She did not choose to be in that situation. It wasn't a choice. And for the record, most of my constituents don't have space for a kitchen table.
I'll say to the Right Honourable Lady that I am sure we all around this House care about poverty and the prospects for children, but the answer to that is not to spend more and hand out more money and to trap people in worklessness. The answer is to support people to work, exactly the opposite of what her government is doing. We all know that bringing up children is expensive and important, but when working couples are having to make tough decisions about whether they can afford to start a family at all, they should not be asked to pay higher taxes to fund someone else to have a third, fourth or fifth child. If you're in work, you don't get a pay rise because you have another child. And if we are serious about avoiding a benefits trap where it pays more to be on welfare than in work, then we should be honest about what happens if you lift the two-child cap. Benefits for individual households rise by thousands. Nearly 500,000 households will receive around 5,000 more on average. A single parent on universal credit with 5 children could get an extra £10,000 without doing any work, taking their household income to over £45,000 untaxed. You have to earn around £60,000 to get from your own income from work to that income from work. There are around 75,000 households who will get between £10,000 and £21,000 extra as a result of this bill. For some of households, the extra money that they get in itself is more than a full-time income for someone on the minimum wage after tax. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that it is an issue of fairness for the taxpayer for working hard and being rewarded by someone else getting a benefit that is higher than what you're earning at a job? And that is the issue here, and that is why we need to keep the two-child benefit cap.
Exactly as my honourable friend says, and the point here is the amounts of extra money that some families will be receiving without even working is money that you have to have such a high income to achieve through work. It simply exacerbates the poverty trap. And I will give way to honourable members the other side in a moment, but I just ask honourable members to think about the implications of these kind of extra sums of money that people will be receiving. Some people will, quite frankly and factually, calculate that they can boost their income far more by having children than by working. The best way out of poverty won't be work. They don't like to hear this, but I'm sorry, it's just rational. The best way out of poverty won't be work, it'll be having babies. And on this, I want to address the argument that has been made that lifting the cap is necessary because women aren't having enough babies. We know that a declining birth rate is a cause for concern, but falling birth rates are driven by many factors. Changes in people's aspirations, the poor jobs market, the cost of housing and childcare, penalties motherhood imposes on careers, and the changing nature of 21st century relationships. Children are important. We need to have more. But the answer to this complex problem is not, here's some cash for having a kid. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, and I thank the right honourable member for giving way. We looked at this extensively in the Treasury Select Committee. I'm frankly unaware, Madam Deputy Speaker, of any particular evidence that supports the behavioural arguments that the Right Honourable Lady sets out. But in any event, why should the 95,000 children in Scotland, bright, talented children, be punished by an utterly cruel policy? And is it not fatuous to suggest that people are having children for money and frankly insulting to people in Glasgow and across the United Kingdom?
Helen Wakely. I'll say to the honourable gentleman, the fact is that people do the sums. That is the reality of the world we live in. And that brings me, as he's a member of the Treasury Select Committee, as he indicated, so he must be interested in this question, even though he's looking at his phone, which brings me to an unavoidable question. where is the £3 billion to fund this bill coming from? Or in fact, £14 billion over a 5-year period? We all know where it comes from. It will come from taxpayers, either today's or tomorrow's, from the men and women who get up every morning, go to work, pay their bills and do the right thing. At the last budget, the Chancellor made a deliberate political choice, she knows, to raise taxes on people who work and save so that millions who do not work will receive more in benefits. Working families already make hard choices. Many already strive and struggle to live within their means. This bill asks them to shoulder even more. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. She must know that, in fact, the vast majority of families in poverty contain at least one adult in work. And she asks how this is being paid for. Well, it's being paid for by increasing taxes on gambling giants. So wouldn't it be more truthful to say that she is on the side of gambling giants and not children in poverty?
Unfortunately, the Honourable Lady doesn't seem to understand that hypothecated taxes isn't a thing. What she says simply doesn't make sense. The fact is, this will cost the government money, so it will cost taxpayers money, either people now or in the future. That is simply the way it works.
I've got a question too.
I'd be delighted to hear.
Desmond Sway.
We've now heard the shouts of cruelty and the rape clause, but I can only see one of the 7 who was suspended sitting opposite now. The rest of them kept their heads down and voted to perpetuate what they call this cruelty and the rape clause. How do they sleep at night?
My right honourable friend does indeed make quite a significant point about the strange position that so many MPs opposite find themselves in, having previously voted against lifting this cap, but now here they are being delighted about lifting it. Madam Deputy Speaker, members opposite say that this bill will end child poverty, and they have read that increasing handouts will decrease the metric called relative poverty. But relative poverty is actually a deeply misleading measure. It isn't an accurate measure of living standards. It tells you nothing about whether people have enough to live off or whether children will have better life chances. It can get worse when the country gets richer, even when living standards for the very poorest are rising. And it can look better when people are getting poorer. That's not progress, that's levelling down. And throwing money at one flawed metric is not a strategy. In fact, it risks doing the opposite of what ministers claim to want, trapping families in long-term dependency rather than lifting them out. There is a proven way to improve children's life chances, and that's work. Work allows parents to provide for their families, to pay the rent or mortgage, to put food on the table and clothes on their children's backs, to set an example to their children, to create structure and routine in their household. The Centre for Social Justice have found that children in workless households are 4 times more likely to be materially deprived. Yet under this government, the number of children growing up in workless households has risen at the fastest rate on record, now reaching 1.5 million. Contrast that with our record. From 2014 onwards, the number of children in workless households fell year on year. We lifted 1 million people out of absolute poverty, including 100,000 children. We drove unemployment down to historic lows. By contrast, under this Labour government, unemployment is rising month on month. So sadly, the number of children in workless households will keep on going up. And inflation is up too, almost double the level they inherited. Higher inflation means the money in your pocket is worth less. In other words, you're poorer. Fewer jobs, more unemployment, higher cost of living. That's what they are doing to people in this country. And I say this to them: you don't lift children out of poverty by making the whole country poorer. So what is this bill? I'll have to give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I'm really enjoying listening how people have met constituents who have suffered hard times. I grew up in these hard times on welfare through a death of a parent, watching my mum go without food to feed us. But there is no possible way, already with pulling the changes to the benefit cuts, the country can afford this. We'll have no defence of the realm. Already South Shropshire residents are going to start going without. There is no feasible way to fund this, whichever way they look at it. Does my right honourable friend agree with me?
My honourable friend makes such an important point, is that no other party in this chamber seems to realise the very serious financial position this country in, when we have to ask ourselves hard questions about what the country can afford. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Wait, I think we on this side of the House understand at least the historical consistency that the benches opposite 186 years ago made the economic arguments against stopping children being sent up chimneys. You're still making the same arguments now, 186 years later, about stopping children being put into poverty. Same old Tories, 200 years later.
I mean, honestly, consistency, if he listened to what I'm about to say about the back and forth they had on this policy on his side of the House, he should think a bit harder before he talks about consistency. So what is this bill really about? If Labour truly believe lifting the two-child limit is essential to tackling poverty, why did it take the Prime Minister 18 months to do it? Years ago, he called the cap punitive and he promised to scrap it. But then, once it secured the leadership of the Labour Party, he changed that tune. He said Labour were not going to abolish the two-child limit. His Chancellor, sitting there, she said it was unaffordable. Just 6 months ago, they even suspended the whip from MPs who voted to lift the cap. But now the Prime Minister's leadership is under threat. Now it's the end for the cap. How long until he goes the same way? That's the real reason we're debating this legislation today. We have a weak Prime Minister running scared from his left-wing backbenchers. Talking of left-wing, I expect Labour will be joined in the division lobby later by some of the honourable members to the left of me. The Lib Dems, SNP Plaid, no doubt, they will also be competing to see who can be the most generous with other people's money. Reform have jumped on the welfare spending bandwagon too. Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll have noticed we haven't tabled an amendment to this bill. It's not that we think it's perfect, I hope that's clear. It's that any amendment still leaves you with a watered-down version of the cap. Other parties have gotten a right muddle on this, one in particular. But to us, it's clear and simple. The cap should stay. Anything else is a worse policy. Amending this bill is not the right answer. Just vote it down. Madam Deputy Speaker, first and foremost, I've argued against this bill on the grounds of fairness, but there's another reason to vote against it too. More than half of households in this country now receive more from the state than they pay in. The benefits bill is ballooning. Health and disability benefits alone are set to reach $100 billion by the end of the decade, more than we spend on defence, education or policing. The benefits bill is a ticking time bomb. We have to start living within our means. Other parties are simply in denial about the situation we face in our country. The Conservatives are the only party who recognise how serious this is. We wouldn't be spending more on benefits. In fact, we've set out how we'd be saving $23 billion. We'd stop giving benefits to foreign nationals, stop giving benefits for lower-level mental health problems and milder neurodiversity, stop the abuse of mobility and bring back face-to-face assessments. We'd get the benefits bill under control and back people to work. They claim to be compassionate. But there is nothing compassionate about making welfare the rational choice, nothing compassionate about rewarding dependency over work, and nothing compassionate about saddling working families with higher taxes to fund political U-turns. Outside this place, people can see what is happening. They know when a system is unfair. They know when a government has lost its way. They know when a Prime Minister's time is up. Members of this House shouldn't be enticed by his final throws. Step back and do what's right for the country. Back people who do the right thing. Back jobs and work and lower taxes. Back living within our means and raising the standard of living for everyone. Not a policy that will add billions to the benefits bill and traps parents in a downward spiral of dependency. This bill does not end poverty, it entrenches it. So we oppose it.
I come to the Select Committee Chair, Debbie Abrahams, after which I will come to Steve Darling. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of the measures brought forward in this government's budget last year, the abolition of the two-child limit is the one that fills me with most hope, and more than a little pride as well. So I thank the government for listening to so many of us who are raising this as a concern. As my right honourable friend has already reminded us, child poverty isn't just about children going hungry once in a while, or them not being able to choose to buy the designer trainers that they want. For every 1% increase in child poverty, more babies die before their first birthday. In fact, it's been quantified as a causal link, and it's 5.8 additional deaths per 100,000 live births. A baby born into a poor family is 5 times more likely to die than a baby born who is born into a wealthy one. So I ask the party opposite to consider this when they make their interventions and their speeches this afternoon. If they are lucky enough to survive that first year, they will be more likely to suffer poor physical and mental ill health and more likely to end up as an emergency hospital admission. The impacts on their neurological development as they grow are profound. The brain actually changes in how it makes its neural connections because of the stress and adversity that children go through. And this in turn affects their behaviour, their cognitive development and their achievements in school. And these disadvantages continue into adolescence and adulthood. It affects every aspect of children's lives. We are rightly concerned about the numbers of young people who are not in education, employment or training, so-called NEETs. Nearly 1 million 16 to 24-year-olds are in this position. We must look at the evidence of why this is, and not just to jump to conclusions for political expediency. There's strong evidence from the UK Millennium Cohort Study that persistent exposure to poverty and childhood adversity, including poor parental mental health, means that you are 5 times more likely to be NEET. It is estimated that more than half, nearly 53% of the current NEET cases are attributable to persistent exposure to poverty and childhood adversity. It's not because young people fancy a duvet day, and it really does. I think these are disgraceful phrases that are being repeated in the media. And it goes on, so right through adolescence, young adulthood, into your earning capacity, as we've already heard. The party opposite, when in government, were warned repeatedly. I actually shadowed the government in this role and took the bill through the House on behalf of the party. And they had repeated warnings. Well, I was chaired an APPG, Madam Deputy Speaker, that raised this as, and we engaged with the Faculty of Public Health, who actually did an impact analysis to identify the harms that would take place, and did a retrospective analysis to show the damage it was already having. That the bill there was the two-child limit, the benefit cap, but also the benefit freeze. We must not forget the benefit freeze as well. The harms this has had to children's lives, to our young adults now, is absolutely shameful. I will, thank you.
Thank you. I thank the honourable friend for giving way. I think one of the things that we look at in the Work and Pension Select Committee is quite clear. The evidence is there. Removing the two-child benefit cap will enable that long-term investment in our young people, that poverty, those young people in poverty suffer extraordinarily, and we need to give those young people those life chances.
Absolutely, and my honourable friend is a wonderful member of the Select Committee. I thank her for that. She's a very active member in particular the joint committee that we have with the Education Select Committee as well. But I wanted to go on very briefly to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in the space of the 15 years between 2010 and when we became elected in 2024, we saw child poverty escalate from 3.9 million children, 29%, to 4.3 million, 31%. So going back to the calculation at the beginning of my speech, the impacts on families that have been bereaved as a consequence of the unfortunate position that they're in financially can't be underestimated. Like many of us, I have constituents who have grown up under the clouds and chains of austerity, clinging on to the hope that things could get better. And I believe it is that hope that is why we are here on these benches, and how important what we are doing now and today as part of that, and building that whole, rebuilding that trust with the people who invested their vote, trusted us to deliver for them. So I cannot thank the government enough for doing this. But as has already been said, it is a down payment. There needs to be more. We can overturn the horrors of the last 15 years. We have done so in the past, and we can again. We've prepared the ground for a better Britain. And this year, we will start to see children and their families flourish. But I also recognise that this is only the first step. We are lifting 450,000 children to 500,000 children out of poverty, which is fantastic. But this is just about 10% of all children that are living in poverty. So we need to have our eye on that 90% that is still remaining. It can't be, that is an important first step, but it's the first step, and we must say this. And I know that my honourable friend, the chair of the Education Select Committee, and I are looking forward to exploring just how we can do this. As I previously mentioned, we need to be thinking beyond individual departmental budgets. Tackling child poverty needs to be a whole system government approach, which includes how we budget and how the OBR scores budgets. We need to use evidence much better in our policy planning. Our impact analyses are very narrow and don't reflect how people experience poverty and the impacts that this has, not just on the DWP, but on other departments as well. And this needs to change. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't see responding to the unequivocal evidence when it's presented to you, and some is just emerging. The bit that I mentioned about the UK Millennium Cohort Study, that's only come on stream in the last 6 or 7 months. It's right that you respond to that. It's a strength, not a weakness. Yeah. It demonstrates humility and integrity. Poverty and inequality are not inevitable. They are political choices driven by values. And when that evidence changes, so should our decisions around that. Thank you.
Before I call Steve Darling, there are so many colleagues wishing to contribute. Backbenchers will be on a speaking limit, and a speaking limit will start at 5.5 minutes. I now go to Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a society that is free, open and fair. And that society needs to be a society that no one is enslaved by poverty, ignorance and conformity. And that's why we as Liberal Democrats, it is in our DNA to be against the 2-child limit. There's 4.5 million children who actually live in poverty within the UK. And I know somebody who takes a passion for the future of our children, whether it's looked after children, adopted children and so forth. It is that they are all our responsibility, and we should have a passion for supporting our youngsters, because in our country, children are 20% of our population, but they're 100% of our future. And we just need to reflect on where this was brought on. That's already been covered by some, that it was brought in by the Conservatives, this Dickensian policy of judging families. And it is judging because we've already heard from some members where because of situations beyond people's circumstances, they find themselves where perhaps a family member, a parent is suddenly ill, or even worse still, dies. And that parent is left alone providing for those youngsters in really difficult circumstances. But equally, why should we decide as a society that because you're the third or fourth child, we value you less? And that seems morally bankrupt to believe in that. You know, it is so important that we value our children because they are our future. It is also very sad that 7 members of the Labour Party were suspended from the whip for doing the right thing and backing the ending of the 2-child limit. But I just wanted to reflect a little bit more about what this means in Torbay. I represent one of the most deprived constituencies in the southwest of England. And when I visited a school in Paynton, the head teacher told me how children turn up cold, tired and hungry. You know, they have to provide warm clothes for the youngsters because parents can't afford it. They have to provide food for the youngsters. The head teacher was doing that incredible piece of altruism where she was taking on being a foster carer so that if a child did need support, she would be able to have the qualifications to step in and support the family in need. Elsewhere in Torbay, in Torquay, Barton Hill Academy, you know, one of the things Jenny and I love going to schools, Jenny particularly, and so do the kids. Enjoy Jenny more than me, I'm sure. But the reality is, having a chat with youngsters about what you like and what don't you like about living in your town is something that's a special thing to do, whether you're a councillor or a member of parliament. And usually you hear things about litter, the environment, graffiti, older kids swearing, things like that. But actually what I found really disturbing was how these youngsters, these 9 and 10-year-olds, were talking about the cost of living crisis, how they were worried about mom who couldn't quite afford to put enough petrol in the car, how the utility bills were worrying their parents, how they weren't doing so many nice things that they used to do a couple of years ago because mom or dad said they couldn't afford it anymore. So, with pleasure.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It was, of course, his party in coalition that delivered on austerity and delivered this policy. Has he anything to say to the British public about that period of his party's history?
I thank the member for their non-partisan intervention, and I would say that we oppose the 2-child limit, and we're on the record for doing that, and I'm delighted that we did so. But the reality is that since 2005, the Joseph Rowntree report have just highlighted how since 2005, tackling poverty in the UK has actually flatlined in a report published last week. So we as Liberal Democrats welcome this step forward of ending the 2-child limit. And it isn't just about children. It is actually about the future of our country and investing in people and believing in them. When you look at the fact, as the Secretary of State has alluded to, youngsters have worse outcomes from education. They have higher levels of mental health challenges later in life. They are not able to contribute to society as strongly as they would. The reality is the taxman actually takes less off of them later in life because they have not so profitable jobs. And also I was reflecting... With pleasure.
I'm very grateful. I'm slightly surprised the honourable gentleman is claiming they take less off. The student loans, which could have received the £3 billion this is going to, are effectively taxing young people at 70–71%. Does he not feel that tax rate is high enough?
Done.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his thoughts on that. I would remind my colleague that shortly after the coalition, the Conservatives stripped away an awful lot of the safeguards around student loans, and that continues, and that is not a happy situation for many students up and down the country that the Tories robbed them of those safeguards. But coming back to Torbay Hospital, my visit there, and I spoke to one of the senior directors of the hospital who was saying to me how she sees her role as extremely important, because it isn't just about treating people, it's actually tackling deprivation in Torbay that she talks about. And the fact that she comes across some patients who believe that a lifespan of up to around about 60-something is adequate. And that just reflects the levels of deprivation in my community, and one that this will help tackle. It will lift 2,000 children out of poverty in Torbay. We should have high ambitions for our country. As Liberal Democrats, we believe the best days of our country are ahead of us, and by lifting the two-child limit, we include more people in a brighter future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Janet Davey. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Torbay, and I appreciate their support for lifting the two-child limit. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot express enough how delighted I am to speak in this debate. These changes will make a real, tangible difference to children and families' lives across our country. The cost of living, standards of living and thriving to live above the poverty line is a concern and such a struggle for so many people and families. And prior to being a member of this House, I campaigned on lifting the two-child limit cap, and I've done so since being a member of this House. I hear of families with a roof over their head but no carpet under their feet, a window to look out of but no thick curtain to keep out the draught. It is miserable when you are cold, poor and uncomfortable, and anything and everything this government does to make life easier for communities is the right thing to do. I recently spoke to a head teacher at a local school of mine in my constituency, which serves one of the most deprived areas, and I found out that teachers are using their own money to buy children essential items like sanitary products, underwear and tights. And of course they need to do this because the children need them. We on this side of the House are right, we are compassionate about children compared to the members opposite. Now I love and I applaud the teachers and the school for its kindness and for the discreet way in which they help children. And I applaud all schools that do this for children, but children should not be in this situation in the first place. And in Lewisham, we have a shop called the Bank of Things, where secondary school children can receive the essential free items that they need, again, like toiletry products, pens, paper, and even school uniform. But at the heart of this, I know parents wish to provide for their children, but some just don't have the means to do so. And in fact, in my constituency, 65% of children living in poverty have at least one parent in work. So this is absolutely not about parents who do not want to work. And it is why the broader child poverty strategy is so vital. Increases to the national living wage, strengthening workers' rights through the Employment Rights Bill, and expanded free childcare of working parents, reducing the cost of school uniforms, building more council homes. These measures and more work together to ensure that work pays and that parents and carers can provide for their families with dignity. Now, teachers and school staff are also purchasing lunch for children whose parents cannot afford it, but not because they want to, but because the free school meal, including all those on universal credit, put in place by this government, still leaves some families behind. This government's fair repayment rate policy also supports households with debts by reducing the maximum amount that can be deducted from universal credit from 25% to 15%. The previous Conservative government was despicable in its actions, and what it launched at children, the two-child limit cap and universal credit payment deductions at 25% was wrong. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation have said that as well as removing the two-child limit cap, a protected minimum floor to universal credit is also needed, which will reverse declining living standards for families with children and get children out of poverty and falling into poverty.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she rightly highlights that this is part of a wider structure and the number of parents that are in work. And doesn't she agree that part of our strategy on child poverty is also about supporting parents into better paid work so that they can continue to support their families and their children.
David, my friend is absolutely correct. It is about supporting parents into better paid work, absolutely. Quickly.
Can I just commend the Honourable Lady and put it on record? Thank the Honourable Lady for her words, thank the Minister for his commitment, and thank the Labour Government for bringing this forward. 50,000 children in Northern Ireland will benefit out of 13,000 households, out of child poverty and a better living standard. It has to be good news, and anybody's against that, there's something wrong with them.
I absolutely thank my honourable friend on the other side there, and he's stated that so eloquently and so accurately as well. This means that the last Conservative government got it wrong. I would also add that with rising rents and mortgages increases, they got it wrong. And who suffers? Babies, toddlers, primary and secondary age school children, and that is wrong. Unlike the previous government, this government accepts this overwhelming scale of a challenge, and I'm sure the government ministers will agree that more still needs to be done. But bringing further reality to the situation, my own son has paid for a school friend's lunch, and he's done this more than once. And he's done this because his friends do not have enough money on their lanyard. But I'm sure that so many other children share food with their friends because they have compassion and they do not want their friends to go hungry. Now, I welcome the government's decision to lift the two-child benefit cap. This will provide crucial support to an estimated 3,530 children across my constituency. It is a significant step, and I commend the government for taking it. Now, breakfast clubs are great, absolutely fantastic, but they are limited to primary schools, and this means secondary school children miss out. There could be 2 or 3 children from the same household, 2 children receive breakfast at primary school, but the other goes hungry at secondary school. This is not right. Parents should not have to worry about their ability to feed their children, and teachers should not have to subsidise parents or the state by feeding their pupils. And as I come to an end, I must mention the remarkable football player Marcus Rashford. As a child, he knew what it was like to go hungry, and he is dedicated to ensuring that it does not happen to other children. I respect his effort to reduce child poverty, and I ask this government to make the necessary effort to keep children out of poverty and to support them to ensure they have a full stomach and they reach their full potential in life.
Dr. Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. At its heart, this debate is about choices, and the choice before us today is whether we believe that compassion is best expressed through limitless expenditure or through a system that is fair, responsible and worthy of the people who fund it. Now, we all share in this House the same objective. We want every child, well, I hope we do, because we want every child in every corner of this country to have hope and opportunity in their future. But if we are truly honest, a good society is not measured by how much it spends, but by how wisely it spends. And that is where this bill does not meet the test before it. So if I can begin with a real-life experience, I'll make some progress if I may. If I can start with a real-life experience from my own constituency. Some months ago, I met a couple at a community event. Both were in work, and both were clearly raising their children with a great deal of pride and care. And they spoke to me with a quiet determination about the sacrifices that they were forced to make. No foreign holidays, no luxuries, often working long hours, and of course, careful budgeting of the household income. And the message they sent to me was that they didn't expect the state to intervene on their behalf. They weren't asking for anything special. They were merely asking for fairness. And fairness is what is at stake today. Now, the two-child limit rests on a simple principle, that the welfare system should reflect the real choices faced by working families up and down the country. Across the United Kingdom, parents weigh the responsibility against aspiration every day. They ask themselves, can they provide, can they sustain, and can they provide their children with security? I will give way.
Honourable gentleman just mentioned in terms of whether it was wise or not about the expenditure, and he then went on to say about choices. Did he, I don't know if you heard my speech, but children born into poor families are 5 times more likely to die just because they are poor. 5 times more likely than families that have a little bit more income. Is that fair to that child if they die because they were born into poor families? I can't understand the gentleman's logic.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. But this is about choices. We come to this place to make choices about how we spend taxpayers' money to ensure that it is fair across the board. We can all come with individual stories that, of course, are moving. But there is the reality. There is the reality of how we support the government expenditure across the board so that it is fair and equitable, and it ensures that families up and down the country are having to make similar choices every single day. Now, what this bill tells the country is that choices no longer matter. It tells the taxpayer that restraint is optional. It tells government that limits are now outdated. And the government says, and I understand it, that this bill will reduce child poverty, and I respect that intention. But poverty is not conquered by checkbooks alone. It's conquered by work, it's conquered by education, it's conquered by stability, and it's conquered by ambition. It is conquered when families are supported to stand tall and not encouraged to lean forever. And for far too long, politics has fallen into the trap of believing that every social problem has a fiscal solution. If only we spend some more money, if only we subsidise a little bit more, if only we borrow more. But history, of course, teaches us a much harder lesson. A society that confuses help with dependency does not liberate the poor, it simply imprisons them. Now, this bill will cost approximately £3 billion a year. £3 billion not paid by abstractions, but paid by people. Paid by the nurse working a night shift. Paid by the self-employed plumber, I will in a moment. The self-employed plumber. By the shop worker who is saving for a deposit. Or the small business owner who is keeping 3 other people in employment. And they are entitled to ask, is this fair? Is it fair that they have to calculate every single pound whilst the state abandons calculation altogether? And I simply don't believe it is. I'll give way.
Honourable gentleman for giving way. My right honourable friend made it very clear at the front bench the number of people who made these choices and decisions and then found themselves later on universal credit through changes in circumstances. This is a safety net. And it is not this party's or this government's position that people with children shouldn't work and shouldn't be supported into work. That is very much part of this equation. Would he just reflect on that and think about what happens when people's circumstances change? It's a safety net, a leg up, not a handout.
Neil Shastri-Hurst.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her intervention. A safety net would be there if it provided a short-term boost. What this does is provide an endless chequebook without any checks and balance in place. If there was a sunset clause, that may be different, but there is not. There is not. The 2-child limit was more than about blame. It was about balance. It was about balance, and it recognised that a welfare system without boundaries eventually loses all legitimacy together. And when legitimacy is lost, discourse soon follows. And that's the great unspoken risk of this bill. It doesn't merely expand spending, it weakens trust, it widens the gap between those who give and those who receive, and in doing so, it puts the whole settlement at risk. And what is fundamentally missing from this is any serious strategy for mobility. Where's the plan for skills, the plan for progression, the plan for family stability, and for moving people from welfare into work? Instead, it is simply offering a politics of reassurance without reform, of comfort without challenge, spending without strategy, and debt without direction. And on this side of the House, we recognise the importance of lifting people up, of not holding them down, of providing opportunity and not permanent subsidy. That the true measure of social justice is not how many people we support, but crucially, how many people we no longer need to. The question before us, therefore, is whether we will tackle poverty at its roots rather than merely managing it year after year. Whether we will build a system that strengthens families or one that substitutes for them. Whether we choose the easy road or the responsible one. Now, this bill chooses the easy road. It chooses sentiment over structure, it chooses expansion over reform, and it chooses today over tomorrow, and I simply cannot support that choice.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to start by saying that I really believe that the Shadow Chancellor and other members on the other side live on an alternative universe because they are totally detached from the reality of the constituents in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise today in support of our bill to lift the two-child cap, a campaign that has long been close to my heart. Lifting 500,000 children immediately out of poverty has to be a great thing for this country. And as the MP for Liverpool Riverside, child poverty has been on the top of my agenda since coming into Parliament over 6 years ago. No, thank you. It saddens me that 1 in every 2 children in my constituency are living in poverty. And it appalls me that we are the 6th richest economy in the world, and that is a statistic that should shame everybody. And it is a shame that it has taken so long to reverse this draconian cap that was driving hundreds of families into poverty every single month. Children's charities and organisations, the Children's Commissioner and politicians of every background were united in calling for it as their #1 priority for reversing trends in child poverty, which exploded, as we all know, on this side under their Tory austerity measures. The facts were very clear and indisputable. And I want to pay tribute in particular to the End Child Poverty Coalition, coordinated by Rachel Walters in the Child Poverty Action Group and the National Education Union, who I've worked with closely throughout my time in Parliament to champion support for children living in poverty, and in particular to campaign against the two-child cap. Without their incredible work to make it impossible for this government to ignore the necessity of lifting the two-child cap. And I fear it may never happen. But I always want to pay tribute to the schools in my Liverpool Riverside constituency who go over and above every single day to support children and families who are living in poverty. And I want to take the opportunity to highlight research by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, which estimates that 1.5 million children in families with migrant parents live in poverty. This makes up over a third of the total number of children living in poverty. In large part, this is driven by the no recourse to public funds policy. Half of the children living in families that fall under this policy live in poverty. And research by the IPPR also shows that these children face a far higher risk of very deep poverty. And as the government has laid out in today's debate, no child should have to live their life, their life opportunity limited by the conditions they were born into. So, it follows that we must go further to alleviate child poverty and to roll back on the policies such as no recourse to public funds that still play a major role in systematically driving large numbers of families into poverty. And before I came into this place, I worked for the DfE supporting the development of Sure Start programmes across the North West. And I know firsthand the difference that supporting a young family can make to those children's life chances and the benefits of early intervention and integrated provision. It is a record Labour is rightly proud of, but one that should spur us to recreate and go even further now that we're in government again.
Exactly.
Lifting the two-child cap in full is a brilliant win for our campaigners and will be life-changing for millions of children who need the extra support to achieve their full potential. It will be a major boost for local economies, putting money immediately and directly in the pockets of families who will go out and spend it productively. And I'm proud to be part of a Labour government that's taken this bold and vital step. But now we need to go further in redistributing the vast wealth this country has to ensure that our communities can flourish and no child is left behind. And 14 years of Tory austerity tax on living standards and systematic dismantling of our public services needs to be met with a bold Labour programme of taxing wealth, renationalising our public services and providing them with proper funding. We still have children who are growing up with diseases that we thought had been consigned to the Victorian area, including rickets and scarlet fever, made possible by a crisis in child poverty and malnutrition. Lifting the two-child cap is a good start, but Labour cannot be complacent about the monumental challenges that we face in government to boost living standards, tackle inequalities and start putting power and wealth back in the hands of working people. Poverty is a political choice. It's about choosing the interests of the many over the influence of the few today. And I'm proud we made the right choice. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And fairness matters not only to those receiving the support, but those making the difficult choices without it. Now, during my short time I've got, I'm going to talk about the principles and then the context. And I come to this from my constituency, thinking about the publican who wakes up in the morning, who goes out of their house in Barwell. They have 2 children. They're going to their business, and they've seen their national insurance contributions rise. They've seen their valuation change and the tax go up on that. They've seen the rate relief been withdrawn from and the minimum wage go up. These are all costs that they're having to consider. Or what about the independent pharmacist on the high street who gets up and goes to work, who has had to go into Hinckley facing the fact of national insurance contribution costs going up? And I will give way.
Just as he mentions the local pharmacist in my constituency is my twin sister, and she put herself through a degree in pharmacy whilst on universal credit as a single parent of 3 children. That wasn't her choice, but it was a position that was thrust upon her. What would you say to people like her?
I'd credit her, and she's a credit to his family for what she's managed to achieve, and I'll come on to the point of where I'm trying to get to on that, because the key part I'm trying to make the point is here. When they leave their door, is it suddenly fair that the choices they've made to only have 2 children is simply thrown out the window because an extra £3,650 is now being given to the 3rd and 4th child next door simply for not going to work? I would argue that isn't fair, and that's what the heart of this principle is here. Because at the end of the day, the welfare state works when it's best as a bridge to work, not a substitute. And we've often heard about the working poor, and that's where I will give way.
I'm listening to you, John. I don't think giving way, but the benches opposite always seem to portray this as an individual moral failing. That's how they see welfare, when actually it's about a collective insurance against economic risk. That's how we see it. And you see it as a moral issue. We see it as an economic issue.
Order. Not me, the honourable gentleman. Dr. Luke.
Far from the truth. I'm simply arguing that we need to be fair to those who need the system to support them and those who contribute to it. And I worry we're actually pulling at the fabric here, because if we think about this, it's interesting the debate in the House is very much slanted towards the Labour side because they have the numbers. Actually, if we look at the public polling on this, we know that consistently 60% of the public support this and only 30% want the cap to be taken away. Why is that? Fundamentally, they understand there has to be a give and take. And the worry here is you're suddenly going to get £3,650 with no contractual change within society to better yourself. The money could be better spent, taking an example from what the last government did. For example, in 2021, they changed the UC slider from 63% down to 55%. To encourage work. Now that cost about £2.5 billion. We're talking about £3 billion here, and we've heard from the other side as well about how it's going to be paid for. This isn't hypothecated. This is to the pharmacist I was talking about, the honourable member's sister paying for this, the publican going out, seeing their taxes rise, and that's the contract that I am worried about, and that I will give way.
It's an issue of fairness that people in Beaconsfield, Marlow, and the South Bucks villages have seen their taxes go up, and they're seeing those taxes being given to people that are not working, and it is unfair.
Exactly right. And the public will stand for a generous safety net. What they will not stand for is people not trying to take that forward. And I worry when we talk about unemployment's right we have from this government and we talk about the chances for employment and the working poor, we're seeing more people out of work under this very government by the choices they are making. This is fundamental to the debate we are having here today. And trying to leverage morality into it is missing the reality of the responsibility that every family in this country makes fiscal choices and expects to behave responsibly. So should the government that leads them. And that's at the crux of it, which in my time left, I'll move on to the context. Because if this was a moral crusade, as we've heard the Prime Minister say, he would have done it in his very first budget. He would have made that choice. But we've heard from other members here, when this was put forward by the new government that came in, 40-odd MPs didn't vote for it, and 7 had the whip removed. And if we're talking about poverty, one thing that hasn't been raised in this House so far is about the winter fuel payments. When we know the government's own analysis said it would put 50,000 pensioners into absolute poverty and 100,000 pensioners into relative poverty. So there's dichotomy here. And it is about choices, but the other side seem to say, well, if we're going to solve poverty, we need to focus on one area, when they all voted to take the fuel payments away on the other side. I hear chuntering from the other side to say it was making means tested. That wasn't until later when there was a climb down. And this is the key, because these are difficult choices that have to be made. And I worry on this side of the House that actually the public see straight through what is going on. They need fairness in the system. They don't need a vote coming forward to try and placate the backbenchers of a failing Prime Minister. Because if it truly was the mission of the Prime Minister at the start, he would have done this straight away. I will give way.
The other side for being generous with their intervention time. Let us be really clear. This government came in with a plan to tackle child poverty, but quite rightly set up a task force to deal with this under 2 excellent Secretaries of State, and since with my honourable friend at the helm as well. And that is why it happened now, later, not immediately. It would have been a mad mistake to have dealt with this in a piecemeal fashion. Instead, we now have a whole strategy of which this is part, and helping parents into work is also part.
It comes to that point. Why, in that case, was the whip removed? Why is there no contingency on any within this bill of some retort of how to make sure that someone is progressing through the system? Because as we've heard time and time again on this side and the other side, it is a safety net there to springboard. I come back to my point. If you wanted to make a difference, you could change the rating on the universal credit to encourage more people into work. That isn't happening. That isn't changing. And so that would help support people who are in work, who are impoverished on that basis. And we, as the last government, brought in the Household Support Fund to make sure there was that immediate support there. Now, I'm pleased to see the government is bringing forward some form of contingency, but we still haven't seen what that looks like. That's going to be a concern to people going forward. But I start where I began. At the end of the day, this system has to be fair to those who are getting the support, but those who are paying for it. At the end of the day, a family lives within its constraints, so should a country. And this bill does nothing but the opposite, and that's my concern.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very, very proud to support this universal credit removal of 2-child limit bill. This will tackle child poverty and restore basic fairness to our social security system. And I, like many others on this side, have been campaigning on this since I became an MP. And I thank the Child Poverty Action Group, the Trussell Trust, and my food bank volunteers who've been in lobbying me about this for a very long time too. But this win is for those families in my constituency who I see in my surgeries, I see in their homes, and I think of one family who literally move around a light bulb from room to room because they're so scared of using up additional electricity bills because they're so worried about the costs that they have. That's just one example of the impact, the real impact that poverty has on a family. I'm very glad that today we're dismantling this cruel and unfair policy, and then we're continuing the job of fixing a broken system set up by the Conservatives, which has led to children not having the basics and not having opportunities which everyone in our country should have. 6 months after this policy was brought in, 9 years ago, UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty, Philip Alston, visited the UK and did a report on the poverty levels that he found here in the UK. He said the system here was a punitive, mean-spirited and often callous benefit system, and that the high levels of child poverty were not inevitable, but a political choice. That was back in 2018. Since the Conservatives forced this two-child benefit cap through, every single day, 909 children have been pushed into poverty, not because of anything they've done or their parents have done, but because an arbitrary poverty policy denied them the support they need. It always was indefensible. Because of the failings of the Conservative government, child poverty in the UK has risen faster than in 37 other high-income countries over the past decade. That's a national disgrace. Removing this limit will lift 450,000 children out of poverty by 2029, and that's what real, measurable change looks like. I was on the Child Poverty Task Force for over a year, where we really drilled down into what can make the most difference, and scrapping this two-child benefit cap was always top of the measures. And I'm proud that that strategy also brings in many other ways in which we can support families. As we know, when we know who's being hit the hardest by this policy, 68% of families affected have a child under 5. The early years shapes everything that follows: health, education, life chances. Inequality in childhood becomes inequality for life, and this bill gives us the chance to break that cycle. The latest universal credit data shows the scale of the damage. In April 2025, 700 households in Putney were denied a child element for at least one child because of this policy. That meant 900 children received no support, and 2,490 children in total were living in households hit by the two-child limit. Across Wandsworth, this picture was even starker. 1,820 households were affected, 2,330 children denied support, and in total 6,540 children living in households impacted by this cruel rule. A rule based on the fiction that families in poverty plan before they have children and plan ahead to be in poverty for the long term, and so decide on the number of children they'll have in their loving family on the basis of that, instead of a policy which is there for whenever a family is in real need. We have got the parents' backs, we've got those children's backs, no matter what number they come in their family. Scrapping the two-child limit will be transformative for these families and for the communities that they're in. It will change whole disadvantaged communities in my constituency, across London, across the United Kingdom, who all currently pay the price for high numbers of children in poverty, whether they're in their own family or not. And it is part of this government's wider mission to build a fairer country, to support and not penalise families, to support parents into secure and better paid work, to deliver more affordable homes, to cut the cost of living and give every child the best possible start in life. I will give way.
Member for giving way and Commander on her speech. Evidence shows that the two-child limit has not changed fertility or employment, but it has coincided, sadly, with a disproportionate rise in abortion among mothers with 2 or more children. Would she agree that removing the two-child limit cap would better support mums and help ensure no woman feels pushed towards an abortion because she can't afford another child?
The honourable member highlights one of the many painful decisions that people have to make on the back of this policy about heating and eating, about what to do in their families, and highlights the whole area of Northern Ireland, which will benefit from this as well. We need to bring the whole of the United Kingdom, every child across the whole of the United Kingdom, up, and lifting this policy will do that. It's fair across every part of the United Kingdom, also for all families who are affected. And I thank the honourable member for raising the different aspects that this bill introduced. So I am proud to support this bill, and I urge members across the House to do the same. Thank you.
Kirsty Blackman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll touch briefly on the Conservatives' position and then talk about the bill itself. I mean, the Conservatives have at least been consistent on this. They've been consistently cruel in their policies, and I would just point out that the level of detachment with the reality that's faced by so many families in my constituency, the reality for such a high percentage of families is they don't choose whether or not to have children. Right? They don't sit down and work out, does the money add up? You know, the reason that you've got the rape clause in place is because those choices are not able to be made by so many people. It's not an intention that people set out with, how many children I want, how many children they're planning to have. It is about what happens in circumstances that are created. And the reality is that this is a very entitled, privileged position that the Conservatives are holding, and it does not reflect the majority of our constituents. I said I wasn't giving way. In terms of where we are today, the Labour Party are being a bit smug about the position that we're in. The SNP have been absolutely consistent on calling for the removal of the two-child cap. Alison Thulis stood in this chamber and highlighted the rape clause at every possible opportunity. I think people got fed up with her talking about the rape clause. She talked about it so much. But she was one of the people that was leading the charge on this. I would like also, on that note, to thank those Labour members who did back removing the two-child cap at the earliest opportunity. I understand how difficult it is to do that, and I appreciate that you were willing to put your principles first in this regard. Looking at where we are today, it is a good day that the two-child cap is being cancelled. I'm sad, though, that the Secretary of State said that he doesn't regret anything that he has said before. He doesn't regret saying it's open to debate whether the two-child cap causes harm, despite the fact that he is now saying absolutely the opposite of that. He says he does not regret that previous comment. I'm glad that the government are finally scrapping this. Children should not be at the sharp end of the decisions that are being taken, just like older people who are having their winter fuel payment scrapped should not be at the sharp end of this. None of them are able to take the decisions in relation to their finances. None of them are able to work a few more hours. If you're 6 years old, you can't do that. They're not able, if you're a pensioner, to work that few more hours because you may be significantly over pension age and unable to work. We do need to recognise what's been said by a significant number of people, that so many of these families are in work. People are working hard, it's just that work doesn't pay. It's just that work doesn't pay enough. And actually, if you look at the stats on how people feel about the social security system, people feel that the social security system should provide enough support for people to be able to live. That is what people feel. And we know that on universal credit, we know that particularly if you're a large family on universal credit, even if you are working, people cannot afford the essentials. And that is what this is about. That is about giving people the best chance in life. The government, however, are not going far enough yet. Their child poverty task force and the strategy that came out of it. The strategy that came out of it was simply a reiteration of many, many things that had been announced already. It was a summary. It was, here we are. Here are all the things that we have announced already as a government. It does not have the ambition that we need to see child poverty tackled. If you look at the stats, the number of children in poverty, the rate of children in poverty by the end of this Parliament will be exactly the same as it is now. It will not reduce child poverty over the piece. We will go back to the same number of children, the same percentage of children in poverty as we have now, because the government is failing to have ambition. If the UK government look at, and I asked them to do this the other day, look at the Scottish child payment, look at the amount of additional money that is being provided, particularly as of next year, to families with children under 1, recognising that first 1,000 days and how difficult and how important those first 1,000 days are, looking at those uplifts to ensure that people are taken out of poverty, looking at the baby box, looking at the Best Start grant that is being provided to families, looking at the child poverty delivery plan that we will be bringing out in March, which, unlike the UK government's paper, which simply lays out a number of great things the government says it is doing, unlike that, we have targets. We are looking at what actual difference each of our policies are making. I would urge the UK government to look at what is being done in Scotland, to look at the fact that child poverty in Scotland is lower than it is in any other part of the UK, to look at that and consider what can be done to ensure that children can have the best possible start in life, whether they live in England, Wales, Northern Ireland or Scotland.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and I do so proudly on behalf of the families I represent in Western Bartonshire. The two-child benefit cap makes poor children poorer. It punishes children for their circumstances, and it has no place in our United Kingdom. Tackling child poverty is a proud Labour tradition, and one that this government has been proactive in pursuing from the very outset. This will deliver the much-needed change that we promised to my constituents. Western Bartonshire is a constituency with pockets of significant deprivation, but one built on a proud legacy of hard work, fairness and a strong sense of community. For too long, too many families in my constituency have been held back by the two-child benefit cap, a policy that does not reflect my values. It's where I live, and it's where I want our children and young people to succeed. By scrapping the two-child limit, we will directly benefit 2,260 children in Western Bartonshire. Last year, over 4,500 children were living in poverty in my constituency, and despite the claims of those who oppose this bill, more than 60% of those households with children in poverty are working families. I see parents turning to food banks not because they have failed, but because the system has failed them. In some parts of Western Bartonshire, over 65% of people are living in relative poverty. In 2024, this meant 8 children in every classroom of 30 in my constituency were growing up in poverty, while more than 12,000 households struggled with fuel poverty. These figures underline why this bill will make such a difference. There are many families in my constituency that struggle every single day to make ends meet, and I see children starting life in the back foot through no fault of their own. My wife works in education, and for many years she worked within a primary school in my constituency where it was common for children to arrive hungry, having had nothing to eat at home. I would like to remind the House that these aren't just statistics. These are children skipping meals and living in cold, damp homes because their families can't afford to buy sufficient food, never mind pay the heating bill. These children are the next generation in Western Bartonshire, and they should not be denied the same opportunities as others. Every single child matters. At the heart of Labour values is an inherent belief that background should not be a barrier to success, and the removal of the two-child limit is a clear and welcome expression of that commitment. This is the change we promised, and it will make a real, tangible difference to so many families in my constituency. The removal of this limit is only part of this Labour government's plan for change and to tackle poverty in a sustained way. The Chancellor's decision to reduce the level of debt repayments taken from universal credit means that 1.2 million of the poorest households keep more of their reward each month. This is straightforward change, but one that will have a real impact on family finances in Western Bartonshire. The budget delivered record additional funding for Scotland, which will create opportunities to improve outcomes for families and children in places like Western Bartonshire. However, it's disappointing that the SNP has too often failed to match increased resources with effective delivery when it comes to tackling child poverty in Scotland. Education is the quickest route out of poverty, but in my constituency and across Scotland, the educational attainment gap continues to widen. Meanwhile, further educational colleges are being starved of funding, further undermining the life chances of young people in Western Bartonshire. Removing the two-child limit is the right thing to do. It will give children a better start in life, regardless of how many siblings they have. This will increase their life chances. Not only that, but the decision will also ease the strain on our schools, our local charities, the NHS, and therefore benefit all in society. The solution to fixing the welfare system cannot be found in punishing those most vulnerable in society. Social security should provide stability and dignity for everyone, especially children. The bill is essential to helping alleviate some of the burdens and daily struggles families in Western Bartonshire face, and will lift 450,000 children nationally out of poverty by 2030. I was elected on a manifesto commitment to improve the life chances of every child, and supporting this bill is consistent with that commitment. Labour has always stood for communities like Western Bartonshire. Children are not a burden, and poverty is not inevitable. I'm proud to support this bill and what it represents: hope, opportunity and fairness, and I commend this bill to the House.
Tom Tugendhat.
Deputy Speaker. I've heard so many well-motivated and moving stories about human misery, and the truth is, those are the stories of our country. Those are the stories of a country that has tried over more than 100 years to introduce a social welfare service to look after the poorest in our community and to do the best for them. And in various different ways, all of us, and I do mean all of us, seek to do that. We may have different expressions, we may have different understandings of quite how that works, but we do all try to look after those who are most vulnerable in our society. But I think the division here comes in a very fundamental way. And it comes in the questions that one has to ask oneself when one looks at the way in which this economy, this society, this community grows. Now, when I say economy, I don't just mean the bald rows of figures that accountants and bankers add up. I mean the way in which the Greeks meant it, the way a home works together, the way people interact to bring a community, to bring a whole. How does that work? How do you get growth? How do you get investment at the right point, reward at the right point, so that you actually see the progress that society can bring? Because we've seen societies, time and time again, doing the well-meaning thing and ending up costing everyone. We can read the constitutions and the promises of governments and nations over the last century and see the human misery that it led to, not because they were evil, but because their intentions were not aligned with the reality of a human economy. We've seen it time and time again. And sadly, though we're now having a debate about two-child benefit cap, we're now having a debate about £3 billion, we're really having a debate about what does it mean to grow an economy. Because although the Liberal Democrat spokesperson made a joke out of it, the reality is we are seeing young people paying 70-odd% tax. And because of that, we're seeing young people making the choice to go to Dubai or to Portugal, to the United States or to Australia. We're seeing that money and that connection between young people and old people being broken. We're seeing families being left in need not just of the economic connection, but of the human connection between them. Because actually this debate, this isn't just about cash. I won't give way. This isn't just about cash. This is fundamentally about people. And there is an attempt, again, to pretend that the only interaction between people is that which is metriced, that which is divined, that which is organized by the state. And that just simply isn't true. It simply isn't true to say that unless the state provides, it doesn't count. And yet again and again and again we hear the same thing. So today in the United Kingdom, yes, I know we left taxes high. Many people seem to have forgotten that COVID seemed to increase the debt enormously. And when those of us tried to vote against various lockdowns, we were accused of murdering various different groups, depending on whoever it was that the then leader of the opposition seemed to be siding with. And I've said I won't. And so what we are seeing today is a legacy. It's true, a legacy of poor decisions, over COVID that some of us condemned at the time, a legacy of promises made in the last year or two and debts to those who challenged the leadership in the last 6 to 12 months. And we are now seeing a level of burden falling on those who are working, which is growing and growing and growing. And we are seeing people voting with their feet, either by not working or by leaving. And I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we are seeing here is a false choice. We're seeing a government making promises that will never be able to be cashed. We're seeing a government adding not to a debt of 2 trillion, which is the one that they state, but of 12 or 13 trillion, depending on how you count pension liabilities and PFI and many other of the state's debts. The reality is this country is broke to a degree that nobody in this House seems to be appreciating, certainly nobody on the benches opposite, and we simply do not have the understanding here amongst the noble and well-meaning socialists that the reality is they are racking up debts for their children that will mean that this state will be impoverished, we will be left weaker, and actually the whole country will be poorer.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Child poverty is a scourge on any society. It is a tragedy for individual children and families, and the untapped potential, worse health and lower attainment that results from it hold the whole of society back. In the fifth richest economy in the world, it is also inexcusable. Under 14 years of Conservative-led governments, the number of children living in poverty grew and poverty deepened, compounded by a housing crisis unprecedented since the Second World War, the growth of insecure low-paid work and the imposition of the two-child cap. Action for Children estimates that 4.5 million children are living in poverty in the UK. That's 3 in 10 children, on average 9 in every classroom. 7 out of 10 children who are living in poverty have at least one parent in work. Behind those statistics are children without a bed to sleep in, children without enough nutritious food to eat, children without warm clothes in winter, living in cold, damp, mouldy homes, children who lack the basics to nurture their growth and development, who are disadvantaged even before they set foot in a classroom. This situation is not an inevitability. It has come about through the deliberate political choice to prioritise a rhetoric about the benefit system and stereotypes about the families that rely on it, rather than looking at the evidence and the reality of people's lives. The Child Poverty Action Group's analysis of DWP data finds that 1.6 million children have been directly impacted by the decision to impose a cap on the social security measure that specifically supports families to care for children to the first 2 children in a family. 59% of these children have parents in work. The two-child cap has directly pulled 350,000 children into poverty. It is a measure that effectively punishes children for the number of siblings they have. One of the reasons I joined the Labour Party many years ago is because we believe that every child deserves to have the opportunity to succeed. We do not judge children on the circumstances of their birth or the decisions of their parents. I am therefore delighted that the Government is taking action to remove the pernicious two-child cap and directly to lift 400,000 children out of poverty. Give way.
And I absolutely welcome this bill. It is an enormous step forward and will bring great relief to a lot of people, a lot of families. But would you also recognise that the continuation of the overall benefit cap will mean that about 150,000 children will not benefit from this bill and will remain in the relative poverty that they do at the present time? And would she look forward to further legislation to remove the overall benefit cap in order to try and eliminate all poverty amongst children?
One member for his intervention. I'm going to go on to talk a little bit about some of the further measures that I believe the Government needs to take on this journey of tackling child poverty. Evidence from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation is clear that in the medium term, investment to bring down child poverty reduces the demand on public services caused by poor physical and mental health and poor education outcomes that are caused by poverty. Removing the cap is projected to increase the health and education standards of 2 million children who would otherwise have been affected by the cap. This Labour government, by removing the two-child cap, is projected to deliver the biggest ever reduction in child poverty in a single parliament. I am also proud of the other measures our government has already announced to help families, which will also help to reduce child poverty. The expansion of free school meals to all children whose families are on universal credit, the delivery of universal free breakfast clubs, and the reduction in school uniform costs. The government's commitment to children can be in no doubt. The Education Select Committee is working jointly with the Work and Pensions Select Committee to undertake formal scrutiny of the government's child poverty strategy. We want the strategy to be as effective as possible, and we will be listening over the coming weeks to evidence from experts on the impacts that the measures announced will have and whether there is more that should be done. I want the government to be truly ambitious in tackling child poverty, not simply lifting the poorest children just above a threshold, important as that is, but ensuring that right across our country, children can truly thrive. That will require action on some of the other causes of poverty. Housing costs and the shocking number of children living in temporary accommodation. food and energy costs, access to support for families in communities, and an education and skills system that really works for everyone. These are the questions that our committees will turn to in the coming weeks. But this step today is fundamental. It sets a context for an ambitious strategy. It will be transformative for families, and I'm proud to vote for it today.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like so many across the House, I welcome the Government's decision to finally scrap the two-child limit on benefits. I just wish they'd done so much earlier. The two-child limit is a cruel and unfair penalty on those in the most urgent need of welfare and support. This cap is not a measure against the exploitation of the benefits system to avoid work and continue having children. Instead, it's been an enormous burden on thousands of household budgets and has pushed more children into poverty. Even if, like those on that side of the House, you believe that that people have children irresponsibly, I still can't see how those children should be punished. Every child deserves a good start in life.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. There are many reasons why people end up on universal credit, and there are many reasons why people end up in a family situation with more than 2 children. And it's because of those blended families that Cotswold District Council chose not to apply the 2-child limit in its welfare support scheme. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that councils like Cotswold District Council that have gone out of pocket in these cash-strapped times to support families with blended children, blended families with more than 2 children shouldn't end up out of pocket and should be compensated by the government for the support that they gave in previous circumstances?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I commend South Cotswold Council for what it did. Unfortunately, when I tried to get East Cambridgeshire District Council to condemn the cap on the two-child cap, the Conservatives refused to agree to that. So this policy was poorly conceived from the outset and has amounted to little more than a tax, not on the parents, but on vulnerable children going up in a cost of living crisis. Now, in my constituency of Ely and East Cambridgeshire, we're thankfully below the national average for child poverty. But it's worth noting that in my relatively wealthy constituency, with relatively high-paid work, child poverty has continued to rise despite the fact that 70% of affected households have at least one parent in work. Clearly, this is not a case of families scrounging off the system, but of family budgets stressed to breaking point. Nationally, the picture looks similarly grim. Child poverty has increased over the last 15 years, pushing 850,000 more children into poverty. And in rural areas like my constituency, poverty can be all the more challenging. Parents have to travel miles to reach a supermarket or food bank for affordable food. Transport costs for school and work are far higher, fuel costs are higher, and children often find themselves socially isolated. We should never have got to this point. The Conservative government should have recognised that the two-child limit was both a failed experiment and salt in the wound for families dealing with spiralling costs in food, energy and basic necessities. Today I welcome the government's decision to make this correction, but it must be seen as the first step in improving the quality of life for children and building a better future. Child Poverty Action Group estimate that child poverty may cost in excess of £39 billion per year, accounting for additional public spending in areas like health and education, as well as future tax receipt losses from resulting unemployment. Behind this economic loss are children who will miss out on sports clubs and healthy food, facing a higher risk of disabilities and long-term health conditions, as we heard earlier, even facing an increased chance of early death. They're not afforded the opportunities to develop and pursue their own interests. Many may miss out on higher education, apprenticeships, and even early employment. This bill is about the future of all children living in this country. We must ensure that they're equipped with the resources to thrive and the ability to contribute to a society that supports them from the very start. In that spirit, will the Minister agree to make annual reviews of the entire universal credit system to ensure that it keeps up with the pace of cost of living and becomes an effective tool to tackle child poverty?
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first thing I want to do is kind of bring this back, because it's being pitched as if it's those that are not in work getting something that's being paid for by those that are in work, and that ain't the case. And it's wrong to suggest it. I'll tell you what's doing it is the scar that was left on our economy about in-work poverty. Reducing child poverty is the reason that I came into politics. Children don't choose their circumstances. They're not to blame for low wages. They're not to blame for insecure work. They're not to blame for their parents' pay packets. Yet they're the ones who feel the consequences the most. A child's chances should not depend on their parents' wages. A child's future should not depend on whether mum or dad has a bad boss or a bad year. That's why I was proud when this government announced this policy, and that 450,000 children will be lifted out of poverty by the end of this Parliament. And that includes over 3,000 children in Corby and East Northamptonshire. That's not just a statistic. That's 3,000 children. That's 3,000 lives. That's 3,000 futures and 3,000 chances. And do not let anyone tell you that this isn't about values, because it is. I remember when we announced this and the Tories on them benches were growling at us because we were suggesting that we'd put a tax on mansions, telling us we couldn't put a tax on mansions, and now sitting in here today telling us we shouldn't be lifting 450,000 children out of poverty. This is all about values and all about where I stand. This issue tells us everything you need to know about the priorities of the parties that are opposite. They'll fight for their cheaper mansions, but not for children who go to bed hungry. And then there's reform. They try to present themselves as the voice of working people. But when it comes to it, they vote against working families. They vote against employment rights, and they're voting against this bill. In their amendment to this bill, they said they disagree with removing the two-child limit because it fails to incentivise work for low-paid families. But that's not people cheating the system. That's not people taking advantage. That's working people kept in low pay by a system that the Conservatives built and a system that Reform now defend. Work should be the route out of poverty, not a lifetime trapped in it for children or their families. That's why this government has chose to back working families. That's why this government's chose to back children. That's why this government is choosing fairness, and that's why this Parliament should back this bill.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. As my honourable friend from Shirley said, no one in this House will doubt the importance of supporting children, and I realise that Labour backbenchers are feeling good about the fact that they've organised themselves to deliver what they see as a simple moral good. But as they know and we know, things are much more complicated than that. And I know they think they've delivered a simple moral good because not a single one of them has mentioned the rate. None of them has questioned why the additional rate is set at £17.25, rising to £70.90. They haven't asked whether that is enough to address poverty. They haven't sought to get under the skin of whether this is a more complicated and nuanced argument than it might at first appear. Just the simple act is enough without contemplating what may be the unintended consequences. And I'm afraid, colleagues, I am concerned about this measure being one of those careful what you wish for things that the government is stumbling into. First of all, a number of members on this side certainly have mentioned, I will in a moment, have mentioned the demographic time bomb, and indeed the Secretary of State mentioned the demographic time bomb that we face. There has been no discussion of this measure within the overall fiscal problem which our children will be facing. At the moment, we have about 3.6 workers per pensioner in this country. By 2050, that will have fallen to 2. How are we going to pay for all this in the future? How are we going to fund it all without enormous debt? We only have to look across the channel at France to see what an eruption, a fiscal eruption, can look like in terms of civic disruption and unrest on the streets when the necessary correction is made to a welfare state which is running out of control. And I'm afraid, colleagues, that is exactly the situation we find ourselves in. No one is pretending that decisions about welfare are easy. They are not. Having worked briefly as a minister in the DWP, these are difficult decisions, yet no one questions the micro decisions that are made. It's simply enough to say to people, we're pumping money out there, let's hope for the best. Why is the standard rate of the mobility section of PIP set at £30.30? I don't know. Does anybody else? Is there an argument for it? These are the decisions that ministers have to make on a daily basis, not just about whether we pay welfare, how much we pay. And my argument, one of my concerns about this measure is none of that is part of a wider conversation about this massive demographic steam train that's coming down the tunnel towards us. The second issue that I have is that this necessarily, because it includes them in the welfare, bill, treats children as a burden, somehow to be mitigated, rather than treating them as a bonus to be encouraged. And as my honourable friend, the member for Hinckley and Bosworth, said, on this side of the House, we would much rather there were work incentives that came alongside children. When I was briefly Secretary of State for Education, I was inundated with correspondence and approaches from lots of highly productive and ambitious women who wanted assistance within work. They wanted some kind of bonus, relief, some kind of package to encourage them to have children, rather than see children as part of some kind of safety net where women have to be rescued if they have children. And so I think this is for a country that needs more children, we have to have a tilt in our mentality towards our approach and hope that we can move from mitigation towards encouragement. And my concern about, as I say, embedding the notion that people should have more children within the welfare system is about mitigation, as I say, more than encouragement. But the final issue that I wanted to raise is one that a number of members have raised, which is about legitimacy of the system. We often pretend that we do things for the first time in this country, whereas in fact we can look overseas for lessons. And we don't have to look very far. If you look to France, where successive governments increased family-related welfare with weak links towards work or contribution, actually what it created in society was a wider resentment. And any successful welfare system has to have an eye to legitimacy and consent from the wider population for it to exist. And if you talk to French political scientists, go on, I will.
For giving way, but we don't have to look to France. This is fundamentally an issue that many families face around balancing their budgets. Many of them having to get second jobs. And I know that perhaps we can learn from the Honourable Gentleman's experience, because he's been forced out to get a second job to make ends meet. So can you perhaps there's some droplets of experience you can give to these people who are struggling to make ends meet?
I'm glad the Honourable Gentleman is paying attention to my register. But as he will know, I haven't been forced out to get a job. I founded my business 30 years ago. I'm one of the few people in this House who's created jobs by the sweat of my own hands rather than just talked about it. And frankly, I pay the Sainsbury's bill and the mortgages and all the rest of it of all my employees every single month, and I'm proud to do so. Maybe you could learn some lessons by spending some time with some business people about what it is to make true fiscal and economic decisions. But I want to move on to my third point, and that is about legitimacy. And one of the things they found in France was this rise in resentment, which actually resulted in President Macron taking specific steps to means test the access to family welfare. French political scientists will point to the rise of the National Rally in France, directly stemming from a mishandling of the welfare system and a growth in resentment in those who did not participate in it. And I'm afraid, colleagues, in the order paper today, we've seen that writ large in an amendment that was not called, Madam Deputy Speaker, but from the Reform Party, an amendment calling for open discrimination in our welfare system against those who do not have entirely, or parents who were born entirely in this country. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, I declare an interest. That includes my children. right? 2 of my children not born to a British citizen. It also includes the children of members of Parliament who sit for the Reform Party. And there's something grotesque about seeking legislation which seeks to downgrade the citizenship of your own children.
Jack Abbott.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's true to say the party opposite has been right about one thing today. This is about choices, and I'm incredibly proud to be making the one we're making today. The Conservative Party did do untold damage to our country, whether it's hollowing out of the criminal justice system, crumbling school buildings and hospitals, record NHS waiting lists, and of course Liz Truss as well. But the most egregious part of their record was the harm they inflicted on our nation's children. An entire generation plunged into poverty. And poverty is not inevitable. The last Labour government lifted 600,000 children out of poverty. But the Conservative scorched earth programme of austerity reversed that trend. Over their 14 years in power, child poverty rose by 900,000, and now 4.5 million children live in poverty. And in my own constituency of Ipswich, thousands are growing up in poverty. That's around 1 in 3. And these aren't simply abstract statistics. These are children and families I meet with every week. Now, the Shadow Secretary said that families have difficult conversations around the kitchen table, and she's absolutely right. Parents are worried about whether they're going to be turning the heating on or skipping a meal. Kids already feel the weight of their world on their shoulders before their 10th birthday. And as already been mentioned just a moment ago, parents working 2 jobs are still unable to make ends meet. It's cold bedrooms, it's missed meals, it's 2 small patched-together school uniforms, and these are scars that last a lifetime. Now, much of that hardship and suffering can be directly attributed to the 2-child benefit limit. It is a failed, cruel policy experiment, and leaving aside the fact-free nonsense we've heard previously from the party opposite, it makes no difference to family sizes, it does not drive up employment. Indeed, as already been mentioned today, almost 60% of families affected are already in work. It does not achieve the so-called goals the way the Tory ideologue would lay out and still pretend that exists. Instead, it punishes children. All it does to make children poorer is the single biggest driver of child poverty today. And perhaps that is why there are so few from the party opposite prepared to sit and defend this morally, socially and economically bankrupt point. I will.
Way. There aren't many on this bench, as he admittedly won the election last time, but we do know that the public support keeping this cap in place, that we know 60% on average on any poll for the last few years suggests this cap should remain in place. Why does he think the British public back the cap staying here?
Honourable gentleman for his intervention. Actually, I was referring to today here defending this policy, and I don't think there will be a single person out there in the country who defends keeping hundreds of thousands of children more in poverty. That is what we're getting rid of today. That is what his party is defending. And indeed, it is difficult to think of another policy in modern Britain that is so stark in its design and so devastating in its impact. That policy for nearly a decade has quietly and cruelly shaped and limited the life chances of children across this country. Poverty impacts children before they're even born, and its effects continue to be felt in a myriad of ways at every stage of life after that. Children growing up in poverty are more likely to experience mental and physical health issues and do worse at school. They're more likely to be unemployed, earn less, or be in low-skilled work than their peers, and they're more likely to experience homelessness and poor health. The Shadow Secretary of State said this is a trap for worklessness. No, this policy is a trap for worklessness. This is exactly what this policy has achieved over the previous few years. So the consequences of poverty are severe and long-lasting, with children born into poverty ultimately having lower life expectancies. Life is shorter because of poverty, and poverty exists in its extreme because of this policy. So for children growing up in a low-income household in Suffolk, my county, education disadvantage starts before they even begin school and compounds at every stage of their education. The latest figures from the Education Policy Institute's 2025 Disadvantage Report shows that before kids even enter primary school, they're almost half a year behind their peers. By the time they finish Key Stage 3, as they're choosing their options, they're a staggering 21.7 months behind, nearly 2 full school years before they even begin studying for their GCSEs. And the translation of this deprivation gap over at every stage of a child's education onto their examination results is tangible and stark. Disadvantaged students in Suffolk are 4.4 grades behind at the age of 16. I remember being a counsellor during the pandemic, and I saw the enormous impact this had on so many families. Many of you will remember, never mind huddling around a kitchen dining room table trying to do their work, many families didn't have that kitchen dining room table. Indeed, many disadvantaged students in places like Ipswich were left without electronic devices, laptops, for many, many months. And I hope this would be a watershed moment in the way we view education and poverty and its links. But instead, what I saw in opposition as a councillor in Suffolk was more cuts to children's centres, more than halving of health visitors, and we wonder why we have such problems now when it comes to young children entering education for the first time. It is absolute disgrace that even now, even after all the impact that we have seen, even after all the evidence we have seen, the party opposite cannot bring themselves to want to support measures that reduce child poverty. So that is why I'm proud to support this bill, because scrapping the 2-child limit is an action that will have one of the greatest impacts on driving down child poverty. This one action will mean 450,000 children will be lifted out of poverty across our country, including more than 3,000 in my town of Ipswich. Through this action, and alongside an enormous package of actions our government is taking, we will take over 500,000 children out of poverty, the largest reduction in a single parliament since recalls began. This policy is quite simply wrong. The number of brothers and sisters a child has should never determine whether they go hungry, and it should never determine how well they do in school, and no child should be punished simply for existing. So tackling child poverty is in our Labour Party's DNA, and today I could not be prouder to be a Labour MP. Because today this Labour government is following the footsteps of every Labour government that came before it, lifting children out of poverty and transforming children's lives.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although the reasoned amendment put forward in the name of my Reform UK colleagues and myself has not been selected, I would still like to speak to the contents of this important amendment. Scrapping the two-child benefit limit does nothing to help hard-working parents who set their alarm clocks every morning and does everything to encourage families already on benefits to have more children in the full knowledge that the state will pay for them. Removing the 2-child benefit cap without imposing any other restrictions, such as limiting it to working families with British-born parents, fails to incentivise work. 1 minute. It increases, let me make some progress. It increases the support to non-working families beyond that given to working parents earning above the benefit level. So those who work are being punished, while those who play the system are rewarded. The cost to the taxpayer of scrapping this cap is estimated at £15 billion over the next 5 years, with families affected by the cap estimated to gain an average of £25,000 per family over that period. And the more children they have, the more they get. This is not sustainable. It is not fair. This is another step towards crippling our economy instead of introducing policies to grow it. We cannot advocate for a society where work doesn't pay. Furthermore, due to higher birth rates among foreign nationals just a minute, I don't know who's first. Furthermore, due to higher birth rates amongst foreign nationals, a significant amount of this additional expenditure is expected to go to households where at least one parent is born outside the UK. To be clear and to conclude, reform will only lift the cap for British families where both parents are in full-time work.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Listening to the front bench opposite is quite something. You'd think that the recipients of this benefit were spending the money on soft furnishings for their second homes. They aren't. They're spending it on food, rent and clothing for their children. The rise in child poverty under the previous Tory government has been a shameful stain on this country, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is taking action, not only to provide food and basic necessities, but to give children the opportunity to escape cycles of poverty and build secure, independent futures. In the months since this policy was announced, we have heard some truly shameful language from the benches opposite, including describing this budget as a budget for Benefit Street. In doing so, completely denigrating the 450,000 children who never chose to be born into poverty and who, for the most part, have simply had the misfortune of growing up during years of successive Conservative governments. It is telling that using taxpayers' money to lift children out of poverty is framed by the Conservatives as an irresponsible use of public funds, while the 10 billion lost to COVID fraud is something we are apparently expected to forget and move on from without consequence. I would genuinely welcome the Shadow Secretary opposite and the Leader of the Opposition to my constituency for them to explain directly to the nearly 1,600 children who will be lifted out of poverty by the removal of the two-child cap why she so routinely denigrates people like them and their parents. Parents who themselves are paying the price for a government she was part of, a government that sent mortgages soaring and allowed inflation to reach 11%. Sadly, I won't hold my breath. When she's not using the Isle of Wight as the punchline of one of her poor, laughless jokes, she treats it as a photo opportunity without the basic respect of engaging with local people, local media, or indeed the local MP. But perhaps we should not be surprised. The party opposite has consistently failed to understand the real, tangible difference policies like this make to people's lives. Instead of reckoning with the impact of their own poverty-accelerating decisions, they choose to vilify those who stand to benefit. And as I understand it, Reform will now reverse the two-child cap to find money to pay for a cheaper pint at your local pub.
Absolutely.
Presumably their next policy will be increase the drunk driving limit to whatever you think you can get away for it with, and lower the age of buying cigarettes to 12 because Daddy's too busy down the pub saving money to buy his own cigs. As a small business owner, I know too well the damaging legacy of austerity, and the removal of the two-child cap represents the clearing away of one of the most shameful legacies of the austerity years. I know firsthand the impact government decisions have on local economies. Austerity was not just a line in a budget, it was a decade of underinvestment that hit businesses like mine hard. It hollowed out our high streets, weakened consumer confidence, and squeezed the incomes of working families. But this policy is about more than tackling poverty and the intergenerational damage it causes. It is about giving hard-working families the chance to feel part of their high street again, supporting those who have lost a wage earner or whose wages have simply failed to keep pace with the cost of living. It is called social security for a reason, and is the solemn responsibility of any government to provide a safety net to those who, through no fault of their own, have fallen in hard times. This policy is not just about the removal of the benefits cap, it is an investment in our greatest asset, the British people, and in our future. It is about ensuring the next generation does not go to school hungry or without the basic necessities, and about putting our country on a stronger footing by giving every child a fair start in life.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the benefits system is a safety net designed to support people in hardship. But a fair system must balance the needs of those who pay for it. Benefits are paid by taxpayers of today, or, if the money is borrowed, as so often the case by this government, by the taxpayers of tomorrow. Every time the cost of benefits rises, so does the burden on the taxpayer. And that cost is growing unsustainably. Spending on health and disability benefits alone are set to hit £100 billion a year by the end of this decade. It is a mark of Labour's irresponsibility that they present a bill today to increase welfare spending further. I believe in personal responsibility. Not only should our country live within its means, but every individual and family should do so too. Many thousands of couples every year think about whether to have children. They make that choice on a number of factors, but one of the most important is whether they can afford to bring up that child as they would like to do so. Those in receipt of benefits should face the same choices as those in work. That is why the Conservatives introduced the two-child benefit cap, and why I believe it should be retained. Under the previous system, pre-2017, there was a fundamental element of unfairness. A family in receipt of benefits saw those increase automatically every time they had another child. That was not true of a family not in receipt of those benefits. Why should a taxpayer who has decided not to afford more children subsidise the third, fourth or fifth child of someone not in work? I understand why Labour members are in favour of more welfare spending. They stopped representing working people a long time ago and now want to create a society where more than half the population is dependent on the state to ensure their re-election. But why has the leader of Reform UK, the Honourable Member for Clacton, supported scrapping the two-child cap until so very recently? Voters in my constituency, some even sympathetic to his cause, have been horrified. I think the answer is that he's chasing votes in the north of England, hoping to win support from former Labour members. That instinct for higher spending shows that Reform UK is wholly unserious about governing our country. Britain needs a government determined to deliver the changes we need, controlling public expenditure, reducing borrowing, leading to lower taxes and a stronger economy. And I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Deeply offended by his comment about people in the north of England, as though north of England voters are people that just simply vote for their own welfare. That's simply not true. The people I represent are very proud to be hard-working people in good working-class jobs, and many of those people have children who are impacted by the two-child cap, so would you like to apologise to them?
Sir Ashley Fox.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. If he'd listened to what I said, I was describing the tactics of the Honourable Member for Clacton, and that, I believe, is what motivates his policy on this matter. But this government seems to be completely powerless to do anything to reverse the spiralling costs of the welfare state. The Prime Minister did, of course, try to make a package of modest reforms last year. He set out to save £4.5 billion, but was forced into a humiliating U-turn and ended up spending more taxpayers' money to buy off rebels on the benches opposite. He now says his welfare reforms strike the right balance. Does anyone believe him? Not a thought for the taxpayer, not a thought of the extra debt they're incurring and the interest that will have to be paid on it. Let me remind Labour members that prior to the election, they said repeatedly that they would not increase taxes on working people. They accompanied this by a manifesto pledge that they would increase spending by £9.5 billion. In the 18 months since they were elected, they have actually increased spending by £100 billion, 10 times more than they promised. They've increased taxes by £66 billion and borrowing by an extra £40 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what Labour does best: spending other people's money. It's in their DNA. They don't care about spending and borrowing. They don't care about getting better value for the taxpayer. Their only thought is to spend and borrow more, as if that is a sign of caring. I am proud to have a leader with the backbone to tell the truth to the British people. We need to reduce the size of the state so it does less and does it better. We will reward people who do the right thing, who work hard, who save, who invest, who create jobs, and who will build a more prosperous country for all of us.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of lifting the two-child cap, not just as a Member of Parliament, but as someone who knows personally what it means to live on the edge of financial insecurity that was not my child's fault. A few years ago, at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, way before I stood in this house, for a period of time I was a single parent and out of work. Not for long in the grand scheme of things, but long enough to struggle again. And I don't want to make this about me, but I want to give this example because hopefully it shows a modicum of insight and empathy, which appears to be missing on this, from this side of the house and a little bit over there. Like millions of people across this country, I was doing everything I could to keep going, to keep my home afloat and to shield my child from the worst of the stress and anxiety that comes with not having enough. Many people experience this even in work. people with responsibility for more children than I have. At that time, I had to register my car as SORN because I simply couldn't afford to run and tax it. And so every day I would do a twice-a-day walk to school that took me about 3 hours. Now, I want to be clear what that meant in practice. It meant starting the day already exhausted, and especially for my daughter, knowing I still had to parent, to job hunt, to cope, and at the end of the day, it meant digging deep for energy I often, quite frankly, just didn't have. But some days, if I could scrape together enough loose change, coins I gathered from hither and thither, I could afford a bus. And that small thing, that single bus journey, made an enormous difference to me and to my child. I had a little bit more patience, a little bit more capacity to be the parent that my child needed me to be. And that's the reality we're talking about today for so many. The two-child cap is often discussed in abstract terms, numbers, incentives, thresholds. But behind every statistic is a family making impossible choices. Parents skipping meals so that their children can eat. Children growing up with limits imposed on them before they've even had a chance to begin. This is not about supporting families who are simply irresponsible or reckless or thoughtless or not planning ahead for children they can and can't afford. And it predominantly impacts working families who fall on hard times sometimes. Families who lose a job, families whose circumstances change through illness, bereavement or redundancy, families who did not plan to need support but need it nonetheless. Children do not choose the circumstances they are born into, and yet under the two-child cap, we are telling some children that they're worth less than others. That support will stop an arbitrary line drawn between that support will stop an arbitrary line drawn not by need but by ideology. Lifting the two-child cap is not about rewarding anyone, it's about recognising reality. It's about acknowledging the cost of living has risen, that wages have not kept pace and that social security should provide security, especially for children. When we invest in families, we invest in better outcomes, better health, better crime, better education and stronger communities. We reduce pressure on public services further down the line and we give parents the breathing space they need. When I think back to the long walks, the exhaustion, the worry, the quiet determination to keep going, I know how much difference a little extra support will make for so many families and children who will be lifted out of poverty because of this. It's not luxury, it's not comfort, it's just dignity and a fair chance. It's the difference between a parent breaking or not, going without a meal to feed their child or not, a child not starting the day exhausted, a warm bedroom at bedtime or not. Don't have children if you can't afford them just doesn't wash. It's not a parent's fault they have record high energy bills thanks to the war in Ukraine. It doesn't help a parent out of work due to ill health thanks to a broken NHS system that has not been there to help fix them after 14 years of a Conservative government. And it's no parent's fault when they have a child with SEND for who they've had to give up work perhaps to support, or the fault of over 60% of working families who are struggling. So this is why I urge this House to do the right thing, just as Citizens Advice have, Child Poverty Action Group have, Older Hay Children's Hospital have, Mental Health Foundation have, Royal College of Nursing have, UK Women's Budget Group have, UNICEF UK have, to name but a few. I've noticed there's been absolutely no evidence in organisations that back their claims that this is the wrong thing to do. And I want to ensure that in this country, no child is held back simply because of the circumstances they were born into, or circumstances that have changed, that have made things harder for their parents and for them. That's why I'm grateful that we are not just doing this in isolation, but we'll have Best Start hubs. This Labour government is delivering breakfast clubs to help parents get back into work and to get to work earlier. We're delivering up to £7,000 worth of childcare for working parents, and we're helping young people out of work, education or training into the workplace to better their life opportunities. And that is what lifting the two-child cap is about.
Manuela Pertigella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The two-child limit has punished children for circumstances entirely beyond their control. For nearly a decade, families have been denied support simply because a child happened to be born third or fourth. That was a cruel choice made by policymakers, not in children's best interest, and it really shows that government can get it wrong. This was a particularly callous policy because it was designed to punish children. and because of the harm done to generations of young people, the future of our country. Today, 4.5 million children in the UK are growing up in poverty, including in my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon. This policy has been a major driver of deep poverty, pushing working families further into hardship at a time when food, energy and housing costs remain painfully high. In Stratford-on-Avon, I hear from parents who are working hard, often juggling insecure hours or carrying responsibilities, yet still struggling to afford basics like heating, healthy food, transport, and even furniture. Many live in privately rented homes where costs keep rising, while support has been capped and frozen. And these families are doing everything asked of them, yet the system has been stuck against them. And I would gently remind the Shadow Secretary that looking after 5 children as a single parent is a job, is work. Raising a family is one of the most important jobs and contributions a person can make to society. Research by the Social Market Foundation has made a wider point that when countries make it harder to have and raise children, birth rates tend to fall and population age faster. And that has real consequences for the long-term health of our economy and the public finances, because a smaller working age population has to support a larger retired population, while demand, productivity and innovation can all suffer. And the same analysis also underlines something we should be honest about in this debate. In the UK, being a parent is too often tied to financial pressure, where families feel supported through affordable and high-quality childcare and a safety net that does not penalise children. Outcomes are better for parents and for children alike, and the whole society benefits. If we're serious about giving every child the best start in life, we should stop designing policy that makes it harder for families to get by. Removing the 2-child limit is the single most effective step this House can take to lift children out of poverty during this Parliament. It is backed by children's charities, economists, educators, and those working on the front line. It will improve health, educational outcomes, and life chances, while easing pressure on public services in the long term. A fair society does not balance its books by denying children support. It invests in them, protects them, and gives every child the opportunity to thrive. And that is why I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues support the removal of the shameful 2-child limit, and why I am proud to back its second reading today.
James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, I support this bill. It's what we're here for, at the stroke of a pen. Not any pen, but that of a government pen. The years of opposition hoping to be able to come in and enact the sort of change that we are able to make here today. And it is why I am proud to stand in support of this bill and support of my honourable friend, the Minister, in his place, and the work he continues to do in assessing the welfare reforms to come. In my constituency, child poverty is a daily reality for too many families. More than 7,000 children in Bury North are growing up in poverty. Over a third of the families I represent, and well above the national average, the majority of them in work. Behind each number, a child arriving at school hungry, a parent worrying about rent or heating, families doing everything right but still falling short on the bills they have to pay. What makes this harder is that Bury North is often seen on paper as doing reasonably well. Strong communities, pride in place. But proximity to prosperity does not cushion poverty. It simply hides it. Too often, policy has failed to understand that. It is why the government is right to reassess how funding is allocated, recognising that affluence and deprivation sit side by side, ward by ward, and crucially, why this change is being made now when it is costed, affordable, yet overdue. In Chesham Fold and parts of East Ward, Parents work every hour they can, budgeting meticulously, yet still struggling to cover the basics. Madam Deputy Speaker, the least well-off are often the best at budgeting because they have no choice but to stretch limited means as far as possible. And nowhere is inequality clearer than in health. A child born in one part of my constituency can expect to live 7 to 10 years less than a child born barely a mile away. That gap is not about lifestyle choices. It is about poverty shaping lives before they have even properly begun. That is why lifting the child limit matters so much and why I support it as an economic and moral intervention. Scrapping it will lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty and reduce the poverty, the depth of that poverty for many more. It increases spending power in exactly the communities that need it most. That money is spent locally, in full, on food shops, markets, uniforms, rent, heating, transport. It circulates through local economies, gives them buoyancy, stabilises households, and reduces pressure on public services downstream. Child poverty already costs our economy close to 40 billion a year in lost potential and higher demand. Ending it for families in Bury North is not ideological, it is hard-headed prevention. I also challenge those who continue to trade in the myths that cling to this debate. Most affected families are already in work. Many include a disabled child. Family circumstances change overnight for many of us through bereavement, redundancy, or relationship breakdown. A social security system that fails to recognise that is not tough, it is brittle and will break too easily as it did for 14 years. This matters even more profoundly for children with special educational needs and disabilities. As the recent Sutton Trust report states, growing up with SEND and in poverty creates a double disadvantage. So I support this government's instincts on welfare reform. Rights and responsibilities matter. Contribution matters. But responsibility only works if the floor people are expected to stand on is high enough in the first place. This bill, alongside wider measures to support families and tackle low incomes, sends a clear message. We are serious about prevention, serious about fairness, and serious about breaking the link between the circumstances of birth and chances in life.
Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, Labour MPs are lining up to congratulate themselves for ending the two-child limit. I welcome that decision. I fought for it and I voted for it, and I was suspended and punished by my former party for doing so. While that punishment was being handed out from the Labour Whip's office, on behalf of the Prime Minister, children in Coventry South and children across the country pay the price. Facts matter. The two-child limit pushes an estimated 109 children into poverty every single day. From the moment that I was suspended for voting to scrap it to today, when the second reading of this bill is being debated, 19 months have passed. 19 months of delay and excuses. That means over 63,000 children were pushed into poverty while this Labour government delayed, argued and disciplined its own MPs for doing the right thing. Those children will not get that time back. They will carry the consequences for the rest of their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are now 4.5 million children living in poverty in Britain. That is not a statistic. It is a national disgrace in the 6th largest economy in the world. And without further action, that number will rise to 4.7 million during this Parliament. So scrapping the two-child limit matters because it is the single biggest driver of rising child poverty. It will lift... Yes.
I thank the member for giving way on this point. Would she recognise that an additional cause of child poverty is a tax threshold that hasn't raised at all, and the insufficiency of the minimum wage, which drives many working families into desperate poverty, and therefore their children suffer as a result of that?
Absolutely, I completely agree with the right honourable gentleman. If I can continue without the heckling from the other side, who have now decided that child poverty is a priority that they want to pursue. So, scrapping the two-child limit matters because it is the single biggest driver of rising child poverty. It will lift hundreds of thousands of children closer to dignity and security. But this Labour government has decided to stop halfway because while the two-child limit goes, the benefit cap remains. That means tens of thousands of families will feel no benefit at all from this change. According to the government's own analysis, 50,000 families will gain nothing. Another 10,000 will only gain part of what they are owed, and some parents will be left with just £3 a week after rent. £3 to feed, clothe and raise a child. So let us be clear. You cannot claim to have ended a policy that punishes children while keeping another that traps them in deep poverty. The benefit cap does not drive employment. It does not create opportunity. It simply takes money from the poorest families, many of them single parents with very young children, and pushes them deeper into despair and hardship. If this Labour government is serious about tackling child poverty, it has to finish the job. That means scrapping the benefit cap, ending the two-child limit in full, increasing child-related benefits, making free school meals universal so no child is excluded simply because their parents earn £1 too much. It means introducing an essentials guarantee into our social security system so that everyone can afford the basics, and ending the 4-year freeze on local housing allowance so families can keep a roof over their heads in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Every single day of delay causes real harm to the most vulnerable in our society. Every day of half measures by this Labour government means that children will continue growing up in cold, hungry and anxious about what comes tomorrow. Madam Deputy Speaker, reducing child poverty is not radical. It is responsible. It is the right thing to do. It improves health, it improves education, it improves long-term economic outcomes. And last July, alongside 6 other colleagues, I did not vote to scrap the two-child benefit cap for applause. I voted for it because poverty is a political choice and it was the right thing to do. If this House truly believes that all children are equal, then it must act on that belief and abolish the two-child benefit cap in full without delay. Thank you.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was also one of the 7 Labour MPs suspended for voting, and to be quite clear, on an amendment to the King's Speech, to strengthen the King's Speech, to remove the two-child limit. I had made a vow to my constituents in Liverpool West Derby during the election. I would vote to scrap this inhumane policy at every single opportunity I could. So I did. Today I am grateful and frankly relieved that the government has recognised this policy for what it always was, and a moral attack from the architect of austerity, George Osborne, which punished working class children. Everything we should oppose in a Labour government. So today is a big step in the right direction for the government elected on a promise to support the most vulnerable and for change. And I'm delighted we stand here today. Madam Deputy Speaker, shamefully, 4.5 million children are living in poverty in the UK, 850,000 more than in 2010. The two-child limit has been a key driver of this increase since its introduction in 2017. According to the Child Poverty Action Group, every single day this policy existed, 109 children were pushed into poverty and denied their ability to live life to the full. Trussell figures are just a start. Almost 1 in 3 emergency food parcels last year went to families with 3 or more children, families who make up just 11% of the population. More than 2 in 5 of those families experience food insecurity. This winter, food banks have been forced to provide an emergency food parcel every 10 seconds. Every 10 seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, in one of the richest, wealthiest nations on earth. But I will give way to my honourable friend.
Compliment him on the amazing work he's done on the right to food and the work he's done in food banks in Liverpool, supported by all the football clubs there. He must be aware, maybe he's got figures on it, of the number of families with children who use food banks, who themselves are in work, sometimes doing 2 jobs, but are still so poor they cannot afford to pay a weekly grocery bill.
I thank my friend for that intervention, my honourable friend. And in the food pantries that we run in Liverpool with transport and food banks, over 60% of those that access those food pantries are in work. That's the stark reality of what the world that we live in. So behind the figures, what we're speaking about, real families and real children. Alder Age Children's Hospital Charity made abolishing the two-child limit its primary focus in its Put Children First report. They see first-hand the damage this policy causes to our children in our communities. I've spoken to my great friend, the paediatrician, Dr. Ian Sinner, from Alder Age Children's Hospital. He was presented with a child who at first sight he thought had leukemia. It turned out to be malnutrition. Poverty kills, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is why scrapping the two-child limit matters. In my constituency, Liverpool West Derby alone, over 3,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. Nationally, 470,000 children will benefit by 2027 alongside 200,000 adults. This represents a 15% reduction in child poverty, with the living standards of 1.6 million children improving immediately. And the impact goes far beyond immediate relief. As we heard at the Right to Food Commission's evidence session last week in Knowsley, lifting families out of poverty, improving their food security transforms lives, better health outcomes, less pressure on the NHS, higher educational attainment and a stronger future workforce. For those in this place today, and many aren't here now, who rallied against the cost of lifting children out of poverty, the economic benefit of removing the two-child limit is estimated at 3.1 billion per year through reduced pressure on public services, increased employment, higher tax revenues. It's cost neutral. For those who only speak the language of the Treasury, it's not only morally right, but it's fiscally responsible. If that floats your boat, that's what we're talking about. We must be honest though, this doesn't go far enough. We are voting to remove the two-child benefit limit, not the benefit cap. The cap remains, meaning 50,000 families will see no benefit at all and 20,000 only a marginal increase. If we're really serious about ending child poverty, and I hope we are with the strategy that we're bringing forward, this government must commit to removing the benefit cap entirely within this Parliament. The Right to Food Commission will also call for comprehensive right to food legislation, including universal free school meals, transparency on food costs, and a requirement for food security to be considered across all areas of policy. So we urge colleagues to support this bill. But I also remind the House that when it comes to inequality, we do not get to choose where our moral mission ends. As long as children in 21st century Britain are growing up hungry or in poverty, there is more we can do and we must do. Let us remove the two-child limit today, end the benefit cap, legislate for the right to food, and build a Britain where no family or child is left behind.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Scrapping the two-child benefit cap is the single most important action this government could take to improve outcomes for children in poverty. My Liberal Democrat colleagues and I have called for this consistently, so I'm pleased that the government is finally taking this step. Children and young people in Eastleigh and across our country have paid the price for a policy that was never about fairness, but instead about cutting support to families who are often struggling the most. This cruel, shameful policy should never have been introduced in the first place, and I will just reiterate that circumstances can change in a heartbeat. Redundancy, bereavement, discovering a child needs special care, which means that a parent has to give up work, life-changing events can all have a huge and sometimes devastating impact on household income. According to the End Child Poverty Coalition, 20.6% of children in Eastleigh are growing up in poverty. These experiences in early childhood shape outcomes for life, affecting health, educational attainment, and future earnings. Without further action, over 4 million children in the UK will still be growing up in poverty by 2029. Housing costs, inflation, particularly food inflation, and high energy costs continue to be central drivers of hardship. The Department for Work and Pensions' own impact assessment has found that around 50,000 low-income families currently affected by the two-child benefit limit will gain nothing when it is lifted in April. A further 20,000 will only see their incomes lift partially from April due to having their income raised to benefit cap level. So what further measures will the Minister take to ensure that all children can fulfil their full potential. Citizens Advice Eastleigh recently advised a single parent whose universal credit was reduced by nearly 30% due to the benefit cap, which combined with her high rental costs left her with only £400 a month to feed and clothe her children and keep them warm. Charities in my constituency and across the UK say the same thing. This bill on its own, while welcome, is not enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, a fair society does not balance its books on the backs of children. It is frankly astonishing that the party to my right would reinstate the two-child benefit cap. According to the IFS, their policy did not have a significant impact on labour supply and has not considerably affected fertility decisions. So the only thing it did was to drive more children into poverty. What a terrible legacy that is. I wonder what they would say to the 72% of children living in poverty who are in working families and the families with 3 or more children who are in poverty through absolutely no fault of their own. A fair society protects its children, invests in them, and gives every child the chance to thrive. That is why I support this bill and why I will continue to press for further action until child poverty in this country is eradicated once and for all.
Yeah. Dr. Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm proud to support this bill today, and I do so with the families of Southampton firmly in mind. Those are families who fell foul of the last Conservative government's mission to make Britain Dickensian again. More than 83%, my city is among those who are the poorest in the country. Worse off than more than 83% of local authorities when it comes to the deprivation that affects children. Now in here that's a potentially abstract statistic. There it's reflected in the lived reality of my constituents.
Yeah.
More than 1 in 5 working age adults in Southampton are on universal credit, rising to an average of 1 in 3 in our most deprived neighbourhoods. Now as many honourable colleagues have said, many of those people are working hard, but they are still falling short. And what was the last Conservative government's answer to that? It was to count the children and punish the whole family. And no doubt tonight they will traipse through the lobbies and vote to keep a lid on the 450,000 children who are about to be released from poverty. The two-child limit simply didn't work. And if anything, it compounded the pressures on families. Families who repeatedly tell me that the universal credit they receive barely covers the rent, let alone food, heating or school essentials. That's the Tory legacy. That's the deeply entrenched poverty that this Labour government is having bit by bit to undo. And it's therefore no surprise that still an estimated 10,000 children in Southampton are living in households with an absolute low income and 25% of children in relative low income. These are the realities that demand clear action, and this bill is part of that action being led by the Labour government. I'll give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is making an excellent point, and the way he's describing the issues in his constituency in Southampton actually also apply in a very similar way to my residents in Reading. Does he agree with me that an important aspect of the government's work is not only what we're debating today, but the wider and broader package of measures, including measures to help with housing, measures to help with the cost of transport, and many other measures, including the Warm Homes Initiative. Perhaps he wants to say a little bit more overall impacts of these measures.
I thank my honourable friend for making a salient point, and I will come to that wider package of measures. Of course, we've heard arguments, straw man arguments, I believe, that say, well, this one thing will not solve child poverty. Well, no one is claiming that it will solve child poverty. It is one piece of a jigsaw of wider work that this government is doing.
Absolutely.
But I am glad that this punitive, arbitrary cap, which only made life worse for so many, is being scrapped, and that will lift up to 2,500 children in Southampton Itchen out of poverty. Now, if I was to credit the opposition benches with one thing in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be their consistency. Sadly, it's consistently wrong and a consistent and desperate attempt to be
divisive in this. They are trying to split the country into those who pay tax and those who receive welfare. These generalisations around the deserving and the undeserving poor are not only crass, they're just factually wrong. Many contribute through work for years. They fall on hard times. They rely on the safety net that they have paid into. And my honourable friend, the member for South Derbyshire, made this point eloquently. The Conservatives ignore the fact that many are receiving universal credit while they're working. That's the state topping up poverty pages. The Conservatives might be happy to ignore that. Labour is taking action on minimum wages. Now, what a contrast. This bill, therefore, removing the two-child limit is a vital step, but it is not, to my honourable friend Redding's point, a standalone one. It sits alongside this Labour government's wider work, opening free breakfast clubs that will transform life chances with early adopter schools in St John's, St Patrick's and Hightown primary schools in my constituency. It sits alongside a £20 million Pride in Place investment into the Western Estate. It sits alongside expanding free school meals, and with a third of pupils in my state-funded schools eligible for free school meals, more are set to get that support, making a material difference to their lives and breaking down some of the barriers to learning that still exist. Labour is investing in more childcare to help those parents who are trying to get into work and facing barriers. We're strengthening some of the universal credit work allowances, and we're delivering a comprehensive child poverty strategy aimed at giving every single child a fair start. And I commend the Secretary of State for Education and the Work and Pension Secretaries for the work that they have done on leading that vital change. The reality is, if we're being idealistic, we all dream of a future where these kinds of benefits might not be as necessary as they are now. We dream of, and I would argue Labour is working towards, a world where work pays well, where it pays better, something our Employment Rights Bill moves us closer to achieving, where the cost of living crisis is less acute, as our action on warm homes and freezing rail fares and freezing VAT rates and income tax rates and fuel duty all help to achieve. Add to that the creation of opportunities through the Youth Guarantee and through more apprenticeships. Then there is a lot that is happening, but there is, of course, more to do, much more to do. But today, Madam Deputy Speaker, what this bill does is recognises a very simple truth. Children do not choose the circumstances they are born into. Supporting this bill and scrapping the arbitrary, failed cap is not only the right economic decision to make, it is the right moral one.
Sean Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The fact is, this bill is too narrowly drawn by the government. It will, as members have mentioned several times, leave at least 150,000 children in larger families with no extra help at all. Families like Mariam's, highlighted by the Z2K charity, who is a lone parent of 3, fled from domestic abuse and relying upon us for her income while she restarts her life. Abolishing the two-child limit alone will not improve Mariam's life one bit, because she is affected by both the two-child limit and the overall benefit cap. In December, after this policy change was finally announced, about 18 months after the government should have taken action, I asked ministers how many families and children would be excluded from help in this way, and they told me this information was not available. It is beyond me how they could decide that this policy would leave children out in this way without knowing how